Pode vir qualquer outro time aí, mas não vai dar jogo para eles. Eu acho que talvez tenha um pouquinho de dificuldade, porque é um modo que a gente não é acostumado tanto a jogar assim. Mas creio que a bala, a mecânica e tudo vai surpreender todo mundo aí. Acho que o fator mais positivo do nosso time é mecânica, bala, estratégia também, habilidades, então, e muita calma também, querendo ou não.
Mi personaje favorito es Naruto porque creo que la historia que tiene es muy motivadora. Mi mapa favorito en Free Fire es Bermuda porque es el primer mapa que salió en todo el juego y me gusta mucho. Yo creo que el oponente más complicado para nosotros es EVOS porque vienen de salir campeones mundiales y la confianza de ellos yo creo que debe estar muy alta.
Los oponentes más complicados para nosotros son Team Falcons, ya que tienen muy buenos jugadores en su equipo. A los, ya que en los entrenamientos lo vienen muy bien. Buriram, por favor, nosotros no estamos asustados ni un poco. ¿Ustedes nos tienen miedo? Cruz, ya que en la EWC no participó en ninguna partida y creo que ya es historia. Sí, me siento muy confiado de poder barrerlo nuevamente. Podemos salir campeones.
Mungkin player yang kurang bagus di turnamen ini Wasana sih, karena di turnamen terakhir juga dia main jelek aja. Favorit karakter Naruto di Free Fire mungkin lebih ke Sasuke sih, karena keren gitu.
Favorit gue di karakter Naruto mungkin Naruto sih, soalnya dia dari ceritanya pun sedih dan bisa jadi yang terkuat.
Ya semua tim lah, karena ya apa ya, ya bisa jadi kan semua tim ketemu semua, jadi kita pengen coba ketemu semua tim sih.
Lawan terberat mungkin Falcon ya, soalnya kemarin tuh dia waktu di Vietnam habis juara dan ya di pikiran gua dia lawan yang terberat.
Ya mungkin Buriram lah, karena apa ya, ya kita pede aja sih lawan mereka. Ya kita nggak punya kelebihan, nggak punya kekuatan, tapi kita percaya pasti kita bisa menang.
Favorit gua di map kelas kuat Bermuda karena lebih hafal aja kompon-komponnya dan kayaknya lebih gampang sih.
Naruto ครับเพราะว่าผมอยากแยกร่างได้เหมือนนารูโตะมีนาโตะแล้วกันครับตัวละครคาแรคเตอร์ดูฟูเท่ดีครับฟินิชเชอร์ภายในเกมก็ไม่ได้แนวเคโรโร่แล้วนะครับก็ไม่ได้โหดขนาดนั้นครับฟอลคอนเคโรโร่แล้วนะครับระเบิดตาดีครับแต่ว่าติดเลิกครับอ้อมไปตายครับไม่ก็อ้อมไปแล้วก็เพื่อนตายหมดแล้วก็ไม่ได้ทำอะไรครับเซเว่นครับเพราะว่าดูจากการซ้อมแล้วก็ไม่เท่าไหร่ครับคิดว่าไม่มีนะครับ ชนะสบายๆเพราะว่ามันระดับเวอร์นะครับถ้าได้แชมป์ก็อยากได้แชมป์ให้มันสมศักดิ์ศรีครับก็ทีมRRQครับเพราะว่าเป็นคู่แข่งกันมานานครับก็อยากเจอเหมือนกันครับน่าจะเป็นรัตยาจาก EVOS Divine ครับเพราะว่าสไตล์การเล่นโหดครับเล่นตำแหน่งเดียวกับผมด้วยก็อยากเจอในแคทคอร์ครับก็อาจจะไม่ง่ายเหมือนที่ผ่านมาครับเพราะว่ามีทีมจากบราซิลมาด้วยครับคิดว่าไม่น่าง่ายครับเพราะว่าทีมเป็นทีมระดับสูงทุกทีมครับน่าจะยากอยู่แต่ก็จะพยายามให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Dạ, nhân vật yêu thích nhất của em là Naruto, bởi vì nhân vật chính.
Nhân vật trong bộ truyện Naruto mà em yêu thích nhất là Itachi vì nó cool ngầu và khá là mạnh ở trong phim.
Dạ là Falcon, tại vì tụi em đã thất bại với họ trước 2 lần.
Đội tuyển mà em muốn đánh bại nhất là EVOS bởi vì em đã thua họ ở mùa giải trước.
Dạ em nghĩ là Fluxo bởi vì bên Brazil họ không mạnh về mặt tử chiến.
Em nghĩ đội dễ đánh bại nhất là RRQ bởi vì em không đánh giá cao tay tỉa của team RRQ. Map yêu thích nhất của em là map quân sự bởi vì em luyện tập cái map đấy trong buổi stream và bắn răng rất nhiều.
Dạ em rất tự tin về kỹ năng của mình. Em nghĩ là đội mình sẽ đứng top 1 và trở thành nhà vô địch.
Chúng tôi tôn trọng EVOS vì thành tích của họ, qua đó cũng là động lực để chúng tôi cố gắng và vượt qua họ ở trận đấu sắp tới.
Họ mạnh thật, nhưng không thể bị hạ gục.
Tốt nhất các bạn đừng mắc sai lầm, vì mục đích của chúng tôi đến đây là để chiến thắng.
O mapa que eu me sinto mais confiante é Kalahari, porque é um mapa mais aberto e eu, como sou suporte, gosto de atirar muito de longa distância. Eu acho que a gente pode eliminar todos os times, porque a gente treina bastante para isso, então vai ser bom. Eu sou muito confiante porque o modo CS é um modo que a gente troca bastante tiro toda hora. Então, sou bem confiante para jogar esse modo e eu colocarei meu time em primeiro.
Eu gosto muito da habilidade do Minato porque ele tem o teletransporte dentro do jogo, então eu curto bastante esse personagem. Eu acho que o competitivo é feito de altos e baixos. Nosso time vem não performando tão bem, mas nós estamos bem confiantes para esse campeonato e sabemos que o competitivo é isso. Uma hora você está no topo, uma hora você perde, outra hora você ganha. E estamos confiantes e empolgados para ganhar novamente. Com toda certeza, ganhar aqui foi muito bom e estar nessa cidade de novo junto com o meu time é muito bom. Nós gostamos bastante daqui. Isso com certeza é um incentivo muito grande para nós buscarmos o troféu aqui. Eu acho que todos os times, todas as regiões, todos os times estão num nível muito alto de Free Fire. Então eu coloco a região tailandesa como a mais forte, a CIA aqui, né? E a região mais fraca eu acho que não tem, porque todos estão em alta performance no Free Fire.
Aqui é a Falcons, porque todos os campeonatos de X4 que teve aqui na Tailândia eles acabaram ganhando. Bermuda, porque é o mapa mais antigo do jogo e sempre que vem esse mapa a gente ganha. O Asana, depois que atualizou o meta, ele nunca mais foi o mesmo.
Meu personagem favorito do Naruto é o Itachi, porque desde o anime como no jogo, a skin dele tá muito da hora, as habilidades dele estão muito da hora também, e é isso que faz ele meu favorito. As equipes deixa eu ver, Buriram, EVOS, Falcons, R7, quem mais? WAG, Fluxo também, todas. Um jogador que não deveria estar aqui era o The Cruz, da Buriram, porque, querendo ou não, já tá aposentado, não joga há muito tempo, então, mano, já deu, né? Eu estou muito confiante e, mano, pra mim, nosso time disparado no top 1 aí. Pode vir qualquer outro time aí, mas não vai dar jogo pra eles. Eu acho que talvez tenha um pouquinho de dificuldade, porque é um modo que a gente não é acostumado tanto a jogar assim. Mas creio que a bala, a mecânica e tudo vai surpreender todo mundo aí. Acho que o fator mais positivo do nosso time é mecânica, bala, estratégia também, habilidades, então, e muita calma também, querendo ou não.
Mi personaje favorito es Naruto porque creo que la historia que tiene es muy motivadora. Mi mapa favorito en Free Fire es Bermuda porque es el primer mapa que salió en todo el juego y me gusta mucho. Yo creo que el oponente más complicado para nosotros. Mi personaje favorito es Naruto porque creo que la historia que tiene es muy motivadora. Mi mapa favorito en Free Fire es Bermuda porque es el primer mapa que salió en todo el juego y me gusta mucho. Yo creo que el oponente más complicado para nosotros es EVOS porque vienen de salir campeones mundiales y la confianza de ellos yo creo que debe estar muy alta.
Los oponentes más complicados para nosotros son Team Falcons, ya que tienen muy buenos jugadores en su equipo. A los, ya que en los entrenamientos lo vienen muy bien. Buriram, por favor, nosotros no estamos asustados ni un poco. ¿Ustedes nos tienen miedo? Cruz, ya que en la EWC no participó en ninguna partida y creo que ya es historia. Sí, me siento muy confiado de poder barrerlo nuevamente. Podemos salir campeones.
Mungkin player yang kurang bagus di turnamen ini Wasana sih, karena di turnamen terakhir juga dia main jelek aja. Favorit karakter Naruto di Free Fire mungkin lebih ke Sasuke sih, karena keren gitu.
Favorit gue di karakter Naruto mungkin Naruto sih, soalnya dia dari ceritanya pun sedih dan bisa jadi yang terkuat.
Ya semua tim lah, karena ya apa ya, ya bisa jadi kan semua tim ketemu semua, jadi kita pengen coba ketemu semua tim sih.
Lawan terberat mungkin Falcon ya, soalnya kemarin tuh dia waktu di Vietnam habis juara dan ya di pikiran gua dia lawan yang terberat.
Ya mungkin Buriram lah, karena apa ya, ya kita pede aja sih lawan mereka. Ya kita nggak punya kelebihan, nggak punya kekuatan, tapi kita percaya pasti kita bisa menang.
Favorit gua di map kelas kuat Bermuda karena lebih hafal aja kompon-komponnya dan kayaknya lebih gampang sih.
Halo semua teman, nama aku Rasya Rashid, umur aku 16 tahun dan aku dari EVOS. Aku bakalan ngasih tahu kalian cara and tips and trick bermain sebagai sniper. Nah, pertama-tama kita bakalan bermain chess. Nah, di training kalau dari aku ini aku lebih pertajam aim sih. Jadi aku lebih banyak latihan aim di training target range. Aku biasanya latihannya tuh ke shooting practice, habis itu ke advance. Jadi ini yang lebih susahnya. Nah di sini tuh kita fokus nyari ke kepala, nyari headshot. Karena kalau misalnya miss sekali, ini bakalan hilang tuh kayak gitu. Nah, kadang kalau misalnya udah biasa sama HP-nya, kalian bisa tambahin lagi. Tambahinnya di kiri. Jadi benar-benar harus cepet banget di target range ini. Jadi harus cepat. Jadi mungkin kalau misalnya rata-rata sniper gitu, kalau di di training ini lebih banyak pertajam aim gitu sih. Nah kalau misalnya pistol round, kayaknya kita main aman dulu aja deh. Oasis. Let's go, kita ke second round. Kayaknya lebih bagus kita beli senjata sniper nih. Senjata support. First blood. It's so easy. Nah, jadi itu dia sedikit tips and trik dari aku untuk bermain sebagai sniper. Sampai jumpa, dadah.
สวัสดีครับผมมีอายุวัฒนาครับวันนี้ก็จะมาสอนวิธีการสปีดรัดยังไงให้เข้าถึงศัตรูได้อย่างรวดเร็วและแม่นยำครับก็ไปดูกันในเกมเลยครับก็วันนี้ก็จะมาสอนอันนี้ครับวิ่งยังไงให้แบบในทีไม่โดนยิงง่ายๆแล้วแบบว่าดักยิงศัตรูได้ก่อนดาวหนึ่งครับทีผมก็แนะนำว่าให้เล่นแดดนะคือถ้าใครเป็นสายที่แบบยิงแบบคมๆหน่อยมันก็จะแบบได้ไหลเรื่อยๆตัวเดียวแล้วผมแนะนำว่าวิ่งเหลี่ยมขวาก็ผ่านตลอดนะครับหูยศัตรูวิ่งเหลี่ยมขวาเหมือนกันขวา4อุ้ยเปิดได้1โอ้นั่งอยู่หลังกล่อง4ตัวอันนึงดาว2อ้าวโดนลัดเอาเฮ้ยปัดเจี๊ยบอะด่านเนี้ยแนะนำว่าขึ้นขวานะเพราะถ้าขึ้นซ้ายถ้าเราอยู่แรงสูงๆมันจะโดนสไนฝั่งตรงข้ามตัดได้นะครับฝั่งตรงข้ามเขาชอบมาอยู่ตรงเนี้ยตรงที่ผมมานะคนดูม้าเขานะเขาชอบตัดตรงฟันเนี้ยถ้าขึ้นไปผมแนะนำว่าต้องปักไอบอลด้วยถ้าเราจะขึ้นไปยืนในดับอ่ะต้องปักไอบอลตรงเนี้ยตรงบันไดที่ผมเล็งอยู่ปักไว้ปักติดไปเลยอ้าวเป็นซื้อปืนเฮ้ยทันอยู่มาดิเซอร์ติเกิลมีมาขวานะมีมาขวานี่ได้เปรียบมากตัวก็มีเหมือนกันปุ่มไม่ติดนี่แดงดิแต่ปาดแบบต่อเนื่องนี่แดงเอ้าไม่ได้คิวมันแดงนะเราดูคนดูนี่แดงเรียบร้อยครับก็ลองไปใช้กันตามได้นะก็เหลี่ยมต่างๆอ่ะผมชอบเล่นเหลี่ยมประมาณนี้แหละเพราะว่ามันสามารถตัดศัตรูได้จริงๆเพราะพี่ใช้มาแล้วน้องนี่แหละครับทริคสปีดรัดเข้าถึงศัตรูได้อย่างรวดเร็วและมีประสิทธิภาพของผมเพื่อนๆสามารถนำไปปรับใช้ในการเล่นกันได้นะครับก็เจอกันใหม่ครั้งหน้าครับบ๊ายบาย
Here we are, welcome to the main stage.
Yeah.
But before we're talking about the main stage, because this is a world tournament, right? So for this one, we have this is for co-streamer, you guys. So we invited everyone here, like co-streamer, KOLs from all over the world, just to come here in Thailand to join our tournament here. Oh, I know him.
Yeah.
He is a very famous streamer, you guys. Back Gao,
Yeah.
a Vietnamese streamer, very famous. Hello. Oh, yeah, okay, you guys, he's a very famous streamer. The main stage, we're having two sides for the bot team, and this will be for the pro teams, right?
Pro team, yeah. Pro team.
So the professional teams will be playing on the two sides. Alright then, and look where am I. This place for KOL, the resting place. They're just here chilling, resting after a long day. There's a screen for you, so you can follow the match. Really chill, right? You just sit here and enjoy the match with everyone here. Snacks and drinks. Really cute and caring. So warm. I really like this place. It gives me a very comfortable feeling. I love it. Just to find who is the champion in today's tournament. So this is the first day. Please come to us, join right here in Central World, 8th floor, right?
Yeah.
On the 8th floor here in Bangkok. We are so happy to have you guys here. Come.
Hola, soy Gameskin, jugador para Movistar R7 y hoy les enseñaré cuál es el momento para rushear. Acompáñenme. Bueno, primero que nada, juego a 4 dedos. Ocupo el de correr acá, el de saltar acá El de agachar lo tengo arriba a la derecha. El de disparar un poco más hacia abajo. El de acostarse acá. Esto ordenado acá. Las granadas secundarias acá. Para seguir a mi equipo acá. Agrandamos el tamaño, reducimos el tamaño del botón de disparo y lo más importante, la pared del globo, arriba a la izquierda. Y ese sería mi HUD. Bueno, primero que nada hay que estar con nuestros compañeros de equipo y localizar a los enemigos. Cuando infligimos una buena cantidad de daño, hay que rushar y confirmar la eliminación. Bueno, primero que nada hay que ir con el equipo y vamos a localizar a los enemigos para infligirles daño. Y al eliminar, pues ganamos. Bueno, este ha sido mi consejo para ustedes. Espero que les haya servido. Adiós.
Fala rapaziada, eu sou o Rig, sou da Luz e hoje eu vou estar ensinando vocês algumas dicas de rush para você estar amassando nos campeonatos. Valeu! Então rapaziada, esse aqui é meu HUD, ó, 4 dedos. Vou mostrar para vocês aqui, ó, 4 dedos, gelo aqui na esquerda, botão de recarregar aqui na direita em cima, habilidade na direita em cima. E, mano, aqui é basicamente, mano, vou ensinar vocês aqui como jogar game 590, mano. Ó, como? Botão de pular na esquerda, tu sempre atirar pulando pra tu ficar tirando dele toda hora, que dá 12, pra atirar mais rápido. E é isso, mano. Não tem segredo, é só ficar tirando, pulando. É isso, rapaziada. Esse foi o vídeo de hoje. Espero que vocês tenham gostado e espero vocês na WB. Tamo junto.
Free Fire All Star วันนี้เป็นวันที่2แล้วนะคะของงานของเราในวันนี้เรียกได้ว่าเป็นแกรนด์ไฟนอลเดย์กันเลยทีเดียวค่ะทุกคนคะและนี่ก็คืองานการแข่งขันนะคะCต่อ4หรือ Cash Squad ที่ยิ่งใหญ่มากๆของทาง Free Fire เพราะมีการคอลแลบยิ่งใหญ่บทที่2แล้วค่ะทุกคนคะระหว่าง Free Fire กับ NARUTO SHIPPUDEN ถ่ายทอดสดที่นี่เลยเซ็นทรัลเวิลด์ไลฟ์ชั้น8ศูนย์การค้าเซ็นทรัลเวิลด์ค่ะใครที่กำลังดูอยู่ตอนนี้สดๆเดินทางมาได้นะจ๊ะเพราะว่าวันนี้ค่ะพี่กิยูกิเด็กยูค่ะและน้องยุนสุรวมไปถึงทีมงานทุกคนกำลังรอทุกคนอยู่ที่งานเลยค่ะ
Alright, hello everyone and welcome to the day 2 of Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. And this is a special Free Fire Clash Squad tournament a collaboration between Free Fire and NARUTO Shippuden, and we are broadcasting live from the Central World in the heart of Bangkok. I'm Yunsul, and this is Yuki Dekyu, and we will be your host for this second day of the tournament.
และวันนี้ทาง Free Fire ของเรานะคะมาพร้อมกับการแข่งขันทัวร์นาเมนต์พิเศษที่เดินทางมาถึงจุดที่พีคแบบสุดๆเลยค่ะทุกคนค่ะเพราะรายการนี้เป็นการแข่งขันนะคะไฮไลท์ Free Fire CS Elite ของ KOL จาก 4 ประเทศด้วยกันค่ะซึ่ง CVC Crash Squad ในครั้งนี้เราปะทะกันบนคอมพิวเตอร์เลยนะและรอบชิงชนะเลิศเป็นการแข่งขันระหว่างทีมไทยกับทีมอินโดนีเซีย
Today, everything in our tournament has reached its own climax, and as you can see, yesterday we had a really long day, a super long day, and today, first of all, we're going to start with our highlight Free Fire CS Elite, and of course, competition where the chaos from 4 different countries have been battling it out in the 4v4 Clash Squad on BC, and today, in the grand finals, we will find out who is the champion for this mode, and this couple is gonna be Team Thailand versus Team Indonesia.
และนอกจากทีมไทยเจอกับทีมอินโดที่บอกไปแล้วนะคะเรายังมีนินจา Clash Free Fire All Star จากเหล่าโปรเพลเยอร์ของเราอีกค่ะและมาถึง8ทีมด้วยกันอย่างที่บอกกันไปเมื่อวานเนี่ยมันแค่รอบน้ำจิ้มเท่านั้นทุกคนวันนี้จานหลักแน่นอนดูซิว่าจบวันนี้ไปแล้วทีมไหนจะคว้าแชมเปี้ยนไปในวันนี้ค่ะ
And there's the main highlight of the event, the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament, where 8 pro players team from the famous esports club. This tournament is also heating up as well, and we will have to see which team will claim the championship title for today.
และแน่นอนค่ะเกมแรกของเราในวันนี้กับการแข่งขัน CS Elite นะคะโดยคู่ชิงชนะเลิศจะเป็นการพบกันระหว่างทีมไทยและทีมอินโดนีเซียนั่นเองพร้อมกันหรือยังคะถ้าพร้อมกันแล้วก็ขอต้อนรับทีมไทย
And for our very first game today, we kick off the CS Elite Grand Finals. Our championship match will feature Team Thailand versus Team Indonesia.
ขอเสียงต้อนรับทุกท่านและนี่คือทีม Free Fire CS Elite ตัวแทนจากประเทศไทย
Into our Free Fire CS Elite, welcome Team Thailand!
และนี่คือทีมผู้เข้าแข่งขันของพวกเขาค่ะทีมอินโดนีเซีย
Their opponents today, please welcome Team Indonesia!
และในตอนนี้ค่ะนักกีฬาของเราทั้ง2ทีมพร้อมที่เป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วสำหรับการแข่งขันเดี๋ยวเราให้เขาเช็คแฮนด์จับมือทำความรู้จักกันนิดนึงดีกว่าก่อนที่จะเข้าโพสิชันแล้วก็แข่งเกมสนุกสุดมันกัน
Okay, it's our best of 3 for today. Let's go shake your opponent's hand, get fresh and ready for your first game, everyone. Come.
ดูสีหน้าท่าทางของทั้ง2ทีมในวันนี้มีแอบเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพเล็กๆน้อยๆนะคะแต่เชื่อเลยว่าการเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพครั้งนี้เนี่ยจะต้องเป็นสิ่งที่เขาแบบแพลนมาแล้ววางแผนมาแล้วแน่นอนและตอนนี้ค่ะเชื่อว่าทุกท่านร้อนกันแล้วบรรยากาศในฮอลล์มันเริ่มแบบว่าฮีทขึ้นมาทันทีเลยเพราะฉะนั้นนะคะไม่ต้องรอช้าเดี๋ยวขอส่งเวทีนี้ต่อให้กับชาวแคสเตอร์กันเลยดีกว่า
Okay, I think that everyone right here is getting hot up so much right now. The energy is just everywhere.
Yeah.
So, not letting you guys wait no more. Get back to our shoutcaster
Shoutcaster.
and first game.
Konnichiwa survivors, welcome to the Free Fire All-Star Ninja Clash. Today is Grand Finals where we will crown our champions for this tournament. It's not just the champions between the 8 pro teams, also the champions for our inter-nation tournament. My name is Husky, alongside I'm joined by the founder of Akatsuki, is the gentleman Neptune, who will take you through another great day of Free Fire action.
Correction, that's Akatsuki, the uncles of Akatsuki. At this point, I'm really excited at what's going to happen right now. Again, you did mention it's the grand finals for the CS Elite, and they have just introduced the players. Now we have Thailand as well as Indonesia. Same rules from yesterday. There will be just shotguns, level 4 armors, unlimited glue walls, and it would be chaotic at this point. But also be poetic because there's a lot of excitement that's being built up for our pro teams because they ended it quite well from yesterday, Husky.
Yeah, and then on a pretty high note, we still have, I think, another show match, another Lone Wolf show match that's going to be happening before the grand finals itself. But for a lot of the teams, especially those who are who need to run the gauntlet today, it is going to be hell of a long journey, right? Especially for those in the 0-1 bracket. Talking about teams like EVOS, Rainbow 7, you know, RRQ, Falcons, well, not Falcons, I think Lost, those teams have a long day ahead of them. But either way, it's part and parcel of the competition. If they can make the deep run, it will be quite a feat. But at least they have time to still enjoy the festivities before they take center stage. Because right now, we have a score to settle between the 2 biggest nations in Free Fire. It's Indonesia, it's the Dominators, and Thailand.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is where it gets exciting, and that Yoonsul and Yuki did mention that's getting hotter on the venue. And I'm not talking about climate; it's about the energy. Everyone is excited right here, and from yesterday, it's already full pack, so I'm pretty sure it's even more people jumping into the fray right now, jumping under the red moon as we start day number 2. This is Super Sunday at this point. I'm really excited on what the teams is going to offer right now. Again, from yesterday, we've seen a lot of dominance in terms of dominators overall, but also the KOLs from Thailand like HP1, Copper, especially Copper, who is the one who showed us that he can get a lot of elimination, and it was followed through by the teams from DMT from Indonesia. So this is a rivalry of regions that has been happening for the longest time in Free Fire. I'm really excited on how it's going to turn up right now because there's a lot more to be seen. But this is still a best of 3, and we're talking about that trophy on the stage that we love not only seeing, but hopefully put in our hands as well in our display.
Yeah, one of the finest crafted shurikens in the entire world. But I agree. I think we saw like Copper. You mentioned like Onamo is also one of the names yesterday that really showed up on the Thai KOL teams. Whereas for the Dominators, I think it's a good mixed bag of players, right? They all had their moments. I think Flado was probably Flado and Camille were probably the ones that are a lot more energetic, especially Camille. Incredibly vocal, as we saw on the player cam itself. So I think this is going to be very interesting. Obviously, the rules are a bit bent just to fit the theme of the show match. But overall, I personally feel like Dominators are going to be putting up a pretty sick fight against Thailand, especially with how different they approached the game yesterday.
And well, for both teams, they have a chance to really study their opponent, find out their movements, what rotation is being done, especially for Flado. I mean, I'm pretty sure Flado will not be able to do that flank so many times. He did so much of a flank and the backstab that's how they dominated the game. But with Thailand, we know how it is. It's, I would say, a much slower or easier fight for them in that first match. So it's not so much a pressure right now, and there's still a lot more that they can show in terms of trump cards that they can use in this game. So we'll have to find out, though. Again, we're all going to jump in, if I'm not mistaken. It's Bermuda for all these games. and 3 games or best of 3 games in Bermuda between these 2 regions.
Yeah, and funnily enough, it was the Thai team that were a lot more calculated with their approach yesterday. When they were up against the Laotians, dominators when they take on AMF from Vietnam, it was just scrappy. They were going at each other's throat. I wonder if that was going to be the same approach today. I think a lot of people would be expecting Thailand to be the one that comes out gun blazing, that goes on the aggressive. This is another chance to see if that is going to be the scenario that we witnessed. Here's schedule for today. We start off with the CS Elite show match between Thailand and Indonesia. This is going to be the grand finals itself. And then afterwards, we have Lost against RRQ, EVOS against Movistar R7 in the 0-1 Swiss bracket, followed by the winners of the 0-1 Swiss bracket instantly playing the 1-1 Swiss bracket, and then BRU versus Fluxo. Then the winners eventually will go on to face off against Falcons and WAG in that upper bracket in the semi-finals. And afterwards, winners of that will play in the grand finals itself.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm looking forward to that Buriram United against Fluxo match, because it's a global rivalry that has been happening in Battle Royale, but it will come down to Clash Squad. But it's just unfortunate that these champions are part of the lower bracket run. So it's surprising, but also expected, because especially for Team Falcons, they are the champions of the Clash Squad in Southeast Asia. And WAG, I mean, there's so much a promise from them as well, from when they played Clash Squad in Southeast Asia as well, but it was a little bit too late. So now they're starting it off early and getting into that playoffs bracket a little bit early as well. And this is the trophy that we're talking about, and as well as the teams that would represent Thailand and Indonesia in the CS Elite battle. Again, to set the expectation, they're not playing on mobile right now. They're using PCs, and it's quite interesting as well, because there are some fans out there who wants to play Free Fire but doesn't have that specific device to use. It does play on any phone, but it's not comfortable for that, especially for old people like me. You don't see that much on a small screen, so there's an option for you to play Free Fire on the PC emulator.
Yeah, and sometimes people use tablets as well, for the bigger screen. I know I'm a huge tablet gamer, but when we look at like how some of the teams even got to the 1-1 or the 0-1 bracket in the first place, I think it definitely defies some of the expectations, right? Like Falcons, you had Kororo really showing up big time yesterday to send BRU down, and then you have WAG with just running backs after running backs, playing from behind the entire series to beat Fluxo. We ended like what, at 3:30 a.m. It's like 2:30 in Thailand, but the fact that they were still putting up such high quality games towards the end of that is very impressive, right? You gotta really give respect to the players for pulling it off. But thankfully, again, they have time to think about what to do later on. There's plenty of time to just unwind and rest up and re-strategize, especially for WAG and Falcons, who are just comfortably waiting in the 1-0 bracket. And also enjoy the show match between the Thais and the Indonesians, who are definitely out for some blood.
Yeah, exactly. Really exciting stuff that we have right now. And I guess for those teams that has a 2-0 standings already, they're just sitting pretty right now. They can conserve energy for the start of their journey. But for those going for the longer route, it would be much difficult. From yesterday, we felt some of the teams, some of the players really taking the toll in terms of the marathon that they had to run. But right now, let's talk about CS Elite, and let's see if they will still be popping off, especially from what we mentioned. It's Copper and as well as Onamo. I mean, Onamo has been a great distraction at this point, giving Copper as well as Nang Tui, even Iger that opening. HP1, we only saw him once, if I'm not mistaken, and then has been replaced by Nang Tui on the other games. But for DMT, the only player that we didn't see, I believe, is Kelvin. So I'm quite sure if they were going to pull out the Kelvin card right now, or are they comfortable with the Kamiel, Gaizen, Raxi, and Vlado mix?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of the question mark, right? Maybe it's an X factor that Dominators can kind of toss in when their backs are against the wall. But even in terms of how the energy that they bring was completely different. Today, it's going to be a full house again at Central World on a lovely, lovely Sunday over in Bangkok, Thailand. Obviously, yesterday, it's kind of a shame that we can't have the crowd all the way to witness the end of the Swiss stage, but sure, hope that they can stick around for the grand final today, because it is time to get down and dirty in Bermuda between Team Thailand and Team Indonesia for the CS Elite Show match. Pride is on the line for these two giants. Of course, with some of the rules bent, it means more entertainment and more unexpected events in store.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, economy is not an issue at this point. It's more of skills as well as strategy that they need to pull together. Now, Onamo and Copper, this is what we expect from these two players. Onamo is already starting in the middle, and Copper is already crossed over on the boundary. But Gaizen might be in trouble. A little bit of pause in the game right now. I think they need to check on some things, especially in terms of the ping. You don't want to go in there and start lagging or stuff, but I guess this is something that's inevitable because they will need to be on their best performance, and this is a grand final, so this is acceptable.
Yeah, and you know, if we need to make sure that they are given the optimal environment to play, or else we wouldn't be able to see crazy plays like yesterday. For example, the Karoro revolver run, that would not have been possible if we had some latency issues. Of course, thankfully, it happened at the start. You know, we haven't really fired any shots just yet, so it's a very good time to resolve the issue. I believe the call was made by the Dominators, so glad they spotted that out very early. We also had cosplays on site. Today, we are able to get our hands on the 4th Hokage, Minato. So if anyone wants to take a photo with him, he is right there. Here we go. Copper, the rest of the Thai team onto the left side. So Camia finds himself isolated. Back Copper makes a detour, almost guns down Flado. Roxy now has to put up those glue walls, surrounds himself somehow, able to find some safe haven, and Copper sneaks a shot through, and Roxy down.
First blood.
Yeah, and that's one thing about Copper, though. He can go solo and then just pull in the rest of the team, but he's going in 1v1 against Kamiel, but the glue wall saves him, and Flado right now might be going in for the pinch, but the backstab will not work. Flado's the one receiving so much damage, but on this one side, we have a 2v1 against Gaizen as well. Nang Tui will try to go in for the push, but HP 1 right now, not really losing any HP, and it's just a steamrolling, using all those glue walls as a barricade, and Gaizen as well as Flado will be put in a corner. Flado for the hit against Copper, but it might have been a little bit too late. He's going in on a 1v2 situation, and he goes down hands on Onamo. It's now down to 1 or 2 players though, Kamiel and Flado right now, and there goes a potential backstab. Nang Tui goes in for the hit. Only 1 remains for the MT.
Really nothing much that Kamiel can do. Copper once more. Gets the job done just right, as we know that Kamiel has insanely high ATM. Can only do so much. The first round goes over to Thailand. And Copper once more, just performing his duties, his absolute due diligence. Getting the entry, like those breakthrough are really crucial in rounds like these. Of course, we're not just talking about, you know, a situation where you only have shotguns to work with, but even in a traditional Clash Squad environment, these breakthrough takedowns, these you know, infiltrations into the backline, able to slip through the enemy defenses and get an elimination, always sets your teams up for success. And Copper, even from yesterday against Laos, have proven that he has that capability to put himself in a situation where he's just going 1v1, 1v2s, and still come out of it with an edge for his team. And sure, he goes down afterwards, but the groundwork gets laid out beforehand, and it allows the rest of his team to convert.
Exactly. I mean, the same story right now. We are talking about different set of rules in this CS Elite Squad, but as you did mention, you can try and compare it with the pro matches that we've seen from yesterday. If you can get that first knock, if you can get that disruption, rotation, or probably the groupings of the team that is trying to build up on the defense, then you will be able to go in for the first blood and then just go steamrolling against them. But it takes a lot of strategy as well as chemistry involved for a team. So for these players, I'm pretty sure they have been together for a long time. If I'm not mistaken, there are a few competitions that they played in, even show matches that they played in, not just from last year, but also a couple of years back. So this has been a long-running a chemistry being built right now. So just to make sure that they have that consistency overall, they know what everyone is thinking of and how can they approach if in case one or two goes down. So really prime from what we've seen. And again, this is the beginning of the game right now. So I'm pretty sure they are heated up. They have all that energy, but we're talking about a long day, especially from the pro matches later on. Do they have that energy? Do they have what it takes to go in for the longer run, especially for those ending in a lower bracket?
Yeah. And another thing that Copper has really been doing well is just drawing attention away, right? Being able to be self-sufficient and absorb pressure from the enemy team, especially when you draw more than one member away, has always been kind of the key to winning. It's a hallmark of a great player. Again, the chip damage going over onto the Dominators themselves, and it's from a long range. It's 1887. It's not going to get a one shot from mid to long range, but if you focus fire, a couple of shrapnels is enough to bring down a member, and Vado achieves that. Good follow-up from Geyser, so that's Copper down to Indonesia. But figuring out the formula, making sure the Copper doesn't divert attention, and somehow Onamo and HP1 still delivers in the back line.
Yeah, I mean, Thailand is trying to go for isolation against one, but unfortunately, two of them has gone down. Now, only HP1 would be remaining and trying to heal up, though, but Kamiel is just giving him all that pressure. Pickup has been done as well, so 3v1 situation, and this point will be going to Indonesia. It will be tied at this point. It's just a matter of time until it has ended, and despite of how much you run, how much barricade you put up, it will still go down, and it will balance or equalize on a 1-1 right now, and we might be looking at a longer run, probably stretching it all the way to 11.
Plenty of rounds, matches yesterday. They went to 10-11 rounds. I'm ready for more action for sure. It would be quite shocking if this doesn't go the distance, though we also saw, like, sure, they were able to stop Copper, but there was a second layer, the Lieutenant Onamo yesterday also always able to pick up where Copper left off, or in the event that Copper is not able to deliver on his end, there's always Onamo to back him up. That's where you sometimes see the split from Thailand. It really varies depending on location. This time they're taking a more honest approach right into the face of Indonesia. Dominators ready to receive this.
Sino, Namtui putting up all those barricades, pulling them in onto the one side, and if they are successful in isolating a player, and that's where they gang up. But Kamiel right now, a little too aggressive against two players though. This might risk him going down. As you can see, Thailand is backing away into one corner, and this is what we love to see though, the isolation technique that two players are doing, and they're even safe with that glue wall, so they can take down one. Namtui is the first one to go down. The backup is not in there, going in time, but Geisen will be taken out as well by HP1. But Vlado is trying to go in for that pickup as well as the recovery, but Onamo and Copper will just rush in. Kamiel right now couldn't knock on this door, and they will need to recover from above. They're going in for the jump, and Copper goes down. The blue will be closing in. It will be trouble in a bit, and DMT back-to-back on that victory.
Saving Private Geisen. You see, they just kept putting glue walls around him, and Copper, he was desperately trying to confirm that elimination, but he just could not get the job done. So Indonesia really, playing the recovery game insanely well, and in the end, they didn't even lose Geisen. They didn't even need to pick him up, at the very end of the round. So Indonesia leads 2-1, but again, in this CS Elite mode is less about the economy and more about the strategy, the adaptation. How are you going to approach the different locations? And in this case, for Indonesia, they have definitely quickly adapted to the bait and switch from Thailand, making sure that they don't overcommit to a diversion from someone like Copper, who is already on the flank. Copper is so far around.
Yeah, I mean, that's quick really for Copper, but Namtui right now going to 1v1, and Vlado would be in trouble And this is one thing, again, Nang Tui is in charge of making sure that he can pull at least 1 or 2 players in, while the rest of the team will try to go for the breakthrough. But the glue wall will not save him that much, especially with the glue closing in. It's a good thing that he was able to recover. Nang Tui now putting a lot of pressure and not even focusing on what's happening on the other side. The good thing is backup is here, and Vlado right now will try to go with the flow, but Gaizen right here for the pinch, and Onamo in trouble, tries to regroup with HP1, and Gaizen almost taken down. Good thing the glue wall saves him on the other side. Nang Tui goes down, K-Mill goes down as well. We're looking at 3v3.
They end up getting a 1v1 trade. Onamo and Gaizen, they are the ones that are in the red. Some are able to slow down the pace of the game. Gaizen finds some space to heal up if he needs to, but Onamo keeps on putting on the pressure. Fortunately, not able to get the Gaizen. The blue zone will force him to start moving in though. Time is running short. Gaizen really needs to heal up, finally get space to patch himself back up. Vlado now will try to alter the terrain of the fight with that glue wall. And Thailand disengaged. They fall back just a little bit, with that building being a focal point for both teams to work with. DMT makes the first move, but Copper is already in the building. Jumps up from the window on the left side. Roxy takes a shot to the side.
Yeah, I mean, what HP1 or Namo is doing right now is pulling on the one side where Copper will try to go in for the flank. But the center of this next zone will be onto Copper right now. Vlado is already down, bleeding out. Gaizen might be able to go for recovery, but on the other side, Roxy will go down as well. So Gaizen will be stuck right now between rocket hard plays. But the same goes with some of the players. Onamo the only one remaining, and Copper might be going down because of blue. If Gaizen can keep this up, he can still fight out, but no. Copper says no and grabs a second point for Thailand.
Great start from the side of Thailand. Obviously, that game a lot more drawn out. They started with a 1-for-1 trade, and afterwards, it's just Thailand playing the space. It's something that, again, very much expected from these experienced players. Hit in game 3, this is going to be a lot more tougher to navigate. Plenty of cover to hide behind. Instantly, Vlado splits away. Most likely going to make contact with Copper. That has been their job the entire CS tournament. Copper will make himself known very quickly with the glue wall, and Vlado aggresses.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing right now is compared to yesterday. Yesterday was a much slower pace, but Vlado does the job done. Onamo will try to go for a rescue, but a little bit too late. HP1 will go down as well. And this is it. I mean, Dominators understand the name of the game that the Copper is doing and beats them to it as quickly as that. Not even reaching to the closure of the next phase. They have already cleared out Thailand. So Thailand will need to find another route, a different place to go in, but there's not so much of space to work with, especially in Nurek Dam. It's only 1 point, it's only one way, and if you go for the flank, definitely you will be spotted.
One of the tougher areas to play into for sure. Some teams, they try to run straight. You put that glue wall further ahead so that you could gain access to the side of the dam. Vlado once more. Splits off to the side. It's him and Copper. It will be, I think, the theme for this match. But Copper, runs the Gaizen instead. Almost a double up in the building. Gaizen forced to escape the building. Now Vlado has the flank angle to come in if Copper is not aware. That forces Copper to fall back too. They don't have enough information to work with. Roxy down in the red. Nang Tui right in front of them, and Cameo catches him from the back.
Yeah, that's one thing though. I mean, he has been stuck in there. No rescue, no support coming from HP1 as well as Onamo, especially Copper, who's very, very far from the rest of the gang. But Roxy managed to take down Onamo, and despite of Gaizen going down as well, there's not so much of rescue that can be done. Now Copper, despite of how strong, how fast he can go on a solo mission, there's not so much that he can do. But he gives time though for HP1 to recover, and hopefully he can help out as well. But no, Copper goes down. HP1 lost on HP as well, and Roxy was just waiting, but Vlado just jumped in there. So Vlado might go down. DMT will have this advantage on them, and this is the 4th round. Only 2 more, and they will win this round.
Indonesia picking up steam. Exactly what we like. And they have figured out the formula. Stop Copper. They've denied his flank a couple of times too. Especially, you look at Kamiao. 7 eliminations and only 2 deaths. Compared to yesterday, he hasn't really changed. You know, the performance still solid as always.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with the help of Flado at this point. Flado is acting like the role of Flado is just like Copper, but more refined. He's not just going aggressive. He knows how to position himself, but right now, Kaizen is taking the part of Flado from yesterday's game. He's the one distracting the rest of the team and then waiting for Roxy right now. The isolation doesn't work that much because Kaizen goes down, but the 2v2 that's happening will leave HP1 on the ground. So it would still be favorable for DMT right now if they take out Copper, and then Nang Tui, Onamo can be just going in a 1v1 against Roxy because Roxy can put his foot down to take down this guy.
And Nang Tui out once more. Is Indonesia having the advantage to work with? Nang Tui irretrievable unless they take out Kamiao. In the 1v2, Kamiao somehow able to isolate himself and still finds the win. Kamiao is on fire. 9 eliminations so far.
I guess Dominators has studied the gameplay of Thailand from yesterday. I'm pretty sure they understand the pace. And despite of Thailand moving a little bit quicker this time around, they're not dealing with Laos. They're going against Indonesia, a team that really is, as you did mention, very vocal, very animated when they're playing, and I guess the energy is being felt by the rest of the team. So let's see though if Thailand has a time to recuperate or recover, but I think the same tactics is still being shown. So Flado will be meeting up with Copper, but they know that plan already. So they would try to isolate Flado just to take that advantage first.
We said that yesterday Thailand is the team that actually plays slower compared to Indonesia, which is not really heard of often. HP1 already down Kamiao with another great opponent, and Roxy just runs straight at Nang Tui. He does lose the 1v1, but the job has been done. Copper and HP1 goes down. For the price of 1, Onamo now comes in. He takes out Kamiao to try to level out the playing field. Kaizen also loses out. And Thailand looking for a turnaround. And Flado left to pick up the remainders of the round. From behind, seeks Nang Tui, doesn't get the shot in. A 2v1 scenario where Flado somehow has the advantage for now, but Nang Tui able to heal back up, and now time is of the essence for Flado to find those 1v1s.
Yeah, I don't think he will be able to do it. They understand the theme of the game. They just have to isolate Flado first, so they use Copper to pull him out, and then the rotation of the rest of Thailand is just to block anyone who will be heading into Flado. So Flado managed to go in for a shutdown on 1, brings it in a 1v1, but he's lost an HP compared to Nang Tui. So what he needs to do right now is wait, recover, or probably just wait for the shift of the circle. But no, he just jumps up. Nang Tui hits him with a headshot, and Thailand gets another point.
Pretty close. Flado almost turned that one around, and Nang Tui with the clutch stepping up to the occasion at the very end. You can see Flado definitely felt like he could have won that round, but it's fine. As we go into round number 9, we did expect this to stretch, you know, to a potential 11 round, and we are on track for that.
Yeah, we are on track, definitely, unless Indonesia wants to end it. They are on match point right now. I think they are able to read the tactics of Thailand. Yes, they lost out on that because of the counter that's being put out by Thailand teams, but in this kind of compound, this part of the map, I don't think they'll be able to do that because there's so much of elevation that the Dominators can bring or can take to find out what rotation is being done by Thailand, and what they're doing is corralling them into one side, and Kaizen is just going for the backstab, but he goes down, not seeing Copper on the flank.
Copper able to stop that backstab because they already have one guy isolated. Flado follows up onto Nang Tui. 1-for-1 trade, but for the Thai team, it's worse for wear. HP1 needs help. Copper and Onamo will try to draw attention away to give HP1 some time and space to heal back up. The health not looking too good though. Fluxo right over the top. This should be confirmed. Fluxo finally confirms that knockdown. And Thailand down to just Copper and Onamo. The sergeant and the lieutenant to keep Thailand in this round.
We know how it is. I mean, Copper and Onamo, we might be able to pull it through, but no, Pingmill didn't go down that easily.
Triple
and Onamo
kill.
right now left alone, and this is it. The Dominators from Indonesia will be grabbing a booyah in this first game of the best of 3 between the CS Elite Squad. And, well, they're on a good start right now. The energy is being felt in spite of how fast, how quick Thailand is doing it. They have found a way to nerf not only Copper, but also Onamo. So I guess that is just the plan going into round 2.
Not only that, they end the round with an ace too. No better way to make a strong statement than to beat your enemies with the performance of an ace. So Dominators off to a fantastic start in this CS Elite finals. I believe one more and they are going to be on their way to lifting their own trophy. I'm not sure if that is a Shuriken. They could maybe have their own, but they are definitely one step closer to that.
Yeah, definitely one step closer to that. And again, we were seeing that Thailand looks like a stronger team, but with the 1-day rest, that is what Dominators from Indonesia need to be able to study as well as to put up those plays. They understand the isolation gameplay as well as the flank being done by Copper, even Onamo. But speaking of which, this might be the prompt for Onamo to take that role away from Copper. He will be the distraction, and then Copper would be going for with the rest of the teams on that on the rest of the fight. But HP1, I believe, might be taking a sit on this one unless they are confident with their performance, because we might be seeing another player who is injured into the mix because of the performance, because of the loss that they had in that round 1.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's definitely a chance that we see that the swap come out from the Thai team. Yesterday, when Ijer played the opening round against Laos, they basically dominated it, right? And not to take anything away from HP1, I think he didn't really have the best start. And again, the Dominators, they just kind of just figured out how to deal with the Thai team. They saw how Copper wanted to play. They confirmed that, they did a bit of a test in round 1 and 2. And afterwards, they just shut it down. And I think Fluxo did a fantastic job in mirroring his movements.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, mirroring his movements, mirroring his position as well. And the only difference between them is Copper goes a long flank. And there's so much space that the rest of DMT can go and cut his approach, even prevent any backup that's moving their way. In spite of all the glue walls, in spite of how fast Copper is, it's still very difficult to make that recovery. So if you distract Copper, there's a huge chance that the rest of the teams can follow through. So putting Copper in the mix with the rest would be a smart move, especially if he's the shot caller of this game, of this team. Because at least he will still be safe, he'll still in the mix, and we know the potential of what Copper has to do. If Onamo would be the ones in the flank, we know that he can not only move fast, but also take elevation for potential headshot for the first blood.
And not only that, we also need to see if the Thai team can now adapt to this, right? Like this is not every day. I think, of course, because it's a show match circumstances, we get to play on the same map for the entirety of the series, and it also comes down to if a team can close it out. Maybe Thailand can adapt to it. We caught a glimpse of someone cosplaying as Pain, Tendo Path. So if you're not a fan of the good guys, you could definitely go and show up at the venue. I gotta say, we got some amazing cosplayers, right there at Central World. There's great talented players, not just cosplaying as the Naruto people. So we also got Free Fire cosplays. So we have everything to suit whatever taste that our fans have.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's quite amazing though, because we rarely see, well, we do see them on shows, we do see them in production, but not really as cosplayers. So we just saw Capella and Kelly right there, both Ks, and I'm loving the resemblance, though we didn't see the face of Kelly, but Kelly has been a staple already. For every update that is coming up for Free Fire, Kelly will be giving you all that, especially on YouTube. So go check out. And for those of you watching on a YouTube channel, whatever broadcast region you are in, make sure that you subscribe to it, because it's not only the Ninja Clash that will be happening, it's also a few more tournaments, esports tournaments that will be that's just around the corner. So if you are missing out on those pro scene, you're missing out a lot, because as you did mention, you have been here longer than I have in commentary, and that a lot of things has happened already, a lot of changes has happened already in the esports scene.
Yeah, I think it's just, I mean, many years ago, we wouldn't have expected this to be the case. Holy cow, is that Obito? Wow. This is yeah, like, again, we have incredibly talented cosplayers right there. Please do check out the venue. But yeah, you were saying, I think a few years ago, obviously before like Free Fire relaunched the roadmap, when we with the first MCP, we had like Tri-Nation Cup, and that was like 2018, 2019. Again, this scene has come a long way. There was a period where I think there were uncertainties. I know I was around when Free Fire first launched, and that was 2018, I believe. But it was for a very short stint, right? We weren't really sure where the direction is going to go, and then I did end up exploring, other facets of commentary, and then Garena was nice enough to have me back for MCP for 2020, and then we kind of ran through this whole journey until today. But this Free Fire was definitely not how it was back then. Even the system, right? Like, we didn't have revives back then. If you get knocked down, the round ends. Like, your round could end like in the first 30 seconds if you hot drop the wrong team. But right now, everyone gets a second, third, fourth chance as long as there's money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as long as there's money, there's a different economy that is involved, not only in Clash Squad, but also in Battle Royale. And I love that factor. I love that a game is like making those changes, but the core spirit of Free Fire is still there. And that's what's important right now. Everyone loves it, even those in the chat. And some of them has been telling us for how long they have been watching or playing Free Fire as well. So I'm pretty sure around that time, as you did mention, in 2019, there's a lot of players, and we had a record-breaking run as well in one of FFWS, where we had like was that 4.5 million or 5.4 million of viewers in the global finals, and that was record-breaking, even bigger than other game titles. And where like the mobile game was just popping up at that moment. So that is what Free Fire is doing right now. And yes, there might even some slowdown, I was saying, some esports scene, but this 2025 is where we see like the rise, again, the revolution of Free Fire esports, the Free Fire scene overall, because with this show match is also another avenue to invite all the viewers out there, the potential survivors, to join us in the future.
Yeah. And I remember, like, I think I was telling you about it before the show, that someone texted me on social media, and he goes like, wait, I tuned in yesterday when Fluxo and EVOS were going at it. I fell asleep because I was tired, I had a long day, and then I woke up and the show is still going. That's how much Free Fire has happened yesterday and will happen for today also. It's you can never run out of quality action.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what we love to feel, to see right now. And even for those in the venue, again, if you're in the venue, if you're near Central World, Thailand, then go ahead and join the party. Join this show match, a showdown under the red moon, because it's not only this matches that you are going to witness, we are getting a glimpse of how it is as well with those booths, with all the fun and excitement that we have on board. So hopefully you can enjoy it. Me and Husky, we would kill to be there, but unfortunately we need to cast this show, and this is like just excitement overall for what we are seeing on the screen.
And not only that, if you are just tuning in, or if you are thinking about going and you're not sure what's there, aside from show matches and the actual matches for the pro teams, we also have your favorite KOLs, the co-streamers, not just from SCA, but I believe from Latam or Brazil too, who are there on site. Obviously, our lovely hosts Yunsu and Yuki. We had a lot of booths. I feel like we haven't even seen all of the booths. I know there was a map that was shown just now on cam, so you could use that as a point of reference. I think they were like 19, 20 points of interest. A lot of fun games, a lot of cosplayers, life-size cardboard cutouts of your favorite Naruto characters, no matter who you're into, and of course just the lovely atmosphere, with the set design. I think that's the most impressive part, the attention to detail that Garena has been able to bring to life.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's tough. It's tough, really. We don't see this every day. We don't see this every show match. This attention to detail, all these details right now in terms of replicating that feel with that collaboration. But as we look on the scene right now, we are starting round number 2 of the best of 3 series between Indonesia and Thailand, where Indonesia has already grabbed a 1 point. So let's see if they'll be able to end it on a 2-0, or probably Thailand will be recovering.
And if you're a Thai team supporter, again, all that hope lies at the Copper or Namo. And just like you said, Neptune, they are bringing in Ejert. So HP1 sits on this one. Copper already shut down by Roxy. The Dominators keeping the momentum from game number 1. Roxy finds Nang Toy 2. That's a 2-fer and cameo with the follow-up onto Ija. This round 1 pretty much done and dusted unless Onamo can pull off a miracle, but not against the Dominators. Triple for Roxy and round 1 for Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia has already read how Thailand will be approaching this. Despite of the change, though, Ijerd would still follow the script that Copper and Namo has been doing. So he's not only leading the fray at this point, and yes, despite of that substitution, I don't think it puts so much of a dent in what Dominators have done right now. So let's see though if they can change the script, if they can change how they approach this. But the Containers right now, I think this is a good opening for them. They could just head in straight, probably use this elevation to get the first blood.
Aizure, even though just warming up, you see a bit of communication, telling his team maybe what the next move is going to be, and they're looking to isolate Kamiao. Look at that, a 2-man pincer, but Kamiao, thanks to the infinite glue walls that he has, able to absorb the pressure and disengage, and now allowing Geisen to come in from behind. And that's why Isaac, you see him wall off the back line, but when you reposition those glue walls, it opens up the flank again, and Nang Tui lying in wait, takes down Geisen. Not able to find Onamo in the process though, so Indonesia stems the bleeding.
Yeah, Indonesia is now starting to bleed. Kamil will try to isolate one of the players of TMT away, but there goes Nang Tui already going down. Only one remains for Thailand, and Copper, again, we saw this before, but he can go and probably pull this off against Roxy if in case Roxy doesn't recover that quickly. He's still in full health though, so Copper, as quickly as he can, just put up all those barricades, jump in, and he might be able to take Roxy down. There goes the chip damage right now, but Roxy barricades himself to try to buy some time to recover, but Copper is not giving him that time.
Yeah, another quick shot onto Roxy. That brings him down to dangerous zones. One more pump will do the job. Copper sees him, but those two walls making it almost impossible. Roxy drops it again. Once more, Copper is the one that lands the shot. Roxy needs to reposition and able to somehow still slip away into the shadows.
I love the ideation that Copper is doing right now in putting up all those barricades, and that is his glue wall. So unless he pull up of a couple more of glue walls, Roxy will need to shoot them down. But I don't think he has any meds on him just yet. The blue will be closing in a bit, and he will be pushed in one corner. And just Copper is just waiting for that moment. Every shot gives chip damage, and this might be it. This might be it. he's trying to recover, managed to grab a few
Triple
meds,
kill.
but Copper will get that point, an equalizer on a 1-1.
Yeah, I like the pressure the Copper keeps on putting on. Every time he finds an opportunity, he gets a shot in and takes away half the health bar of Roxy. So always forcing Roxy to be on the back foot. And that's what's giving Copper so much of that leverage in that round. Could have gone pretty poorly though for Thailand. They got the ambush on the flank, and Indonesia was still able to equalize the score to bring it down to a 1v1.
Yeah, let's see though if that's something that Indonesia can avoid, because at this point there's not so much of space that they can work with in Nurek Dam. So they just have to go head on, bang their heads to the wall, and the wall would be Thailand. But as you can see, the elevation, Flado is already into the fray. Became a little bit too late. Good thing that Flado was not shot down. And what they're doing right now is just push Onamo and the rest of the team in an open area so that they can work on the flank, probably go for the first blood.
Yeah, Flado, someone able to push Nangtoy down onto the into the waters. That does give them some room to work with. Flado now takes that opportunity, runs onto Aija. Nangtoy finally back on dry land, but Kaimiao lying in wait, and it all comes together for Indonesia. Once more Copper left alone, but this time against the full force of the Dominators, they just run him down, and Indonesia mows over round 3.
That's one way to do it, though. That's one way to do it. Isolate them, put so much of pressure that they fall down. We saw it happen from yesterday, but I'm not quite sure. I can't remember who was it. Was it Flado who fell down on that pier, and he just doesn't move. He just is not moving. Thus, the opponents taking advantage of that. It's a good thing that they are using their mistake against Thailand, and this is what they have to do every time they go into Nurek Dam. But it's still a long way. We are now in peak right now, and there's not so much a flank that can be done. So head on once again. Dominators is just making sure that Thailand doesn't go in and cross over toward them.
And now Copper will find a change of pace in that first blood onto Flado. Flado will get picked back up very quickly. Needs some time to heal. Onamo under immense pressure, just trying to play ring around the rosy wall. The infinite blue walls. Roxy on the chase, gets shot in the back, not down just yet. Indonesia putting on the pressure, and Copper gets found. And Indonesia now finds a lead again in this peak area, with Copper being able to stand back up. He needs time and space, and Onamo tries to buy it for him. Nangtoy delivers, but they lose IJ in the process. Roxy gets Nangtoy. Indonesia wrestles the lead.
Roxy, with only a sliver of health, trying to deal with Onamo, just turns around and bring down Nangtoy. But Nangtoy will be taken out for Dominators, for DMT of Indonesia. There's still a full squad, but they need time to recover, especially for Flado, and they're doing it. Onamo right now, only a few HP, and Flado hits him hard. Now Copper trying to deal with Camille, but Copper doesn't look like the Copper that we used to see from yesterday, or from the early parts of this day as well, because he's not, doesn't look that aggressive, that strong. But good thing he was able to go in for the takedown, and Ijer though will be left alone. His pickup has been easily done by Indonesia. Now it's easy 3-2-1 right now, and I say it's easy because of how fast everyone was moving, but definitely if you're a player in that mix, you would have so much difficulty.
Yeah, and you have to thank, Indonesia's preparation for this scenario, right? Like Copper, he definitely, is delivering on his end, but there are limitations to what he could bring to the table with how effective Indonesia has been shutting him down and making sure that he doesn't get that. Forcing him to respect Indonesia's movements, right? Doesn't get to just run in and draw attention away and do whatever shenanigans he has in mind. 3-1 for Indonesia. At the halfway point, Flado draws attention away. Onamo forced into a very awkward position with Aija behind him, but Aija now forced to disengage too. Onamo ends up getting taken down. Flado with enough health bar to get the job done, and Thailand down 1 man.
That was a little risky for Dominators right here. It went in for a 2-man going in for the push, and this is what they have to pay for. Kamiel will be traded off, and then Ryzen will be going down. They didn't go in full force against Thailand. And the Flado as well as Copper goes down, so we'll be left with a 1v2. If Ijer would be taken down as well, Roxy can put it on a 1v1. 1, but they have to deal on the other side. Nang Tui a little bit too quick with a jump shot and a headshot indeed, and Thailand will get that point.
Sigh of relief, because Indonesia, for majority of the rounds that we have seen so far, have been the one drawing first blood and taking control of the round, and Thailand having to play from behind. So it's good to see that Nang Tui step up in a clutch position, in a position that he is required to clutch. Still, Indonesia has the lead. Thailand not out of the waters just yet, but at least the gap is not as big as it was before.
Yeah, and they're starting to read the rotation and tactics of Dominators. Again, it's just questionable on what they did earlier, because only 2 men pushed against that warehouse that gave an opening to Thailand, but not this time. They are on a good spread, but Gaizen right now might be the one going down, but Gaizen managed to take down Copper, so that's first mission already done, and Gaizen will finish him off. The rest though will be left to go in for the battle, and Roxy is the first one to go. Kamil follows through, and Vlado and Gaizen need to deal with Nang Tui, and hopefully they can, or they would not give Nang Tui a chance to recover, but it's already done.
And Nang Tui Onamo able to stem the bleeding, force it down to a 2v2. It's Vlado and Gaizen though. Onamo finding his first elimination of the entire game. Of course, can take the back seat. Very far away. Vlado with the attempted boost. Nang Tui smells that, instantly backs off. Doesn't want to take any risk. It's just not worth it if you are on the side of Thailand. Gaizen made contact with Nang Tui. Onamo in 1v1 wins his 1v1. Brings Vlado down to his feet. Now Gaizen will have a lot more work to do, and he would like to. Nang Tui and Onamo gets time to heal back up.
Yeah, I mean, they can recover, and Gaizen right now would be solo, trying to attempt to pick up on Vlado, but it's a little bit too late. Onamo needs to step outside of blue and deals with a finishing blow. And there you have it. I believe that is an equalizer already between these two teams, and Thailand is on a roll. Now, let's find out if this is something that Thailand can continue on, because looking at the terrain, they can still use that approach. Not really pulling in that far. What they are doing right now is getting into the middle and then pulling Dominators from Indonesia into one side, and that's where they spread off and go for the pinch.
Oh yeah. So for 2 rounds in a row, is Nang Tui being the survivor to the mid to late stage of the game and winning big 1v1s that is basically required from him. But we did see Indonesia be in the spot in the previous round, and they ended up closing out the series, closing out the game anyway. Kamil was split away. Usually that's Vlado's job, but now he finds himself against Copper, who calls in help from the rest of Thailand. Kamil finding himself in a very awkward position, needs help right now, but in the 1v4 it feels impossible. Help cannot arrive in time, and Thailand onto an opener already. Roxy instantly equalized that, puts a band-aid over the situation, and actually stops the bleeding. Now Nang Tui ends up being isolated. It's him, Roxy, and Gaizen in the same vicinity. Onamo tries to come in for the flank, but Vlado is on his tail. So Indonesia has their bases covered. Makes a diversion over to IJ. Vlado loses that fight. Onamo wins his. Still is a 2v2.
Yeah, that's a trade that they're willing to take right now, but the pickup has been done, and Roxy cannot be picking up. But there goes a knockdown onto Ijerd, equalizer, but Nang Tui will need to recover. Does have the medkit on him and does have time, but the blue will be closing in. So Gaizen will go for the long flank, and Vlado on the other side. Not quite sure if this is a good plan against Onamo and Nang Tui, but I think if you can isolate one against the other, you will be able to win this fight. But Gaizen in trouble, not only with that blue, but HP as well. So there's a slowdown, but I don't think Onamo and Nang Tui will take it. No, they back away, not really putting so much of pressure, and that shift is on, but still favoring Thailand.
Yeah, and that's where you see Gaizen and Vlado starting to make their move forward too. Nang Tui, Onamo, same position, in just like the previous 2 rounds where they are required to play out their late game, and they, being late bloomers, have been able to deliver, pick up where IJ and Copper left off. They were the ones under immense pressure. Here we go, Vlado and Gaizen in the move. Onamo and Nang Tui a bit more split up. Dominators take the building. Onamo makes the first move into Gaizen, and then that proves out to be fatal. Gaizen wins his 1v1, and Nang Tui left in a really impossible position Flado takes advantage of that, and Indonesia up 4-3.
Yeah, they're up 4-3 right now. 1 point lead. The 2 points to win this game. But I love how the DMT from Indonesia countered what Thailand was doing. Thailand was trying to pull them in onto one side, not really giving them that compound opening. But the blue is closing against them. Thus, Thailand will need to jump through the window first. When they saw that, Indonesia just went in, tried to cover both sides. And with all the blue walls that has been laid already, they can easily isolate one player. And that's what they did. Take one after the other and win that game.
Now puts Indonesia in a slightly more comfortable spot, but they can win this, then they will have a cushion to fall onto Onamo and Nang Tui. They're going to be the duo. Again, Copper following up. A very frontal assault. There is a flank from Indonesia. Dominators. They can try and corner Nang Tui. Camille beats Onamo again. Guys into the back line, and unfortunately, no one can reach Onamo. He is surely going to go down, but at least Copper finally springs to life, and the Dominator's assault getting stopped in their tracks. Roxy and Flado, not really much help to work with. They need time and space to heal back up. 4 seconds is the required time. Flado will gain that space, and Copper takes advantage of that downtime to take Flado down, and that puts Indonesia in an impossible situation with Roxy up against 3 members of Thailand.
Yeah, 3 players indeed. Tough to call if a clutch will happen, but Roxy right now will try to make it work, but unfortunately Copper is still alive, and you know how it is. If Copper is there, he can bring in the numbers. He doesn't want to be bot try or mid frag at this point. He just wants to get those numbers, those KD in, and with Nang Tui popping off, that's a good challenge for Copper. And this is the Thailand spirit that we keep seeing from Buriram. Remember, one of the interview, Buriram United did mention that they don't want to, they're not thinking of beating the other teams. They're thinking of beating their teammates in terms of elimination. So that's what they're doing right now.
Oh, yeah. It's an internal competition, for sure. Of course, again, Nang Tui has been having a hell of a game so far. He's bought enough time for Copper to recalibrate. And you can see Copper instantly finds that confidence to run straight at Guys, and Guys are not ready to receive this. Calls in Onamo to follow up. Guys are under a lot of pressure. He's trying to absorb it as much as he can, giving Copper some time to heal back up. And Cameo actually somehow finds Nang Tui. Roxy will be the exchange that Thailand makes as Onamo gives him a punch to the dome. But still, Thailand equalized the situation before Guys has anything to say about it. Copper delivers onto Flado, still makes it an even fight. Don't want this to slip away from their fingers. Copper confirms that takedown as IJ stands back up. Onamo now finds himself in a 1v1, barricades himself in safety in Indonesia. Now we have to find a way to break right through. Kemia goes for the jump shot over the crate but could not get the shot in. So they turn their attention on to Copper, who is able to slip away into the shadows with a sliver of health once more. Thailand's survival instincts are kicking in.
Now it's so tougher right now to beat against 3 players who has been regrouped. Earlier it was easy if you can isolate it in the 1v1s, but like Indonesia failed miserably in doing so, even leaving Ijer as well as Copper alive. Now, there goes the split. Copper goes down. K-Mill right now will try to go against Onamo, and not so much of an opening, but they will be focusing on Gaizen, but Gaizen will be going down, giving space for Onamo to get that elimination. It's 1v2 situation at this point, but K-Mill goes in against Ijer. It's now a 1v1. This ledge can say it all for the finisher, and anyone who jumps out early might be taking advantage of that fall animation later on. And there you have it. It is a switch. Camille finishes it off, and now it is a 5-4 for that clutch.
And that really came down to the wire because the bodies were being traded, and Indonesia in the past few rounds have been put in a situation where they just could not close out the round when Thailand kept on surviving. But this time they pulled through, and this is the cushion that we talked about, where Indonesia have 1 round to spare. Ideally, 1 round to spare.
Yeah.
But the more ideal version would to close it out, just like they did in match number 1. Potential final round, Indonesia runs straight at Thailand. The delegation is still the same. Instead of Vlado did it with Copper, it's going to be Roxy on the side, and the rest of Indonesia run straight at Nang Tui. He has been the linchpin of Thailand, and they want to get him out of the equation as fast as possible, right into an ambush from Onamo and Iger, but this time Indonesia came prepared.
Oh, I came prepared indeed. And there goes Roxy together with Camille and Flado ready, trying to go in for that isolation against Onamo, but Onamo just got away that quickly. Now it's a 2v3 situation on one side. Roxy have oversight against Onamo and Copper, but what Thailand is doing right now is lure them in onto one corner and probably funnel them, but Indonesia is not falling for that trap. Iger right now is already damaged, so that's a slowdown for Thailand. And Onamo will try to go for the fight. Geisen though finish off Iger, and if he can confirm that without leaving out a pickup, then that would be good. Another knockdown onto Nang Tui. Onamo and Copper remaining against the 3 players. Potential pickup can be done on Camille as well. And there you have it. Dominators dominating this game, not only for that round, but also for the series. They will be the champion of the CS Elite battle between Thailand and Indonesia. Indonesia now on top.
Indonesia KOL brings the pride back to their home nation. Pretty interesting, pretty exhilarating series. 6-4, 6-4 on both matches, and just a stellar performance from the shot calling of Indonesia. Flado and Camille both delivering, especially Camille in game number 1, but game 2 it was all Flado and Roxy on the side of the Dominators. But the Thai KOLs this time have to take a bow and settle for second. The home crowd still behind their back, but as the fireworks fly, the Dominators can be proud that they have put Indonesia back into the conversation if, and then only if, they feel like they've been forgotten.
It's tough though, because for Thailand, they are in home soil and they're the ones losing this battle. But well, it is what it is right now. It's just the adapting of Indonesia in that moment. And Thailand thought they had it in the bag. The movement from Copper as well as Onamo is primarily to what they have to do to finish this game off. But no, it is now Indonesia who managed to counter that, and now they will be taking that trophy home. CS Elite battle is over, and the Dominators definitely dominated this game.
They definitely did. And now they get to lift the Shuriken trophy. And they're trying to decide how to lift it. You grab it by the side. There's the base. There's the base. Grab the base. Lift the trophy. Oh, they got each end. They're trying to figure it out. Oh, there we go. There we go. Our CS Elite champions. Dominators. One part broke off.
It's okay. It's okay. They can fix it. Like a super glue.
Can fix it,
yeah, a super glue will make that work. But they didn't expect it. That 4 or 5 people.
For the base. They didn't think that part through.
Yeah.
But the team spirit is there. They wanted to lift it together. And okay, that part actually came off.
All right. That can be easily fixed. That's something that they will be putting on their shelves right now. But a little boo-boo doesn't hurt. They did so much of damage that they can even damage that trophy.
Yeah, they dominated every single aspect of the grand finals, including the trophy lift. That will be something to remember for sure. And I'm pretty sure they will get it back in one piece. It is a very well crafted trophy. I'm pretty sure that they would want it, on that shelf after this. Either way, congratulations to the Dominators, our Indonesian KOL, for a clean 2 sweep in the finals, which is something that I did not expect.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the performance of Thailand from yesterday's game. We're expecting them to change it a little bit and adapt to a much stronger gameplay, because we did mention that Indonesia had a huge challenge though against AMF of Vietnam. So that is something that probably is a miss that Thailand has done, or probably it's a little bit too early for them as well. It doesn't have that much of warm up that happened Thus, they had fallen short of grabbing that another round or probably extending it onto 3. So still, Dominators, they live to their name. They're Dominators of that game.
Yeah, they definitely delivered on all fronts. So again, congratulations to the Dominators. They have shown us some very quality gameplay, some good adaptations, and they should be very proud of what they have achieved. And in concluding this, again, this show match in a 2-0 fashion, something that I didn't expect. I thought that Thailand would be able to bring it to a game 3, but for now, we'll toss it to the stage for Yunsul and Yuki Dekyu to talk to the Dominators about their grand finals win. Take it away.
กับพวกเขากันด้วยนะคะแต่ว่าได้เวลามาพูดคุยแล้วก็อินเทอร์วิวกับเขากันเลยดีกว่าค่ะมาถาม question แรกกันก่อนเลย
Jadi dia mau tanya pertanyaan pertama dulu ya.
อยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงคะกับการที่เดินทางมาถึงขนาดนี้แล้วได้เป็นแชมป์ในครั้งนี้ค่ะ
Bagaimana perasaan teman-teman yang sampai saat ini sudah mendapatkan juara?
Bagaimana? Sangat bangga sih. Bangga banget.
เขารู้สึกภูมิใจมากครับที่ชนะในครั้งนี้
He feels so proud that he won these competitions.
Yeah, I mean, because like every team, whenever they win, like first emotion they have is gonna be very happy, right? I totally understand that. But overall, congratulations again to the team Indonesia that has won this competition, especially in the PC mode. They are absolutely dominating until now. Well, maybe like second questions will always be my favorite, but I think yours as well. Okay, so could you show us one victory celebration move that you would like to do after winning this competition?
แน่นอนค่ะว่าเป็นทีมอินโดนะคะที่เรียกได้ว่ามีการแสดงออกที่ outstanding มากๆเราก็เลยอยากเห็นโพสต์จากเขาอีกแล้วดูซิว่ารอบนี้เนี่ยจะมีท่าโพสต์ฉลองแชมป์แบบไหนให้พวกเราได้ดูกันค่ะ
Jadi mereka minta itu untuk kita menunjukkan gerakan poster ya setelah memenangkan turnamen ini. Ya tolong satu poster.
เดี๋ยวให้สัญญาณ
Jadi dia akan memberi tanda ya hitung mundur dari 3 sampai 0.
เตรียมตัว
Yang lucu.
Ready in
3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay,
okay, so this time is like not like yesterday anymore, but this time is like a really cute, sweet victory.
Normally in Thai, all of pro players like to do this style. Yeah, this style.
Really?
Yeah, in Thai, but he like this one.
Maybe they learned something.
It's similar to each other. Because we are close friends, Indonesia and Thailand and Vietnam also.
Jadi mereka bilang itu Indonesia Thailand itu sahabat dekat gitu, Vietnam juga.
Ya, betul banget. Respect buat ไทยแลนด์
เขาบอกใช่ครับเขาเคารพประเทศไทยมากครับผม
Thank you we do โอเคค่ะทุกคนค่ะเขาบอกว่าเคารพประเทศไทยมากเราเองก็บอกว่าเฮ้ยเราก็เหมือนกันเพราะเราเป็นเพื่อนกันนะก็ขอแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วกันนะคะก็ต้องขอบคุณมากที่มาสร้างสีสันให้กับเวทีของเราในครั้งนี้ค่ะ
Jadi dia mengucapkan terima kasih dan terima kasih satu kali lagi untuk mewarnai turnamen ini dengan kehadiran Anda.
โอเคค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นเดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะพักกันสักครู่หนึ่งค่ะแล้วเดี๋ยวกลับมาพร้อมนะคะกับกิจกรรมรวมไปถึงการแข่งขันแบบสนุกสุดมันค่ะ
มาตรงนี้สวยช็อปเปอร์เก็บให้1เหลือ3-3เท่าดันมาตรงนี้เห็นว่าเขาน็อกไม่รู้นั่นไงไม่รู้จริงๆนะเหมือนจะไม่ได้อะไรเลยเกมนี้อินโดร้องพร้อมไม่ปิดเกมแล้วซีน่าคนเดียวคนสุดท้ายเรียบร้อยเลยอินโด
พลัดทิ้งตรงนี้แล้วกำลังจะชุบอยู่ด้วยครับทางด้านตัวเบียร์เอ็ดวันไม่ยอมนะฮะยัดเข้ามาตรงนี้ครับใช้การยิงมือแค่ระบุตำแหน่งเฉยๆ6 ดาวรวดครับ
เดี๋ยวทดแทนได้จริงๆแล้วสนามมาเก็บเกตไฮมาต่อแล้วเหลือแค่คนเดียว18เดียวต้องปิดสกอร์ไปเลย
ต่อไปรู้ใส่เรมาด้วยครับมาไปเก็บใส่ที่เซเว่นมาแล้วภาพเลยครับกระจุก3โดนไปคอมโบหมดกูทินเข้ามาเปิดถึงน็อกดาวน์แล้วเทรดแรกกันไปอาบักจะแก้แล้ววนมาทีอาบักน็อกดาวน์ยื้อก่อนเลยอาบักยื้อแล้วนอนยิงไปเลยบล็อกเรียบร้อย6-0นี่ไงล่ะ
แล้วเหมือนมีเพื่อนขยับมาแล้วฮะอุ้ยเจอซิกซี่ซ้อมบัตรออนไฟอยู่ข้างในแล้วโคโดแตกนะน้องมาเทรดมา1-1เหมือนกันเฮโร่เอาให้ฮะไหนบอกไม่ยิงมาแล้ว1ยิงไปแล้ว2รีบิน3เอา4เลยตรงนี้เรียบร้อยรีบินกดไป2เฮโร่เอาอีก2
โปเตโต้และเคโรอยู่ข้างหน้าครับน้องโปเตโต้ตรงนี้ชาร์จมาด้วยพาปักษาแล้วเกนไฮตามมาแล้วได้
กลับมาแล้วค่ะทุกคนและอย่างที่บอกกันไปและเกริ่นกันไปเมื่อสักครู่นี้ว่าเราจะยกระดับการแข่งขันให้มันสนุกและมันมากยิ่งขึ้นเมื่อกี้เป็น KOL แข่งกันค่ะก็บันเทิงกันมากพอแล้วมาเพิ่มความกดดันนะคะให้กับการแข่งขันกันดีกว่าและตอนนี้ได้เวลาของ Ninja Clash Free Fire All Star กันแล้วและตอนนี้จะเป็นระดับGlobal Pro Player เขาแข่งกันค่ะจะเป็นการพบกันระหว่าง RRQ Kazu แล้วก็ Movistar 7 ค่ะ
Alright, welcome back to the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. We just witnessed one of the best match of today, which is the KLS tournament. And the victory team is Team Indonesia. They did a very good job. But now, maybe the part that everyone was waiting for is our professional teams. We'll play against with each other. And if you are ready, sit tight and we will bring our two teams on the stage to you guys.
แล้วเพราะฉะนั้นตอนนี้นะคะขอให้ทุกท่านค่ะต้อนรับทีม RRQ Kazu
Not letting you guys wait no more. Please welcome Team RRQ Kazu.
และผู้แข่งของเขาจะเป็นใครไปไม่ได้นอกจากทีมนี้เลยค่ะส่งตรงจากบราซิลนะคะ Movistar R7
And moving up next, our team here coming from the Latam region will play against Team RRQ Kazu. Please, may I represent to you the Movistar R7.
Excuse me ทีมลอสค่ะ และตอนนี้ค่ะทุกคนคะนักกีฬาของเราทั้งสองทีมพร้อมเป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วค่ะได้เวลานะคะส่งเวทีนี้ต่อให้กับชาวแคสเตอร์
And now let's head back to our shoutcaster and start the first game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It's Free Fire All-Stars Ninja Clash 2025, and now the pro scene is on. The battle between RRQ Kazu as well as Lost will be on this next stage. The first match that we have right now, and I would love to see what adjustment each team has done right here, especially after going in not a strong match from yesterday, especially with the 1 day of rest. We've seen that from the CS Elite Squad that they made the adjustments, especially from Indonesia, and we know how it is with Indonesia. They are dubbed, or RRQ Kazu has been dubbed the mastermind, and I think they have set up a plan to go against Lost.
Yeah, and hopefully for Lost, they kind of pick themselves back up too, right? I feel like from the entirety of yesterday, the team that struggled the most was Movistar R7, and that was against WAG. But judging how WAG made that run to the 2-0, a playoff qualification, I think it's also kind of a disservice to say that Movistar R7 had a bad time, because WAG were just outclassing everyone yesterday, and they had to play the longest day. For Lost, they definitely had an interesting experience against Falcons, where Falcons basically just out-mechanic them, right, every step of the way. Against RRQ, I think Lost should have a slightly better chance if they look back at yesterday and do the necessary preparations. Because I think compared to Falcons, at least RRQ doesn't mindlessly run at you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, RRQ will not be that aggressive, and Lost can use that aggressiveness to go against this team. But again, it's still hard to tell if Lost has recovered from that loss already, pun intended, because it's really tough going in, being a strong team in the CQC, then losing in on 6-2s and 6-1s against Team Falcons. Regardless of what title Team Falcons has, it looks like they were expecting a longer run against Team Falcons, but they're already done with a stronger contender, and RRQ is also in the same position as they are right now with 1 loss. So I would say it's quite even between these two, dependent on how they can work it out. And it's a good thing that Kalahari is also the last map, so there's more chances for Lost right now to play around next Thailand Bermuda.
Absolutely. I think you look at RRQ, they had to play up against BRU yesterday. We did end up going to Kalahari, and we said that, okay, RRQ is going to have a good time, and the end of the series still ended up in BRU's favor, which I think in and of itself is quite shocking. But for this, I agree with you. I'm glad we started on Xterra. I always feel like, at least with the 8 teams that we have, starting on Xterra is the best way to gauge where the teams are at, because it's the most, I think, neutral map in terms of statistics. For all of our competitors, there's not really one team that is extremely good on Xterra. Like Indonesia being extremely good on Kalahari, and Bermuda favoring teams like Lost and BRU. Xterra is the neutral ground. Whoever wins Xterra suddenly gets a 1-up, and if they go into the second map, it's not their favorite map, we might end up getting a game 3, and I think that's the way I want it to go down. But this is the 0-1 Swiss stage bracket, so whoever loses this is gonna get knocked out in 7th and 8th place.
Really, it's tough. The pressure is on for this team, and looking at Lost right now, they've traveled a long way as well. But we're going to start it off. Taking out Ignis would be RRQ Kazu, and I guess for Lost, I think they don't want to deal with any A124, so I think that would be the first ban that they have, and we've seen how deadly having an A124 is for a team, so they don't want to deal with the thrill of battle.
Oh, definitely not. We've seen a lot of Ignis yesterday towards the tail end of the show, where Ignis is so impactful in the right hands, and I think the team that really utilized Ignis the best, I feel like, is Fluxo, with just how they pulled the trigger so decisively, and that's under the condition that they have an Ignis and an Oscar to pair with it, and then maybe a clue to gather intel from afar. Either that or a Coda. In this case, none of it picked up. It would be Cassie and Zane for Lost. Very standard approach. Now it opens up Coda, Santino, Plu for the likes of RRQ Kazu.
And speaking of Santino, there you have it. Santino will be there pretty much. I would say this is a Maal pick. Chrono will be in there as well. So we'll have to see on what combination they can go, because they can rush together Oscar and Chrono, and then they have an opening with Oscar breaking down those blue walls and going for the knockback, and the follow through on that Chrono just to make sure that they will not end up sitting ducks once they go for rush. But on the other side, for Lost, Koda and Iris both on information, so I guess they want to go aggressive at this point. But before getting there, they want to find out what position they will need to take.
Yeah. So is this going to be the Santino clue? We get the Chrono Oscar. A lot of teams are starting to really gravitate towards the Chrono too. I think the first 2 series we didn't really see this character getting picked up, and then it became a staple towards the tail end of the day. I think overall for Lost, it's a very standard approach. I think the only team that has a slightly different read on how to play Clash Squads probably Movistar R7. I say that, but Tatsuya was also a hot choice for teams like BRU and Falcons towards the tail end of things when they wanted to go up against something like an Oscar, or when the Cassie is up on the table. In this case, Lost opting for a safer approach.
Yeah, it looks like from Movistar R7, they were going for a BR pick in terms of active skill, but it does change the game right now when we go to Clash Squad, and we are seeing some of the comfort pick, as you did mention, the Cassie and Zane combo. This is a good starter, a good frontliner for the teams, and this is one thing that a lot of teams has been using a lot, but most of them is on those crucial moments, probably in the tail end of each match. But well, it's not bad for Lost right now, because they can start off with a stronger pick and then follow it through later on.
There's for one last hand check between the coaches. See who top it to game 1. Again, Nextera. There are players in Nextera, big difference maker in terms of how the dynamic of the game is going to go. Just because the low gravity setting, I always feel like it's a toss up in how you navigate, right? Because a lot of things go out the window.
Yeah, another part of the map though is like a square with the portal that they can use. They can easily reposition, and if you go and decide on one side where you are close to that portal, then there's also a potential that your sniper can stay there in the stadium and then teleport back if in case it's needed. But it needs precision to be applied in this game, because we know how it is. Like for pro teams like here, they will not give you that much time to make those openings. But speaking of opening, we are opening up the match for pro scenes right now. The battle of RRQ Kazu from Indonesia and Lost from Brazil is on. This is the first map, is Nextera, and this starts off where they will fall into the bracket.
This is going to be elimination series. So no more do-overs. Whoever loses this best of 3 gets sent packing. Finish 7 and 8. Still, you get a smaller piece of the pie in terms of the total prize pool. Would love to go more 18 deer, forced to take the fight. And MT Sexy with an easy takedown from behind. Abai with the rush. Nando 9 instantly intercepts that. And Abai able to get one. Drops the safety, but breaks his ankles on the way down. Doesn't have the health bar to tank the fall. And so far, Lost off to a better start. Even here, Haone pulls out the pistol because he's done with playing with shurikens. Just want to put a bullet through the dome. That's 3 gone for RRQ. Only Ma'al left.
Only Ma'al is remaining right now. It's not so much that he can do in a shuriken round. So 4-man strong. Lost will grab the first point. Also a lot of economy later on. And there you go. Rigby is the guy who finished him off with a triple shuriken. So they will have plenty of cash to work with, but not quite sure if they will be investing that well, because we know how it is. Despite of winning a game, you just need to still play with economy, like 800 weapons at this point. Mini Uzis, Deagle would be an option, but Kingfisher though is quite expensive, 1,000 on cash as well. So let's see how they'll make it work, because Ma'al's already using that same as Dutz, so they don't have that much on glue walls as well as armor.
Oh yeah, We've also seen a slightly different approach from Falcons, where they go into round 2 and they just take revolvers. Sometimes they even go for the full save. They still stick with the triple shuriken, maybe a revolver on one of the players, a deagle on one of the players, and try to call it a day. If they lose that round, they get to go for full buys like the enemy team in round 3, or if they win, then it's just a big bonus on top of the interest that they have already earned. Lost slowing it down. Dudes will be playing on the flank, and Haone not wanting to aggress. And it gives time for Ma'ao to really sneak to the backline.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough really to counter what Ma'al is doing right now, because the moment he's given an opening, he will be able to go for the backstab, but Nando hiding into the stairs, not really spotted that much. The distraction has been brought in by MT Sexy, so Ma'al is already down. It's tough to call if the counter can be done, a clutch can be done by RRQ, because the spread right now, the spread of RRQ can easily isolate them one by one, but there goes the shot onto Nando, and that will be the problem for Abe. There goes the rush as well, and Rigby goes down. The pickup can be done, but the sight from Haone Seiji would be tough to beat. Only Dutch remains against 3 players lost.
Triple kill.
Yeah, a bit of an error from RRQ Kazu. I feel like if you wanted Ma'ao to continue aggressing into the back line, he was already in a decent position. But to make that open air move, they needed someone from RRQ to draw attention away from Lost, and that did not happen. Abai did attempt afterwards with the Oscar to divert attention from the rest of Lost onto him to allow Dudes and Ma'ao to allow Dudes and 18 Deer to get a couple of knockdowns. But at that point, they were already playing from a deficit, so not really what you want as RRQ. They still get to go for rifles this round, but the fact that Lost got a flawless round 2 with the Kingfisher in one of their hands makes it even more worth it.
Yeah, it's tough as well for Tuts earlier, because he's very close against 2 or 3 opponents. So that makes it hard for him to be the distraction. But Ma'al right now taking the second floor, and Dudes will also be targeted by Nando. So this is good position for snipers, but also an open area, just in case accuracy will be on point. And we'll talk about that on Nando. Just continue taking shots, and because the fire rate has been increased on the AC80, it will be easy for them to make that work.
By with Batten Dash, breaks down the glue wall first, but not able to confirm any knockdowns. And Deuce being taken out at the worst possible timing, because Ma'ao was pinged out behind his glue wall, takes the decoy, and swap places with the Santino ability. And then they lose Deuce, but thankfully Ma'ao was able to take down Haone on the conveyor. So that does at least confirm this to be a 3v3. No one from the side of Lost will be able to retrieve Haone. And with the blue closing in, it is just not worth it. Another Santino ability coming off cooldown. Ma'ao has an opportunity to relocate with the bait and switch again.
See though, if Valiant Dash has been charged already, they can use it right now, but 18 Interior falls down from Mini Uzi coming from MT Sexy. Abe also will be the one being taken out. Ma'al right now against Rigby, and there goes another finisher by Lost. And again, Lost, despite of not doing so well from yesterday, because they went in against a tough contender, they have a stronger reference that they can use to counter anyone else from this battle. And this time around, RRQ is being countered well.
Fist bumps all around between the Lost players. The name of the game so far has been who makes the first move. And RRQ once more slow on the draw. Ma'ao doesn't find any conversion. Just now we saw the attempt to come from the flank, but by the time that happened, you have 2 Mini Uzis running at the rest of your team. And that's why Lost able to make an impact, but Ma'ao continues to try and at least start it off on a good note. Nandona gets knocked down. Again, Grab Labs is where the difference gets made a lot of times on Nextera. Ma'ao relocates with the decoy, brings himself to safety, survives a sliver of health, as the rest of Lost tries to run down. The remainers of RRQ do somehow gets clipped on the waist by MT Sexy. Now Ma'ao will be forced to fight Haone, ready to receive that. That peak was just too ambitious, and RRQ on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, it's too ambitious, but it's pressure as well as time, because there's no time for him to recover. Rigby, though, will be taken down by the Fireball Jutsu. Now, 18 Deer would have a good chance to go in for the push. Does have the time turner to play with if in case he will be in a pinch. But there you go. The Kunai will be thrown onto them. A 2v2 situation. Still favorable for RRQ if in case they can go for a knock. But the Cassie connection is still tough, and that same makes loss a little tougher, but the Bay and backstab with that max 7 makes it difficult for them to fight back, and RRQ grabs the first point in this game.
Came out closer than it should have been, but that round credits does go to Ma'ao for getting the initial pickoff onto Nando 9, because it could have gone a lot worse, even though Lost almost pulled it back, but it does make the economy of RRQ slightly better. In terms of total net worth, they're not too far behind, and in fact, it is Lost who has to break the bank a little bit to go for those buys.
Yeah, and I'm thinking the weapon that they have is questionable, because Max 7 in this kind of map is tough to be used. You need to get closer, and we're dealing about Maal and VSK as well as AC80 coming from Dudes, but Dudes mostly are making this mistake of staying out in the open with Aiden Deer right now. Questionable pick on the weapon, not anymore. All they have to do is just get close because of how tough they are, as well as the electrotherapy connection. Then they can make it work with that Hone as well as MT Sexy combination.
Once more is the aggression, the initiative that Lost is willing to take chances and roll for it and get a good number out of that. 2 eliminations. Rigby ends up getting picked back up, so RRQ gets nothing out of that exchange.
Whoop.
Dude's still fishing for his first elimination, finds a knockdown onto Nando 9 again, but doesn't feel safe enough to go for the confirmation, as the rest of Lost now aggress onto him. A 1v2 is just not the weapon for this occasion. Haone takes that down, Ma'ao downs Rigby and confirms an elimination, but unfortunately for Ma'ao himself, only has less than 50% health to work with. In fact, there's no eliminations. Relocates to Santino, but doesn't buy enough distance. A triple 3-piece for MT Sexy. Lost up 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, we know how it is when a sniper is left behind. It's difficult to deal with multiple opponents if you're using a marksman or a sniper. So you're gonna pick up at least one close range weapon from your teammates. A Max 7, a P90 would be best if he managed to get into the crates of 18 Deer. But 18 Deer was, if I'm not mistaken, the first one to go down. So it's quite tough to get into that place. Also, that part is where Divine Tree is. So everyone has their eyes on them as well. But Dutch says, I was the first one to go down earlier. I'm going to pay it forward.
Yeah, and Haone just makes it so easy. That's 3 already.
Double kill.
Comes in with the Fireball Juice to 2. Haone might as well give himself an ace at this point. And of course, single-handedly takes out the rest of RRQ. As the 5th pumps comes in once more, Haone with an ace. Puts himself same as MT Sexy, 9 eliminations apiece.
Dude, I mean, Haone in there. This is what I'm talking about. AC80 in hand, and then you have an M1887 if in case you want to get close and personal with your opponent. So with the accuracy that Haone has on a sniper, even in a shotgun, it's no question that he pulls that ace against RRQ. And position right now for RRQ is a little bit too spread out. So there's an opening in any angle, but this is what we're talking about. This part wherein the portal has been used by Lost to be able to push through, and it's 3 players already. Pressure on 18D as well. The Bay is hot.
And even though RRQ finally decides to be the one that takes point, they still were not able to win those gunfights. Rigby with the revolver of all things
Double kill.
ends the round just like that. RRQ stood no chance. It's a booyah for Lost, 6-1 on Xterra.
Taking a page from Falcons, to be specific, Guerrero's point of view, and this definitely is a chance for their name not to be forgotten. Lost showed up against RRQ, and they had dominated that game. You can see no smiles, all pressure for RRQ right now. So I'm wondering if they can make that adjustment later on, because they don't have to wait for Kalahari. It's a little bit too late if that is the point.
Yeah, suddenly the favor does shift towards Lost, because RRQ felt like they didn't wake up at all. That entire game, it was Lost taking initiative, it was Lost that's making the first move, and RRQ so responsive. They're so passive, right? They were trying to respond rather than take action. They were trying to be very reactive to Lost, and a lot of times we see these calls from RRQ that felt like it wasn't really the best call. Mao trying to go for very slow flanks, and there was no one trying to facilitate those moves. It felt like RRQ were not playing as a unit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one thing is for sure, they understand how position is being done by RRQ. They know that Maal would be isolated from the rest of the team, and then from the first few games in there, especially when they lost, they also identified Dutz. So as you can see, most of the time it's Dutz who goes down first, because they were expecting Maal to be in that position because he went in a sniper mode as well, or marksman mode as well. So just picking out which one to go to take down first, those isolated from the team, mostly the snipers, would be a smart move. And with the accuracy that Lost has, they can easily do it. And then just deal with the rest with that Sane as well as a Cassie combination. You can go on a 2v3 as easy as that.
Yeah, and it's just very, I think, you know, for RRQ, maybe this is the quote-unquote warm-up match. We know that, again, Xterra is kind of the neutral point of contact for most of our pro players, but I didn't expect it to go down this away with Haone getting an ace in round 6. Then, of course, we got some Rigby Revolver style points in the final round. Only a total of 5 deaths for Lost across the entire game. 10 eliminations for MT60, 9 for Haone. They are just having a blast, and Dutz finds no cigar this game. He is 0-7.
0-7 for Dutz. Again, the first one who often goes down in each of the round in that match. But I'm pretty sure RRQ will change the pace of the game. Hopefully they do, and probably positioning that they have. But as we look, it's 6-1 already. Nextera, really not the map that RRQ plays well. And Bermuda would be, I would say, everyone's battleground. If in case it goes down to the wire, there's a lot of potential that Nando as well as Haone Seiji will be able to just put so much pressure from afar and then leave 2 of the players on that push, unless they can be denied of either a Cassie or a Zane.
MT60 is our MVP for this game. Number 1, 10 eliminations, 2.5k damage. So really speaks to the insane conversion of his output. His output to the eliminations that he brings onto the board, or means that most of the rounds RRQ, the moment they get knocked down, it is just lights out. There was really not much opportunities to go for that recovery.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not so much of a time as well to recover, because they know their roles, they understand what the position they will be taking. And as you can see right now, despite of MT Sexy getting a lot of elimination, we know for a fact that with that damage, or a few damage being put in, Haone, Rigby, Nando has put in so much into that fight as well. Maaldo, as a sniper, did get 2 elimination, but it's not so much that they can catch up with a point line, with score line that RRQ has. So let's bring it over to the stage right now as we look into how the teams are going to start off with round number 2.
Yeah. And hopefully RRQ wakes up right now with the tournament lives on the line. We saw yesterday that they are, photo booths, they are whoa, there's Madara weapons. Okay, we didn't know that booth. I saw we saw the clay sculpting booth yesterday where you can sculpt your own clay bomb. That's Tatsuya beside the Sage Mode Naruto. And we have a mini tournament going on as well. If you guys are interested, you can participate.
So these are the players that we were seeing earlier or yesterday, right?
Yes.
Definitely.
I believe they are. We even have the free fire landing. This was what we saw yesterday as well, where they toss the parachute, see where they land.
That's a great concept, though. I mean, in terms of like free fire, definitely that is a great concept to put in. You have a chance to be in a safe, in a zone, using a parachute. But Like it doesn't deploy that much compared to what we often see, but it's still a great concept overall. But the one that really astounds me is that remember Saming and which one was it from a different team who was drawing or coloring their kunai, and then it displays on that screen floating. So that's one way to really enjoy the venue right now that's happening, or where the Ninja Clash is happening right now in Central World Thailand.
Yeah, even for I think majority of the crowd there, I think they're definitely waiting for the Thai teams to show up. It's crazy because there's a chance that one of them don't even make it through to the playoffs, right? And that will be between BRU later on. That series is going to be very interesting. Of course, for we saw this yesterday too. If you want to learn how to cast the Fireball Jutsu, we have a tutorial for that. And just make sure you do it responsibly, right? Don't do it near anything that's flammable.
Or anywhere else.
And anyway, don't use it. Don't use it to start your stove if the gas stopped working. Right? That's really not advisable. Only use it. Actually, never. I can't think of a situation to use a Fireball Jutsu.
Well, definitely one thing that is that can be used, but not in real life, but in game, is to go against your opponent. But Ignis will be banned right now for RRQ Kazu. But before that happened, Zane has been taken out. So Lost wants to deny RRQ Kazu, and picking that Zane, they don't want that strength. They don't want that beefiness from Zane to be used against them. Thus, they use Coda at this point. And let's see what would be the counter pick, or is it a comfort pick for RRQ Kazu later on.
Bans, I think the Zane ban definitely is a bit of a switch up, because I personally feel like if you are RRQ Kazu, you probably would take Oscar first anyways. That's what they did in the previous game, and Lost could go back to the same lineup opening that they did by taking Zane and the Cassie. So this switch up definitely does change how RRQ approach this as well. They lose the Oscar to Lost, they take Coda, there is still the Cassie available. The Cassie Tatsuya is kind of what we usually look at when the Zane is removed from the equation. So they take the Coda Cassie, they don't want to give it away to Lost.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, I'm pretty sure there will be information. So either Clue or a Clue would be a pick. But A124, I mean, they did ban it earlier, so it's smart for them as well to use it right now. And it's a good counter against both Cassie and Coda or any other active skill out there. But that Tatsuya, so I'm guessing for Rigby and MT Sexy, Rigby would be that Oscar, and then MT Sexy would be that Tatsuya. Not quite sure though. Nando for the A124, and or rather Honi Sechi for A124, and Nando would be for the final pick.
So Santino, we just talked about the potential of a Clue on Iris. In this case, RRQ Kazu takes the Iris away. Is this going to be a Clue for Lost? Clue, Homer, Chrono is still up. So they do take the Clue. They needed information. This makes a lot of sense. And I do like the A124 as a response onto the Cassie. I feel like it's pick a poison moment, right?
Yeah.
Either you take more reactive pick, or you take someone that can aggress, but you already have Oscar and Tatsuya to do that. So Lost doubles down on it. The question is, who is going to be on the Tatsuya? Is it still going to be Rigby? So we know that he uses this character.
Yeah, I mean, it would be great if he sticks to it, but it would be more beneficial if Rigby would be that Oscar, because we know he's always in that mix. He always rushes through, and in the front lines, that Oscar would be very useful. But looking at how RRQ Kazu managed their pick, they understand, or they're just showing that they're going for another double sniper. So Maal as well as Dutz, but no, Dutz would be taking that Kazi, and Santino would be taken by 18 Deer. So the rusher is trying to go for a quick reposition, I believe, with that Santino pick, and going to Lost right now. Yeah, Tatsuya still being taken by Rigby, and an MT Sexy and an Oscar. Still, both rushers will be going in for the dash and Rebel Rush.
So it is going to be a Rigby Tatsuya. Again, on Bermuda, this is definitely... A part of me would like to believe that Lost, if they just base off of how RRQ Kazu was approaching map number 1, it could be a sign for them to amp up the aggression. They realized that RRQ Kazu were playing too scared. If that is the case, then we might be staring down Lost just decide to run at RRQ Kazu with a bit of that Falcons DNA that they had to experience yesterday and use it as a launch pad to push themselves into the 1-1 bracket.
Yeah, see though, but yeah, I mean the same might still the same story might still be done by RRQ Kazu because of the pick that they have. So snipers overall plus a support and then visual for that Aurora vision by Abe. So let's see though if this is like different side of the spectrum from both teams. One team going for a rush build, one team going for a passive build. The only question is who's going to win it in Bermuda.
For RRQ, this is the last chance, and even if they win this, it is just a lifeline. But for Lost, it is another opportunity to advance further up the pool. And I think the craziest thing is even if they win this and go over to the 1-1 pool, they still are not going to get a bigger slice of the prize pool. 5th to 8th is the same. So let's see how this one is going to play out. We get a pause. I believe I saw Ma'al put his hands up a little bit, and thankfully it happened before any gunshots were fired. So we will have that settled for now. Yep. Make sure that RRQ is in the optimal condition to play too.
Yeah, most of the time it's more of the connection that is for the team, especially in the mobile phone, because it's so there's less moving parts, but the device itself, will be moved. So all those connections that is on the mobile phone might be taken out. So let's see if they can fix it real quick. But going back to how they are approaching this, RRQ Kazu, just seen though that one of the players has went in a little bit quicker compared to the rest. So it still goes with the story that they are playing passive. Even in a shuriken round, that would still be visible. And despite of them having the weaponry later on, the Santino, or rather, the Santino and the Iris pick for them is not that aggressive.
Yeah, and I think they have the luxury to do that, right? They have the leeway to decide where they want to take that move. They can stop RRQ, but at the same time, if they decide that they want to pull the trigger, it is not too hard for Lost to do so. Nando 9 on the side, we see him on the clue, so the Santino prop right in front of him, looking very, very tempting from the side of Ma'al. But for Lost, they don't need to bite this. If RRQ makes the wrong move, the A124 could stop it could stop them in their tracks.
See though, and we can see a trio rush right now, and that therapy connection is making them a little bit strong, but the buy goes down from skill. The same goes for Dudes. In spite of Nando already going down, Koda will expose them and where their position is. So yeah, what can you do with the position unless you have the firepower to do so? Ma'al is trying his best to go against Rigby, but that sight as deadly as ever, especially in this part of the game.
That's a clean round one. Again, RRQ this time they tried to aggress, but there are solutions from the side of Lost. At least RRQ put up a fight. They didn't just lay down and give the round away. So in the previous map, it was round 2 when RRQ decided to go for a rifle, like they did. Ma'al gets it again, where they tried to slow things down a little bit and kind of made some lapse in judgment. This time, Ma'al will be sent onto the flank once more to try and find that optimal angle. But for Lost, I think they are going to stick together, right? They don't have the long-range weaponries, but they sure as heck have some deagles that they could pop heads with.
Yeah, I mean, it is long-range, or I would say a mid-range weapon. But this stage of the round right now, I think the focus is to get the airdrop, get more artillery, and then that's when they go for the rush. They do have the capability with that Rebel Rush and Valiant Dash, but they need to be cautious of Ma'al as well. Kingfisher already in his hand, and they don't want to go straight against Abe and Duts until they have a, I would say, a takedown on Ma'al, or probably put him in a difficult position that he cannot go in for a backup against the two players in the front line.
So this time Loss is a lot more compliant to the slow gameplay. I think again they have the resources to do so. Ma'ao finding a decent angle, but when you go for these pixels, it has to connect. Those shots have to count. Ma'ao provides pressure, but not enough to find a conversion. And now the jig is up. They're gonna try and flush him out. And while Ma'ao is trying to reposition, the rest of Lost will run at the front. You see the Santino being dropped out again. Lost instantly takes out the decoy. So burning through resources of RRQ, that is going to be detrimental to RRQ. MT Sexy still has the Valiant Dash, the Rebel Rush still on the side of Rigby, and now they all spring into action and somehow finds a 1-for-1 trade before Rigby cuts down to finds the reset of the Rebel Rush and instantly uses this to reposition to get close to 18 tier. Haone with the Deagle to help support him, and Ma'ao once more left to his own devices. Lost, when they spring into action, they pull the trigger fast and they come in hard.
Yeah, I mean, they are being put in a slow-paced game, and the Loss is just adapting to it. They know that what they need to do is just inch to the rest of the teams, and he did mention they stuck together. So, despite of having long-range weapon or mid-range weapon from those Deagles, they can counter as long as Ma'al is not in view of them. So that's what they did. When under Ma'al, they knew his position already. When under Ma'al and isolated each player from RRQ. Thus, that looks like an easy win.
So RRQ now gets slightly, I want to say decent buys, but they did go for hero rifle. So we see that triple P90. Decent in close range, of course. They get some chip damage early on. Nando 9 in a position that he could make a difference. Ma'ao once more trying to find any sort of an avenue, but unfortunately it doesn't work out from where he's at now. And Lost able to split away, just slowly disengage from RRQ, and now 18 there he's put in a spot where if he makes contact, he needs to at least get a trade. And MT Sexy around the corner too, he hears all that footsteps. Haone finds himself on top of the roof. So if Ma'ao peeks out, he's gonna be at risk of getting popped. They turn the corner to look for MT Sexy, doesn't find it. Koda does get popped though. MT Sexy gets swung on. Repositions MT Sexy. An attempted outplay. Not able to pull it off, but bought enough time for his team.
Yeah, I mean, Ma'al's already down, but Haone will be down as well. The same goes with MT Sexy. Time to perfection. Now, Rigby would be in trouble going against 3 players, but Dutz will be taken down by Nando 9 with a Woodpecker on the other side. And even the side cannot do anything right there from the window. Now, it's a 1v2 situation. Quickly turned around by Loss at this point. The pickup will not be done, and a buy will be hit with a div freeze. Now, let's see if he can fire back with that mini boost against Nando 9. He does! But a backstab coming from Rigby with that MP5 makes it difficult for him to turn around.
Confidence going through the roof right now for Lost. And RRQ, they really wish that they had slightly better weaponry in that round. Because that was the closest that they came to taking down Lost. 4-0 on Rigby. Still flawless so far. We see him still have that revolver as a secondary, that Deagle as a secondary. Plus RRQ, due to the lose streak economy, they get to invest in slightly better weaponry. But Ma'ao has no defenses to work with. One good shot is all it takes to down him. It's all in this AWM. And of all places, we go to peak. So RRQ's strategy is probably to drag it out late, but knowing Loss, that will not be an easy feat.
Yeah, I mean, I love how Loss is putting in Nando into, like, in position, despite of having that AWM as well. So, Haone Seche, now, together with the rest of the teams, is not giving Ma'al that opening. 18 Deer tries to get some audio cues or probably distraction to pull in some Loss into one corner just to give an opening to Ma'al, but it is not happening. They know that that is a trick and they won't fall for that. But Rigby, if in case anyone gets close, 1-2 hit from that side will end them. So they need to be cautious though. And probably is one reason why Ma'al is still going in for that comfort pick, but the Groza proves deadly against 18 Deer and RRQ just falling down one at a time.
The Rebel Rush reset actually kept Rigby alive to allow him to provide some assistance, but thankfully this time Abai steps up. And unable to get that knock. Nando 9 in a 1v2 now turns into the 1v1. One shot will make all the difference. And Nando 9 pulls it off again.
That's what I'm talking about. If a sniper can do that up close, then you can get with the group on rotation. And that is what's missing from RRQ Kazu. Maal is always far away, leaving the rush to Abey as well as 18 Deer. And despite of dudes trying to help, he always goes down in this fight. And there you have it. That is just an example of how you play a sniper role in Clash Squad. Doesn't have to be in distance, but you can go up close and personal as well.
Might definitely flinch after that failed clutch. The Armatic dash to bring on the blue wall, here comes the Fireball Juice. So utility in the face of RRQ and MT Sexy transfer it into 3. More than enough for Lost to get control of this round, and it's fair to say that 5-0 is on the board.
And it is on the board right now. Tough luck for RRQ at this point.
Triple kill.
Everyone will be picked up, everyone will recover, and only one peak will be the end of this round, and it will bring them to match point. So just have to wait. That AWM will be at a loss, and Nando can take it after this round. But One right now is just the destruction. And there goes MT Sexy with a P90 finisher.
A blowout is definitely not on my bingo card for this series. Expected RRQ to put up a better fight. We know that. We kind of predicted that maybe Lost is going to take the aggression that they kind of learned from Falcons, kind of apply to RRQ, you know, and just take advantage of RRQ's passiveness. But this has definitely taken it to the maximum capacity, and this time 18D is the one that splits off from the team. A 1-to-1 split, good opening shot from Maal. And usually these kind of shots, they mean something. We saw that from MT7 yesterday, from Fluxo against BRU. Against BRU, which did get converted. Against WAG, sorry. But the conversion afterwards is what matters, right? You take away one of the medkits from the enemy team, now you have to try and see if you can stall out the long game. Shadow Stitching Jutsu actually finds Nando 9. He gets trapped, but Rigby ready to bring his teammates back. If anything, with the Hidan keepsake, here comes the Fireball. Jutsu 18 Deer managing to sneak into the shadows alongside Dudes. Nabai around the corner to hold the fort.
It's a good thing Dudes managed to get away, because that the effect of that jutsu could have taken him down, gives an opening to Rigby as well as MT Sexy. So we're on a full reset right now, but Honi Sechi is already on the flank. But that shape splitter will distract him. There goes a push right now by Rigby, and Bay managed to fight back, but Nando 9 also joins the fray. As quickly as that, they get that win 6-0 for loss against a team that is great in this in long range and as well as a passive, but not so much against loss.
Lost a straight out trample over RRQ Kazu. It's not even a competition. 6-1 on Nextera, 6-0 on Bermuda. And you did say that trying to wait for Kalahari might be a bit too little too late, and Lost made sure that that wasn't even an option.
It wasn't an option already, especially with performance. But I guess this is adaptation coming from Lost. They felt that from yesterday against Team Falcons, and now they're just putting in the fight against onto RRQ Kazu. What they learned from that loss that they have yesterday. So, well, they have a 1-1 series, and unfortunately, RRQ Kazu is already out of the game.
We'll be finishing 7th and 8th in the tournament. Sadly, not an exit that we expected from RRQ Kazu, but for Lost, they get to live on for another round. To the 1-1 bracket they go. They will be facing off either against BRU, I believe, or Fluxo later on. Actually, BRU and Fluxo are facing off against each other. We will check in the bracket in just a little bit. But at least Brazil are not out just yet. Both of the teams are now in the 1-1 bracket.
Both teams are in a 1-1 bracket, but one thing I'm worried about is Lost might have shown so much in this game that it can be countered later on once they go in later matches. So hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully they still have some tricks in their bags. But again, 6-0 as well as 6-1 against RRQ Kazu. This is just the strength that we are seeing from Brazil, or from Lost specifically. And we've seen aces, we've seen, I don't know, I mean, so much accuracy coming from this team that it's tough to call if there's anyone else that can beat them apart from Falcons.
They are so decisive with their calls. Something that I think RRQ, I'm not sure what the game plan was and what RRQ thought Lost was going to bring to the table today, but it certainly wasn't within the prep book of RRQ Kazu with how Lost was so decisive with their play. We saw that bit of a change between Game 1 and Game 2 in terms of the trap. Lost doubled down on the aggression, and we see that Tatsuya pay off. Like Rigby was having a field day with all those resets.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he is just... The moment he goes in for that Rebel Rush, he knows that he can reset that cooldown. That's one thing that I have mad respect for Rigby at that point. And it has been pointed out as well by Carol that this is a great acquisition by Lost, by Lost at this point, because Rigby is one of, or was it Carol or Raja? But Rigby is one of a great contender to be a superstar in the Brazilian scene, and he's showing it right now.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I was checking like the statistics and just looking back at kind of yesterday's stats, and I realized, you know, for Lost, when they went up against Falcons, we can all agree that Falcons kind of ran over them, right? It was a 2-0. It was like 6-1 Bermuda, 6-2 Nextera, but at least for Lost, they were signs of life, right? Instead of being reactive to Falcons, they were actively trying to show resistance. That was something that we didn't get to see from RRQ Kazu. But, I mean, it is, end of the day, a show match. They get a small slice of the cake, and then now they get to prep for the fall season. And of course, have to enjoy the rest of the festivities there at Central World before they return to Indonesia and, you know, get ready, because fall season is happening in a week. There really isn't much time to prep for it, but at least they get a taste of what this meta has prepared for us. In fact, we are going to be on tournament servers anyway, so it's going to be back to normal pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely back to normal. Not so much of those jutsus coming up, but I really love that this is an avenue for everyone. Well, not everyone, but with most of the teams going in for the fall season to get a feel of how it is with the OP50 update. Because a lot of changes has been done, a lot of adjustments has been done, and that fall season as well for Southeast Asia includes Clash Quad. So this is just a preview of what's going to happen, whether it's from Southeast Asia region who's going for the win, but the same goes with the example of Lost right now. They can make those adjustments, and those who are glued in, especially for the teams who are not participating here, or for those who are waiting for their match, if they're learning from this game, I'm pretty sure they're going to bring it there as well.
Oh yeah, I think you know, for the teams that are watching this game, we got something, you know, coming up for them, right? Gotta pay attention to Lost right now. They have definitely made an impression. This highlight is basically just a compilation of how fast Lost had run the entire series against 6-1 on Nextera and 6-1 on Bermuda. Credit to RRQ, they did try to show a bit more resistance on Bermuda, but then it came down to the composition and just mechanical prowess. Abai trying to take matters into his own hands, but they are just these small moments that a fraction of a second make all the difference.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those quick decisions is required to, I would say, make those quick decisions count. But it's tough to call right now because Lost is not giving them that time. So I guess this is by the end of the highlight. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we're going to give you the stage as well as prep for EVOS Divine going against Movistar's R7. So for those watching right now, don't go away. We'll be right back.
Double kill. Alright, hello everyone. Right next to me, you know who he is, the Wonder Kid. Can you introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Rasya Rashid from EVOS team.
Exactly, this is Rasya from EVOS Esports Indonesia team. Okay, so right behind me we have a very familiar game. Okay, so Rasya, today I want to put for you a challenge. Use this kunai. You will have 3 kunai, and you have to throw this kunai into the circle. You only have 3 chances. Can you do it?
I don't know.
Oh,
Just
okay.
have to challenge.
Okay,
go.
let's try. Okay, it's your kunai. Throw it to the circle.
Can I go?
Yep.
Let's go.
Okay, second chance.
I think it's so hard.
It is. Third chance. I think like you have to be like very quick, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Oh! Like he
I got
did it.
this.
Yeah, he got it in the third one. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's amazing because I cannot do it. Okay, so Rasya, we are very happy to have you right here in the Bangkok in our Ninja Clash tournament. So, do you have anything you want to say to the Thai viewers, but also to your fans?
Don't forget support EVOS Divine in Class Squad.
Thank you so much for enjoying the show and just be happy with everyone who is here in our Ninja Clash tournament. Thank you so much and thank you, Rasya. Good luck in your next match.
Cyber though, straight down to the BSK. Blue will be closing in soon. There's no shift anymore. It's magic here. Bumping up the road. Limit gets the knock up to Wasana as well. Won't see the fight. The blue wall goes down. What the stop is going to bring it home. Only one remains. Amaterasu.
The Free Fire Ninja Clash Squad Tournament begins with a Swiss stage featuring 8 teams competing for 4 spots in the playoffs. In this stage, each team must secure 2 booyahs to qualify, but any team that loses 2 matches will be eliminated. All matches in the Swiss stage are played as a best-of-3 series. Day 1 kicks off with Round 1, where no teams from the same region will face each other. Teams that lose in Round 1 move to the elimination round on Day 2, where they will still have a chance to claim one of the last 2 spots in the playoffs if they can survive from this round. Once the Swiss stage ends, the 4 teams with 2 booyahs advance to the playoffs, which follow a single elimination format with best-of-3 series matches. The tournament concludes with a best-of-5 series at the grand final to determine the champion.
กลับมาอีกแล้วนะคะเรียกได้ว่ากิจกรรมต่อเนื่องบนเวทีและการแข่งขันมีให้ทุกคนรับชมแบบต่อเนื่องกันเลยและการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้ค่ะคู่นี้จะเป็นการแข่งขันระหว่าง Movistar R7 และ EVOS Divine นั่นเองค่ะ
Welcome back to our Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. It was a blast between Lost versus RRQ with the match ended 2-0 lean to Lost. No wonder why they are the champion from the Free Fire Brazil. But now, coming up to our new match, it will be Movistar R7 versus EVOS Divine.
คือต้องบอกก่อนเมื่อกี้น้องยุนเขารีแคปให้นิดหนึ่งว่าคู่เมื่อกี้คือมันเอามากๆเลยนะคะแล้วเราก็ได้นะคะ1ทีมที่จะเข้าสู่รอบต่อไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยทีเนี้ยมาคู่นี้ต้องรอดูกันต่อค่ะว่าจะเป็นทีมไหนที่ได้ตั๋วใบต่อไปค่ะทุกคนเพราะฉะนั้นนะคะมาต้อนรับทีมนี้กันก่อนเลย Movistar R7
That's coming up to our team right here on our right side here. Movistar R7.
และส่งตรงจากอินโดนีเซียนี่คือ EVOS Divine name?
The White Tigers coming from Indonesia, EVOS Divine.
ก็ได้เห็นหน้าค่าตากันแล้วนะคะสำหรับทีมที่จะทำการแข่งขันกันในคู่ที่ 2 นี้ค่ะ เดือดแน่นอนค่ะทุกคนคะเพราะว่าตั๋วนั้นต่อแมตช์มีแค่1ใบเท่านั้นเราก็ต้องคัดจาก2ทีมเหลือแค่ทีมเดียวค่ะทุกคนคะใครจะได้ตั๋วใบนี้ไปเดี๋ยวเราไปดูกันต่อเลยในเกมเพราะฉะนั้นขออนุญาตส่งเวทีนี้ต่อให้กับชาวแคสเตอร์
Our caster is going to start right now. If you're a fan of EVOS Divine or Movistar R7 or simply just an esports lover, comment below who you support. Now, let's get back to our shoutcaster and start game 1.
Thank you very much, Yunsu and Yuki Dekyu. We are here for our final 0-1 bracket of the Swiss stage. EVOS Divine taking on Movistar R7. A loser goes home. Winner moves on to face off against lost later on. Isaski and the Gentleman Neptune to bring you guys more Free Fire action. And so far, it has been quite a blowout, even in the show match, this CS Elite, and in the first series. Let's hope that this one is different.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, this might be something that is different, especially as we have been shown on what counter can be done against an Indonesian team. Another Indonesian team will be joining the fray right now, but not against Brazil, but against a LATAM region team. But from the match of Movistar R7 against WAG from yesterday, they did put up a great fight from that game number 1, but towards the end, I think all energies died down. They couldn't counter what WAG can put up, and hopefully that is a different story this time around because they do have a full day of rest and a lot of matches to be used as a reference for the game.
And of course, the map order this time, we still start with Nextera. So a neutral point, but instead of Bermuda for game 2, we get Kalahari, and that is the only difference compared to the series we had yesterday. Once more, for those who are in Thailand or who are en route to Thailand, if you are somehow watching this from the plane, you can drop by Central World in Bangkok. This is where the booth is at. Plenty of events, plenty of booths that you can see. The set is incredible. And you get to meet your favorite KOLs, co-streamers. There's a Point Redemption booth that you can see on the screen right here. It is a full house today and people are still coming in.
Oh, definitely. I mean, a lot more will be coming in. It's what? Just in the afternoon, early in the afternoon in Thailand, and there's plenty of time for them to enjoy more Free Fire. But there's no waiting anymore. We are jumping in to the draft between these two teams and looking forward to anything that would surprise us anymore because we've seen a lot of comfort picks already, but we know for a fact that EVOS Divine would have a similar gameplay with RRQ because of Rasia being in the mix, but Oscar will be banned by EVOS Divine and A124 Smart banned by Movistar R7. So I guess there's a lot of active skills that will be opening up in this game.
Yep. Zane, Tatsuya, Cassie, Koda, the big four. We might see the Chrono pop out as well. So EVOS Divine takes the Zane. This could force the Tatsuya Cassie. If you've seen anything from the Brazilian teams, it's usually one of the picks that they pivot towards to just get that Cassie away. And then Tatsuya as kind of like the Oscar the Oscar at home, the Oscar from Timu. They take the Iris, so really prioritizing that long range coverage.
Yeah, I guess they understand the factor that EVOS Divine has. So they take out Iris, or they take Iris themselves, and then it prompted EVOS Divine to take Clue, but Tatsuya will be taken as well. So you have a rusher as well as a support or a rusher support that can go with that Tatsuya on that Zane. But as we go onto the other side, 2 information gameplay already with that Koda and Iris. Question is, what would be the next pick right here? And what else can be put up? A Chrono probably can be brought in, but no, Santino once more. So not quite sure if this will be used by a sniper or if like similar to 18 Deer for a rusher or a midman?
Whoa, hold on. I mean, well, I want to say last night, but less than 12 hours ago, when we saw in Orion, that was a bit of a oopsie. But I feel like I've seen this pick in Clash Squad before, right? Like the robot spider, I don't know what you named that, was a staple I think last year for Raiden. Like last year was a thing where it served as a substitute for Homer. Right? You kind of box out crucial areas. You get intel for yourself. Movie Star R7 going for that instead of like Clue. Oh, actually no, Clue was taken instead of like Homer. That is pretty interesting. Pretty interesting approach.
Yeah, I mean, this is often being used in Clash Squad rank. So the Spider Trap really is a disruptor as well. Like if there will be anyone who will be caught in that Spider Trap, they will only have a few seconds of they will have a few seconds of immobility. So that throws off any approach that will be done by either Zane or Tatsuya. Because Zane, yes, you're a little buff up with an extreme encounter, but you are still out in the open, not even moving away. So if it's a Tatsuya, definitely your movement will be impaired and you won't be able to run away. So a smart move, common comfort, I would say, for Clash Squad rank, but not quite sure how would it work in the pro scene.
Yeah, I don't know. I think last time we saw Raiden, even when Raiden was a lot more relevant, he didn't really have the highest win rate. I think teams prefer to just go with something like a Homer or even a Skylar for area denial. So in this case, I do wonder what Movie Star R7 has in mind. I mean, they had a pretty rough start yesterday as well, facing off against WAG, which steamrolled them. Now they have to face off against the EWC champs. So talk about getting a bad hand, both day 1 and day 2.
Well, definitely that is something that they need to deal with, and this is the beginning of that. But hopefully this is something they can make work. If they've been practicing on ranked matches, this is where they could have gotten that pick. But it definitely is surprising. I don't think EVOS Divine was expecting this pick from Movistar R7, but they do identify that or what can be done to counter this play. So one thing is keep your distance. The moment that the Spider Trap has been released, you can shoot it down before it even gets to you. So the diameter of that of the Spider Trap is, well, it is significant, but it can still be countered in as quickly as that. So we'll see on how that will be applied by EVOS Divine. But even from EVOS Divine side, they might have a Tatsuya on their end as well as a Zane, but I don't think they will be going full aggro at this point. There's still a potential that they can slow down and just use Clue as well as Santino for that information.
It's all good vibes from the side of EVOS Divine, at least for coming into this. Again, Nextera, I think Movie Star R7s, even after seeing them from the global stage, there are still some uncertainties, how they are going to approach a lot of these situations. I think even on the world stage at EWC, most of the scenarios to see Movie Star R7 in, they weren't really truly put to the test in a lot of these 4v4 situations, right? They were more of a middleman in a lot of these exchange between the top teams. And yesterday against WAG is not enough of a sample size for us to gauge if Movie Star R7 is up to the task. But that's the nature of the competition. Now they are forced to be in this position. And EVOS were looking pretty darn strong yesterday before Fluxo shut them down. And in the same manner that was shut down RRQ just now, just take proactive action.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's proactiveness is something that could be that needs to be done at this point, because reactivity can only bring you so much. But once you're in that point wherein you just need to take that lead against your opponent, then that's where Loss really made that work. So we'll have to find out in a bit who's going to make it work this time around. Still some questionable picks in our Movistar R7's Raiden, but it's still viable. It is viable at this point. Now, I know we are preparing to see them, but this is something that we don't see often. Those registrations as well, how it's happening, even the KOLs. It has been introduced by Yunsul earlier, but the KOLs doing the stream right now, just broadcasting it, not just in this channel, but from their specific channels as well. Just make sure that the news is spread all across the globe.
Oh yeah. Again, this is it's a very unique event. You know, we get one of the biggest collaboration ever with one of the biggest IP in the world.
Yep.
Since 2002. How old was I 2002? That's 13 years ago. Wait, no, that's 23 years ago. So I was 5 years old.
All right, I 2002. I'm off to, like, I am in college and only a couple years going to work. That's a huge difference between our age.
Yeah. I was 5 years old, and then I came in. I first got introduced to the anime, the manga, I think, in primary school. So that was 2-3 years after the release, after the launch of Naruto. Before Shippuden was even a thing at that time. I remember buying comic books every week. And I have that collection. I hope I still have. I'm not sure where it went. Good times. This anime has come a long way. It's IP going strong, and now we have one of the greatest set in Free Fire collaboration history. Let's head into game number 1. It's Xterra once more under the red moon. This time will be Movistar R7 against EVOS Divine. Let's see if Movistar R7 has studied anything from the previous match that we've witnessed, and off of yesterday against WAG.
Now let's see though on how they are going to react right now. Again, shuriken round, not so much. Triple shuriken as well as a light shuriken coming from Joker at this point. But the spread of EVOS Divine, Rasia, comparing to what we expect him to be, he is always in the back line. But Aim God right now is in trouble. 3 of which of R7 is going in for the rush. Santino being popped by Rasia right now just to get back in the middle of this map. But not so much that can be done. Games King already had that sight, and he will be hacking and slashing against everyone from EVOS Divine. EVOS falls down 1 point in the shuriken round.
Yeah. I think if there's one thing that we can kind of take away from EVOS' match yesterday against Fluxo, is that Russia got shut down. And it's more of a chain reaction. It's the butterfly effect from shutting down the front line. You know, Coach Yu and Aim God were not able to really do too much. And speaking about Aim God, he didn't play yesterday. He was on the bleachers supporting the team. It was A-backs in that front line, and he was not able to I guess deliver to a certain degree, right? The front wasn't able to hold for Russia. So today we get the full EWC lineup. So we can assume that this is EVOS at 100%. 3 rifles out from R7 right off the bat. They want to snowball.
Yeah, they want to snowball right now. They're keeping the distance with that Kingfisher, and Della might be able to make things work up close and personal, just retaining those triple shuriken on him. But they are just going into the edge right now. They don't want to go in the middle, especially in this part of the map wherein you will be a sitting duck. But the blue will be forcing them to do so. But Rasia might be spotted by Joker already. And comparing to what we have right now, this moving platform that Rasia has is quite deadly, but no, managed to get out of visual from Joker before it moved again.
And Hacks getting the knock onto Ray. Finds Ray pretty much out into the open. Finding Aim God too. That's a twofer right there.
First blood.
And unfortunately, the front falls apart again for EVOS. Coach Yu not really having much to work with. Russia left on his own devices. We talk about the snowball that R7 wants to bring with all these investment. And they get to keep all 4 weapons going into round 3. So that full buy from EVOS will have much lesser impact than they would have liked with all guns being kept by R7.
Definitely, it's tough right now from what we're seeing for EVOS. And again, the same problem emerges when Indonesian team are playing Clash Squad. Sniper is, yes, he is going to the fray, but still keeping this distance, unable to help their teammates. So if one goes down, it just snowballs against them. So R7 understand that. They consider that as a factor that they need to use against EVOS, and let's see on how they can do, or how can they do well even more. Even in Grab Labs, they have that opportunity to go for the rush.
And we see the secondary upgrade too for 3 of the R7 members, from the Deagle to the P90. AimGod not aware of that. He hops out, and that's a lot of info to Hacks. If EVOS doesn't know that he's under that could be fatal. And Games King with the Deagle pops Ray, and things are already falling apart. They have no idea that the members of R7 are just laying in wait, and they lay waste to EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, love the spread of R7 right now, where EVOS is trying to stick together. It's tough, especially in Grab Labs, because yes, you need to go for your individual battle, but R7 knows that they can even go for a reposition, or I would say a follow-up from a distance because of that jump in Grab Labs. So going into this part of the map, though, EVOS will need to go in probably flank left, get that information first, and if only they have a sniper, they could have taken a few chip damage onto the trio who's going against Rasia. So similar mirror tactic, Joker will be gunned down, and Santino might save Rasia at this point.
And Ray has already found Joker. That is the start for EVOS. They will put them in a very, very strong position. They were trying to get Rasia to pop the Santino, but he didn't bite on the bait. So EVOS now have control of the round. And Rasia gets to wait for his cooldowns again. Revolver in the hands of Hacks, the Deagle. Rasia has full intel on where he is going to be. Movie Star R7. Well, once on the back foot, Ray will go for the rush. Hacks trying to heal back up. Gets it done in time. Fireball Jutsu getting laid down, so Ray could not push on forward. And Hacks on the window. Now calls in backup. Movie Star R7 have a chance to equalize the playing field, and they do more than just equalize. They take the lead by taking down Ray and AimGod.
I would say that was a miss on Ray. He could have just waited for backup to come in instead of jumping out and revealing himself. But it is what it is right now. Games can go against Rasia, but the pickups will be done on Hacks, and Della will follow through. Now, Fidela is out of the picture. Rasia is left on a 1v2, but with the Santino, he might be able to go for a clutch if he one-shot Games King, but it's not happening just yet. P90 a little bit too strong, but there it goes. The scale being used, as well as a Mag 7 from Rasia. Finally, a sniper using that, and a huge clutch indeed from the Wonder Kid that can put the momentum to EVOS Divine.
Big mistake from R7. Didn't need to do that. They just needed time to recover and go in for the pincer, but no, they give the Wonder Kid of all people 1v1s, and he likes those odds. 3-piece in the 4th round to bring EVOS their first in what could have been a 4-0 lead for R7. They even, I mean, everything was going well for R7 up to that point. They even had the Rider to flush out Rasia. The Santino expired, so he couldn't relocate even if he wanted to, and still R7 handed that round on the silver platter. Let's see if they recover though. The economy still looks pretty decent. Fireball Jutsu being laid out right in the corner, and that Grumo does go down. Games King checks it, and just like that, they find a conversion. 2 on the side of EVOS goes down again.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, one of the players, Coach Hill, managed to end up at the bottom of the stairs, and that disables his chance to help out with the rest of the team. But I was supposed to say Rasia is doing quite well, having a VSK in hand as a sniper, and then having a Mag 7 if in case you go in up close and personal. This is what we asked for Maal to do, but Rasia is making it work, but not so much because he's still being isolated from the rest of the group. Thus, with one mistake from AimGod, Ray, and Coach Hill, they go down that easily, increasing the odds of R7 winning game.
And it is the same struggle that we saw from RRQ earlier on. You just look at the KDs. AimGod, Coach Hill, both having nothing. Ray only getting 1. Majority of it is on Rasia. There's too much burden to bear, and 3 out of the 4 was from the clutch off of mistakes from R7. The front is not able to hold. It keeps collapsing, and with Rasia crippled, that is goal sign for R7 to push the envelope. Rasia now cannot provide much backup.
Zito and Russia is now with the group. Ray right now just listening in on those sound cues, but Della might have spotted him already. M1887 right now is quite deadly together to Mag 7 from the hands of Hax, but Hax is still preoccupied to deal with the 3 players on the other side, and Joker waiting with that AWM. Razia though, out in the open. It's a good flank for him if in case he can get close to Joker and in a pinch on Aim God, but they are not really worrying about Ray going down. So that would be their mistake. They're missing in the numbers, and it can be turned around once again, or it can be brought in once again by R7 for win.
The question was, what was the plan for Ray? Right? And I mean, they get a knockdown, and again, Aim God just bested by Joker. Hojiu's gonna be next, right on the dome before the drop, and Russia once more gets abandoned. Really nothing much he could do. Russia needs to pull out a goddamn miracle.
Double kill.
But only one is all he gets. Russia just could not pull it together. So that's 5-1 in favor of R7.
If that was a 1v2, Russia might have pulled it off. He didn't manage to do it earlier. He's getting to a point where he's comfortable in close range as well with Mag 7. So consecutive shots from that shotgun can make it work. But at this point, losing economy, still investing in so much weaponry because it's needed. And they're also, their opponents is also in a match point. So I don't think there's much that EVOS can do. They need to be more quieter than this. They need to be more slower than this to find an opening against R7.
Nothing is working out so far for EVOS. Firefall Juice is gonna create a hot zone down under the bridge. Aim God getting eliminated again. The opening from Hax and the follow-up from Games King more than enough to find 2. Ray just drops down. Plan clearly has a lot of flaws in it, and Ray realizes that needs to back off. That's the rest of his glue walls out. Rashdan wasn't even able to reposition and readjust. And R7 will not wait to take that win. It's a Booyah 6-1 on Nextera.
Oh my goodness, this is the adjustment that we have been waiting for, and it's against EVOS Divine. And we didn't expect this to happen, but I didn't see much of Raiden. Probably it was done very quick, and we don't see a glimpse of that, but I guess that is also attributed to how they can counter anyone who is very close to them in the front lines. And with how it is, the front line is not even strong for EVOS. It's either only one person or two that can easily be taken down if in case that Coda will be popped, as well as that spider trap can be used.
Yeah, it's the same problem with RRQ, right? We saw the very reactive approach, very passive. When RRQ played Lost, it was Lost that's making the first move. Same with EVOS against R7. It was R7 making the first move. The front just could not hold. Last round was incredibly weird because okay, Ray was playing away from his team, but there has to be a follow-up move, and we didn't really see what the intention was. So R7, they found the formula, I guess. Today hasn't been that great for the Indonesian teams, except for the fact that Dominators won the CS Elite, but the main course is actually RRQ and EVOS, and we've already lost RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ is already out. EVOS one step closer to be taken out as well. So let's see what counter they will have right now. In terms of pick, I think it's still questionable on what they use right now. It's a mix of both passive and aggressive. And when we look at it for Movistars, it like ideally that is the case as well. But in terms of their movement, in terms of the action attributed behind those active skill pick, it's more of aggression being brought in by R7, and it just works overall. But Games King, this guy, the rusher, the guy who can make it work, grabbing 10 elimination and only being taken down once. The same goes with Della though, but Games King a little bit stronger.
Yep, he's the Swiss Army knife of R7 right now. He can get everything done, even when he was not able to hold his own ground against WAG yesterday. There were moments where it was all Games Kings. You know, he pulls up, you need him to play long range, he's got you. You need him to get down and dirty right in the face of the enemy. It's Games Kings again. This guy is a one of a kind for Movistar R7, and against EVOS Divine in game 1, he definitely got to show off what he's made of.
All right, and now we're looking at Kalahari as our next game. Now, we know how it is. Indonesia loves this, but we don't see that much from EVOS in the Battle Royale. I mean, not much promise compared to RRQ Kazu, but this is going in a little bit early compared to what Indonesia was expecting earlier. But now, it's up to the decision of what plan needs to be done. But match MVP for that game number 1, Movistar R7, Games King. Really proving that he is a king of the game. Even as a support, he puts in so much of damage and elimination in this game that, like, support doesn't need any support at all.
Yeah, he supports the team by taking matters into his own hand. You know, he has a different approach to being a support. But that's the best kind of support. He is the foundation of Movistar R7. I think even at EWC, a lot of times when we see someone on the feet, it is Games Kings that is pulling out all the stops. Just leading the leaderboard for this game. 10 eliminations to top it off.
Yeah, I mean, especially in Clash Squad, he is a great fan of the P90. He's always using that from what we've seen in EWC, and even in this map wherein there's more chance for him to use it up close and personal. So he is getting a lot of elimination in this game. The question is, can EVOS Divine change the story of this Clash Squad mode? Because it seems like R7 was much stronger compared to yesterday, and I guess that loss really brings a lot for them to study their opponent, or probably even put on some unorthodox gameplay that EVOS Divine is not expecting.
They definitely feel a lot hungrier, than usual. Again, yesterday we did kind of talk about the possibility, the travel, the jet lag, and them being playing Clash Squad tournament for the very first time. Takes some time to get used to. They didn't really have too much time in between to study, but you can definitely see the preparation coming into this, where they were just doing everything right. They were showing us that the LATAM aggression is there. Somewhat of a mirror of what Brazil, but then Brazil takes references from primarily Thailand. Now that playbook has spilled over to all the other regions.
And that's one thing though. I mean, if you're a region that is copying a copier, like you're just acquiring all of those, like all those thoughts, and all of those like energy, as well as all those knowledge into one package. So once you perfected all of those, then you will be a much stronger team. So I won't be surprised if after this, Movistar R7 really performed well against EVOS Divine. Yes, they can do well moving forward, probably grab a champion towards the end, but this experience alone and that way of thinking, that mindset coming from Movistar R7, whoever is making those decisions, is really something else. They might be taking the board onto the other global tournaments that they have in the future.
Oh yeah. We saw, again, just the overview of Central World in Bangkok, Thailand. Do come and enjoy the celebration. Whether you are a fan of Clash Squad, a fan of Naruto, it's the best of both worlds. It's a good way to get people to be interested in Free Fire again, right? Naruto fans out there, I'm pretty sure that they see this collaboration, they're going to want to check it out. Have you seen Naruto holding a Glock, well, not a Glock, but a Deagle? Bet you've not seen that. Or AWM in the hands of Minato. Bet you've never seen that either. We modernized the collaboration. Zane and Oscar banned out this time, so A124 is available.
Yeah, A124 is available. I'm quite sure if it will be taken that quickly by EVOS Divine, but I sure hope so, because it's deadly as well to the hands of Movistar R7. Looking at their performance earlier, they will be able to use that quickly, but no, they just takes out Tatsuya for themselves, and it gives that A124 an opening for EVOS Divine. So they didn't pick it for the first one. They managed to grab Coda, so hopefully they pick it for the next one, but that would depend on who's grabbing that. I think that's Rasia already, and he will still be using that Santino.
So Coda, Santino for EVOS Divine. They get the Tatsuya. Cassie should be the pick for Movistar R7. Two of our co-streamers on site. So Iris is the choice for Movistar R7. Are they gonna let the Cassie go? they should take the Cassie here.
Yeah, they should. Especially if they have Tatsuya already on their end. No, they go for the Chrono. So Cassie is still available, but judging from the first two pick, there's less chance that they will be using it. There's no combination that they can use a Cassie, so they prompted for a Homer. And what would be the next one? And Oscar's already out, and an Ignis. So I couldn't find a read on this on this play for EVOS Divine, but an Orion pick. All right, let's see though. Let's see though if this is legit. I guess we've seen this yesterday from Fluxo, but no contentions. I think everything is there, and we've seen Movistar R7 already choose a Raiden, which is a in ranked matches an optimal active skill in Clash Squad. Same goes for Orion.
It's interesting for Movistar. So they completely forego the Cassie pick, even though it's right in front of them, and they have to deal with an Ignis, Coda Santino, and a Homer. Such a different approach from both teams. Maybe it's also brought upon by the fact that both Zane and Oscar are banned out too. Wonder how Movistar R7 is going to approach this. They do have a good balance of offensive and defensive mechanism.
Yeah.
But for EVOS Divine, plenty of intel gathering. But the way to go on the offense relies on this Ignis and Homer more than usual.
Yeah, what's tough about EVOS Divine's pick is, yes, they have two on the front line already. Whoever's an Ignis as well as an Homer, they will be able to do so. But if the plan is still the same for Rasia, who will be using that Santino, being in the back lines, then just getting information, there's not so much of like that one-click push that we might see from the team. They have the potential of going from the push, but it will still be slow. That can be countered with the Chrono as well as a Tatsuya Rebel Rush, especially with the Orion. If it comes down to the line, Orion can go in solo, and probably if you have that great accuracy in a close range, if you have a shotgun, probably M590, M1887, can easily get a headshot whilst you go for that conversion. So not quite sure what the ideation is, but we'll have to find out in the game.
On Kalahari, so that is a map that EVOS Divine should feel a lot more comfortable on, and they do have the correct characters, correct abilities to navigate it to a certain degree. Play at Refinery and Council Hall, suddenly the Ignis and the Homer becomes a lot more powerful, and the Coda too, all these closed off areas. Most of the spots that we have on Kalahari for Clash Squads have very crucial points of interest that if you have any sort of AoE detection or intel gathering or even tracking mechanism, it becomes a lot easier. Like Santa Catarina is a good example in the shipwreck.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a few as well. Stone Ridge, Command Post, even in Foundation. There's not so much of elevation, but once you have that Coda pop, you will be able to spot on where the position of the opponents are that easily, and then you can just approach it. But if in case it goes to Mammoth, like because of the elevation, there's a certain delay before you look up and that Aurora Vision pulses that you might miss some of the movements of those opponents in the higher ground. So we'll have to see on how they're going to make this work. It's still, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is for both teams. This is definitely an orthodox, but again, if it works, it works, and this might be another reference that can be used towards as the team goes closer to the grand finals.
Let's see if R7, Movistar R7 can join the ranks of those in the 1-1 bracket. They already know who their next opponent is going to be. It's going to be Los. It's waiting in the 1-1 Swiss round bracket. So if anything, Los gets to study R7, but you can say the same for R7 too.
Yep.
And I guess the only advantage that Los has slightly over R7 is the fact that they get to rest a little bit more in between. But for EVOS, if they get knocked out here, that means we lose both Indonesian teams in this tournament.
Oh yeah, I mean, both Indonesian team. But great promise though for Lost as well as R7 because they did travel a long way and they are representing their region as well as their performance in this game. But Tatsuya, can you pass me over that coat, that jacket? I've been looking for something like that, and I'm waiting for the opportunity as well to have something done. But if that can be given to me, if anyone can hear me, can give it to me, gift it to me, then why not? I will be happy to accept it.
I mean, again, we have awesome cosplays there. I wonder if there was a character that has not been cosplayed yet for Free Fire. What would be the hardest one to cosplay?
There's no need to cosplay. I did mention it from yesterday. There's no need to cosplay Paloma because we already have that already. We already have that in the scene. And that is Carol Bombshell. That is right.
There are some that we do not need to, like, you know, C. Ronaldo, JB, DJ Alok. We don't need those.
Skylar is easy though in the cosplay because you just have to put a white coat.
Oh, I thought you were about to say you just have to look, Asian enough. I was checking my skin tone because I do have a white suit. Get a 1-1 straight off the bat at Shrine. Joker though having the better end of that. Hax gets picked back up. Russia needs some help right now. Game scheme overwhelmed by Aim God, so it's still a 1-for-1 trade. Way better start for EVOS than they would like to. Joker getting outmaneuvered by Ray, and that is what we want until Della has something to say about it. Ray ends up going down. Joker is picked back up. That's the dash. Bit of a reposition. ABAX forced off his high ground. Aim God comes in from behind to try and provide support, and ends up being a 1-for-1 trade regardless. Somehow, R7 pulls it back, and it's just ABAX against Joker.
ABAX against Joker, but Aim God will need to recover though. Good chance for him to also put in some play here. ABAX already putting some pressure or onto Joker just to make sure it doesn't have any headway towards Hax. But distraction, Aim God goes up close and personal, and there you have it. ABAX goes for a triple shuriken to the face.
A different start for EVOS. In the previous game, they did lose game 1, and suddenly R7 started a snowball. Let's see how EVOS invests in round 2. A very different approach. Instead of going for this full-on rifle loadout, they only give it over to Rasha. He's going to be the hero of the game. Mini Uzi and a Deagle for the rest of the squad. But for R7, they are responding in kind. Double Mini Uzis and a revolver plus a rifle too.
Let's see though if they'll be able to make this work. Santa Catarina is something where you need more firepower, especially if you will be taking this elevation that Joker is taking right now. But Joker and Ray, we've seen this yesterday. A surprise hit is possible, but 2 on that Deagle up close and personal. Let's see who's going to win it. A pop of that glue wall saves Joker, and that jump takes down Ray. All he has to do is wait, and he goes for that first blood. Della would be traded as well. Hax right now a little bit too strong, especially as he charged up, and Games King goes in for that push, but goes down as well. Hax against Rasia right now viable unless Rasia goes in or goes out of from that get-go, and Hax will be taking another point.
Great pre-fire from Joker too. Just 1-2 extra spams to catch Ray completely off guard, because I had a feeling Ray wanted to jump spot that.
Yeah.
It was just Joker being a lot more aware of that situation. Both teams did go for a very heavy investment, and clearly R7 came out on the better end.
That's one thing though. I mean, if Ray just waited it out, he might have win that game, or probably just go into the other side, help out the rest of the teammate, just leave Joker behind to fight in a later part. But let's see though. It's a 2-2 split right now for both teams, and Joker managed to hit Rasia in the early parts, and Games King will be given an opening against Ray, and doesn't even have that flash to protect his back, and simultaneously eliminating players from EVOS.
Hit him right where it hurts the most. R7 ramping up. Now the economy looks sublime for them. For EVOS, it's time to go for a bit of a save. Triple revolvers. It's a quad revolvers. P90. And Russia having bare bone to work with. They can't afford the still get the armor for themselves. At least that's something, but no glue wall for Russia.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't need so much of a glue wall. Does have that Santino, and he can steal it away if they can go for the first blood. So there goes a jutsu to explode into their faces, but not so much of damage apart from Ray, who received 2, and that fireball jutsu, and he will need to back away because he's slowly losing HP. Hacks right now, if he gets too close, he can pop that Orion if it's already charged up. That Crimson Energy is already charged up, but Joker would be the trump card. There goes Abax for the push. P90 gameplay for the takedown, and Joker goes down as well. Ray just jumps in and out from the time turner, Della rather, that saves him at that point. But let's see if he can fight back against Russia. That is a no. Only hacks remain. Ignis is still being charged, and it could be useful in this situation, but not so much because they have the manpower to do so.
Okay, finally initiated from EVOS. Abax taking matters into his own hands. So they sub Abax back in. Compared to the last match, EVOS making some adjustments, and maybe that is the key to have Abax. It'll be in the front line to help out the rest of his team. And this initiative finally worked out. They were able to box in R7 despite a start where I felt like R7 got control of the compound and refinery. Those intel gatherers are going to be so important. Aim got trying to corral the rest of R7 into the middle of the platform in between the silos itself. R7 all stick together, and Russia takes a big hit. Joker follows up with a 2-piece. Games King does get traded back by Ray, but with Russia down, that long range support is already gone. Ignis Firewall splits off the battle line. Della in a 1v2, and Abax wins off that one. EVOS tries to build himself out of this one. The glue wall being put down by AimGod, as now he gets to heal himself and bring Abax back up.
There we have it. I mean, I was about to say that Ray's position is quite well, but right now it's not doing so well. I believe that is an ace for Joker after taking down Russia and recovering. That is just something else from Movistar R7. They're performing quite well, similar to what we've seen Lost do. And we're talking about EWC champions here, and also a good team that can fight against anyone in the Clash Squad.
And Joker popping off that round from start to end, uncontested, not under pressure at all. And a big contributor of that is just the early pickoff onto Russia from afar. We said eliminating the long-range support gives R7 a lot more breathing room, and Joker took advantage of that. 7 eliminations as we had the Mammoth for round number 6. Games King getting tagged up pretty early on. The rest of EVOS have a clear idea of coming on just from one side. Russia will take contact again as he's forced to duck back. Della and Games King aggress. Hacks on the high ground. If they get the timing right and they take out Ray, this could be deadly. They'll start off by taking out Russia, and now Ray is exposed. His back is exposed from front, and the Hacks comes in just at the right timing, just like what we wanted from R7. As everything falls into place, and the rest of EVOS will fall one by one.
Yeah, I mean, you called that right. Only Abax remain right now, and Joker can go up close and personal. Not so much of a risk, but there goes a steal on that elimination with that M1887 by Della. No problem indeed. They still win the point, and 2 rounds closer, 2 wins closer to ending this game.
And it happens so fast again. We saw the positioning of R7. We knew that if they pull off that flank, it would instantly end the round. But the fact that Russia was not able to play at all, the initial tag from Joker, the follow-up knockdown really made life 10 times harder for EVOS. Down, it's 4-2 in favor of Movistar R7. We head to Council Hall. Abax with the M1887. Hacks takes the initial shot from Russia. Imgod will try to go for the wraparound. This is an opening that they can look for, and Imgod makes good of it.
It's a good thing though. I mean, they understand that Hacks will try to go for the isolated Rasia, and Aim God is just waiting for that to happen. Now, Ray right now is trying to defend himself, blocking anyone from jumping in on that second floor. Give an opening, though, to the rest of the team of EVOS. Della, shadow stitching has been used so that he can get away quite swiftly, but 3 on the crosshairs gunning at him. Even Joker cannot do anything. So let's see if Della right now can still recover, because Rasia is getting a little too close, and Abax goes down from shotgun of Della! And the combination and communication, coordination coming from these two players ended EVO's round.
And we definitely do not need to elaborate how important Della surviving meant to R7. Della needed to go down, and EVOS understood it, but they just couldn't get the job done. This pop from Della onto Abax basically sealed the deal, because Rasia now could not follow up. Not with Joker perched on top of Council Hall. 5-2 for Movistar R7. One more round, and they send the last and remaining Indonesian team back and out of the tournament. And what better way to conclude that at command post?
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Joker right in the flank, and Joker hits Abax. Not even a backup. Aim God rushes in a little bit too early, and that pulls in Hacks and Games King as well. They might be losing another player at this point, and Della is just waiting, going for shadow stitching against Rasia, or against Rasia, and there you go. Della once again, N1887 domination, and Ray right now, despite of copying that time turner, couldn't survive any longer. Movistar R7 wins this match, making EVOS Divine drop from the tournament.
Unbelievable. We saw that minor mechanical error from Rasia. He pops the time turner and he hops out of it and takes the fight into an M1887. The last team of Indonesia have been eliminated from this tournament. It's official, both RRQ and EVOS. They dropped down to the 0-1 bracket yesterday, and today both got knocked out. One by a team from Latin America and another one by a team from Brazil. And now Lost and Movistar R7 will face off in a 1-1 bracket later on, and only one of them will move on, even though they both work together collectively to get rid of Indonesia.
Alright, well, 1-1 bracket is where they're going to meet up with Buriram United and Fluxo. So it's tough though. It's tough to say who's going to move forward, as again, still amazed, still wowed with the performance of both Lost and Movistar R7. I guess it is just not Indonesia's game, apart from the CS Elite Squad battle that we witnessed at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, definitely not a day for Indonesia, except for the KOLs. That is the only thing that I guess they can celebrate, right? You know, with the CS Elite tournament. But for EVOS Divine, the run ends here. And Movistar R7 gets to celebrate this win. Dominant over EVOS Divine. Another unexpected result. And so far, I mean, this 0-1 bracket have been a lot more one-sided than the opening series that we got from yesterday. Movistar R7, though, the job is not done. They still got one more series coming up before they even think about going to playoffs.
Well, again, this is a longer road for them, but it seems like this time around, because they had that rest, they have time to recuperate as well as to review the gameplay of the other teams, even try out different approach. I was surprised in what Hax is bringing into the active skill picks. It's seldom that they use it as well. I didn't see, probably just missed it, but I didn't see the Raiden Spider Trap. I didn't see that Crimson Charge Crimson Charge coming from Orion, but it still worked for them. Probably it's just to disrupt the gameplay, to make EVOS think of what would be the step that will be done by R7. You know how it is. The one way to beat the opponent is not let them know your next move, and this is what they did right now.
Or as a wise man once said, if you don't know what you're doing, your enemies won't know what you're doing. Or we even stretch it further, right? They pick characters with subpar abilities so that the EVOS cannot copy them. Who knows? Like, could be a strat from Movistar R7. 6-1 on Xterra, 6-2 on Kalahari. Basically a wash. And this is the updated bracket. 2 teams have made it into the 2-0 bracket. They are respectively, I think, WAG and was it Fluxo? No, WAG and Falcons. Yeah, later on we get BRU against Fluxo and then Loth against R7. Loser of those 2 series are also going to be out of the tournament, and then winner goes on to into the playoffs to face up against either Fluxo or Falcons, and then the winner of those 2 goes into the finals, and then we'll end it with a bang. So we got like what? We got 5 more series coming up before, and then we end it with the grand finals. But the elimination has started, so again the stakes keeps getting higher.
Yeah, definitely. The stakes are higher right now, but the games are becoming faster. They are becoming sharper at this point compared to what we've seen yesterday. There's a lot of, I would say, touch and go in terms of performances, but now they know what they're doing. They know what they need to do to be able to dominate one specific game, specifically from Lost as well as from Movistar R7. But with those 2 teams going against each other later on after Fluxo and Buriram United, it would be tough to call who's going to win. Even from all those 1-1 on those 1-1 standings, we still don't know who's going to win because a lot of surprises has been offered from yesterday up until today.
Yeah, it has been quite an adventure so far. Obviously, some of these games didn't ended up the way that we expected it to be. As the dominate the teams were teams that we expected to put up a lot more fight. But this highlight reel is basically a Movistar R7 compilation of how they really adjusted to EVOS Divine's playstyle from yesterday, and just like we sort of foreshadowed what we feared in EVOS Divine having the same struggle as RRQ Kazu, it really reared its ugly head.
Yeah, I mean, it's real tough right now. I'm just putting myself in EVOS Divine shoes at this point. It's tough to watch this game. There's a lot of mistakes that has been done that could have been, or that could have made EVOS Divine at least put up a challenge against Movistar 7. But I don't know what's going on with the mindset right now, but Hax is one of the players who made it work other than Joker. James King, it looks like he slowed down. He's not that aggressive in this game, so let's see on how it's going to end up later on, because after this highlight we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the battle of the pros continues, so stay tuned and don't go away.
are you? Okay, so can you guys introduce your name to everyone?
กระทาครับโมชิครับ
Okay, very shortly is their style of Buriram United esports players. So I'm right here with them at the Mandara weapon booth. So I will give you guys a challenge. Do you see this? Your weapons today. So you like to fold out these. One chance only. Oh, ไม่ใช่กอล์ฟ use it like a fan. โอ้ยไม่ใช่ a fan. Okay. You hold this for me.
โอเคมันโคตรยากอ่ะเอาให้ลงนะเฮ้ย
โอ้ยไง Champion. How do you feel?
โอ้แฮปปี้
They feel really happy, and he said that Moshi is handsome. Thank you. Okay, so how do you feel?
ก็รู้สึกสนุกดีครับผมที่จัดบูธอย่างนี้ขึ้นมาครับรู้สึกว้าวครับ Amazing Thailand ครับ
Okay, so is there anything you want to say to the viewers but also the fans?
ก็ฝากเชียร์บุรีรัมย์ด้วยนะครับผมจะทำเต็มที่วันนี้กด20ให้ได้ครับกันนะครับก็พวกเราก็ทำเต็มที่ครับผลจะออกมาไงก็ฝากติดตามด้วยครับ
Alright, you have heard their words, so continue to watch our tournament and don't forget to support your favorite team. If you are a BRU fan, please cheer and support for them in the next match.
ไม่ปล่อยให้พักหายใจหายคอกันเลย ไม่เคยคิดเลยเหรอว่าคนแก่เนี่ยจำเป็นจะต้องแบบว่าให้เวลาแบบพักใจนิดนึงเพราะเมื่อกี้ก็ลุ้นกับแมตช์เมื่อกี้ไปแล้วแจกของรางวัลแป๊บเดียวมาดูการแข่งขันกันอีกแล้วค่ะทุกคนคะและตอนนี้เนี่ยเรามากันแบบเกมท้ายๆแล้วนะอีกนิดเดียวจะเข้าสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลแล้วค่ะและครั้งนี้นะคะก็จะเป็นการเจอกันค่ะระหว่างทีม Lost แล้วก็ Movistar R7 นั่นเอง
Today in our Ninja Clash, the grand finals today, we have went to many surprise by surprise. First like RRQ and then later is EVOS Divine. I kind of believe that they cannot make it until the end for today. But overall, in our next match right here, we will have Lost versus Movistar R7, which is the match or the result that I've never think of. But I think that maybe two of them playing against each other may be kind of fun and interesting to me as well.
และนั่นแหละค่ะก็ตามที่น้องบอกเลยเนาะว่าอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้ไม่คิดเลยว่ามันจะออกมาเป็นแบบนี้แต่ก็เกิดขึ้นไปแล้วค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นไม่ต้องรอช้าขอเสียงตบมือต้อนรับทีม Lost กันเลย
First of all, represent to all of you, Team Lost.
และแน่นอนค่ะมีหนึ่งทีมแข่งขันไม่ได้มันต้องมีคู่แข่งของเขาและนี่คือทีม Movistar R7
And over here, welcome their opponents, Movistar R7.
ตอนนี้นะคะ2ทีมเข้าโพสิชันประจำที่เรียบร้อยพร้อมทำการแข่งขันมากๆงั้นไม่ต้องทำอะไรให้รอเยอะแล้วค่ะเพราะว่าอะไรเดี๋ยวความสนุกมันจะสะดุดซะเปล่าๆเพราะฉะนั้นขออนุญาตส่งเวทีนี้ต่อให้กับชาวแคสเตอร์
I think two of our teams right now are getting prepared and they are really want to get into the game and find out which positions will they be for this game. But now, not letting you guys wait no more because I understand that you guys are really happy and waiting for this moment. So let's head back to the shoutcasters.
Thank you very much, Yoonsul and Yuki. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen right now. But I I'm feeling a little bit of, I would say, into Movistar R7 because they just finished a game and they're up in here. But I'm pretty sure these pro teams are used to going into back-to-back battle. And loss right now is also something that a team that might be caught by surprise because Movistar R7 showed up some different active skill in the previous round against EVOS Divine. So there's a lot of trump card that they can use that might be unexpected by loss at this point.
Yeah, and I think one of this kickstarts the conversation of, so if team has a pick that is unorthodox and it worked for them, does it open up the pool a lot more in specific situations, right? Because as much as we saw a bit of that Raiden, we saw that Orion, but practicality is another thing. And for loss, they stick to what's optimal, and for Movistar R7, they took a chance and they were able to overcome EVOS Divine. But to a certain degree, I also feel like it's on the fault of EVOS Divine for not being on form today, right? They were making some, they're having a lot of lapse of judgment. I think going up against loss, Movistar R7 probably should at least try sticking to the conventional playstyle first, and not, trying to experiment it at the beginning, because I think loss is a very different being after what they did to RRQ.
Exactly. I mean, it's quite different right now. They might have been caught by surprise from yesterday when they fought against Team Falcons, but right now they are on form. Lost did the number on RRQ Kazu and Movistar 7. Yes, they also brought in a good amount of points against EVOS Divine, but it's still not that strong if we compare each other, like if we compare each players as well in terms of MVP and the numbers that they brought in. But well, we are going into draft right now, but the map order before we go there is Bermuda, Nextera, and then Kalahari. So I guess Bermuda, both teams had its advantage.
We've seen Nextera start off the past two series, so if we go back to basics, Bermuda, Lost is going to love this for sure. In fact, both Lost and Movistar R7 performed incredibly well on Nextera, right? It was the opening maps of the previous series that they play, so I'm excited to see us go to Nextera because that is a guarantee. But for Bermuda, again, I personally do favor Lost slightly more compared to Movistar R7. It's based off of a couple of factors. Just Lost a lot more cleaner on their executes, very decisive today. I think Movistar R7 also showed some reflections of that, but in comparison to Lost, when it comes to those gunfights, I definitely am leaning more towards the Brazilians.
Yeah, let's see though. If I'm not mistaken, the first thing, especially with the performance that we've seen in between Lost, would be to take out, or if it's R7 who has the first pick, is to take out Zane. That would be a very smart pick for them, and that's what they did. It's for Lost though. That's the first ban that they happened to pull out earlier, and it's a good thing that they also taken out A124 because it's so aggressive when Hone Sechi used it earlier against RRQ Kazu.
So this Oscar being picked up right off the bat, it's going to force a Tatsuya trade maybe into a Cassie too. We have seen some teams divert away from the Cassie Tatsuya, and in this case Movistar R7, they prioritize the Iris again, wanting to make sure that Joker gets a head start over Lost. I think that's fine, right? There's still Santino and Clue. They could still take the Cassie for themselves, the Chrono as well as a good answer to the Iris. In the event you need the extra layer with the Time Turner Dome.
Yeah, let's see though if another pick would be, there you go, the Cassie will be moving in. So it's either you connect with Chrono or Oscar, you will still be going for that win. Ignis though will be pulled out by Movistar R7. It's not being used that much by this team, but another unorthodox pick. Again, we still haven't seen great application from this guy, especially I think this is Hax who's bringing this on, but Hax has managed to surprise even Rasia from EVOS Divine. So, well, again, if it works, it works.
Yep. See if this Orion is going to pay off again. It's like you said, right? We didn't really see too much of the application, at least for now, and how this Orion is going to play out. mostly also was because of the fact that Movistar R7 ended a lot of the rounds pretty quickly. So we didn't really get to the point where that Orion needed to have big impact. It was more of the individual gun skills. Movistar R7, again, I need them to step up against the Lost, or else I can really foresee Lost running away with this. The one guarantee is that both of them have shown a lot of aggression playing their respective series, so that could make this series a lot more closer than it should be. See, they start running at each other from the ground up.
Now let's see though. I mean, from what we've seen earlier, especially when the player was shown, there's a little bit of switch up that has been done. Not quite sure if this is correct, but Della will be the ones in Tatsuya compared to previously Games King. Games King using that Orion, Joker and the Ignis, and Hax in the Iris. So I could be wrong. It could be just a glitch into the settings, but let's see as we start this game right now. Again, in Bermuda, this is just a shuriken round, so not so much of really fights will be done, but Della goes down in the hands of MT Sexy, and the game's the same goes with Hahoni Sechi. It's quite quick though for both teams.
This is kind of what we expected. Both teams going at each other's throats from the ground up. Explosive charm in the hands of Rigby too. 2 against 3. Joker with a pistol in hand. And somehow Lost able to slow the game down. Looking for information. Joker is in a very powerful position to make a difference, but Nando Nice spots him. Bullets against Shuriken. It seems like so far the win rate for the Ninja 2 greatly outclasses the classic bullet. So Lost takes the first round, and this is where we see if R7 still wants to go for the full invest, because they have done this against EVOS. Whether they win or lose the first round, they go for a heavy buy to try and pull the round back.
Well, I guess it's not so much though. They don't have that much as well in their pockets. So we have 2 mini Uzis and 2 of those Deagles, and a few of which would be investing in, I would say, glue walls as well for Movistar R7. But what's deadly would be MT7 with that sight, because the moment he gets close, he will be able to go in for hack and slash, and just have the Chronos time turner to save him a little bit time.
The Ignis Firewall is going to cut off that middle portion, split the battlefield into a 2v2 scenario. Rigby and MT Sexy on one side. They are going to get surrounded by R7 if they make the wrong move. In fact, they are trying to clear out the building. Della somehow gets spotted out by Haone on top of the roof. Games King needs to provide some support with the Deagle in hand, but his hands are pretty much tied. Takes the first shot against Haone, doesn't land it, and every single shot missed is opportunity granted over to Lost, and now they get to aggress more.
So, you know, if this aggression would work, but there's a little bit of slowdown between them. MT Sexy not being hit, and there goes what I'm talking about. The moment he get away from those gunfires and get close to your opponent, there's a potential that you will be going down that easily, and MT Sexy is just doing just that. But it was a Games King, and Della managed to finish them off. No surprises that these players are evolving game after game.
Not only that, we saw the Orion too. To avoid that final slash from MT Sexy, which could have nailed him another knockdown and then put the numbers in favor of Lost. So with very, very light buys, R7 wins that round, and the economy swings. They get to get better guns for round number 3.
Oh, and speaking of buys, we have Joker already in an AC80, and you know, it has been buffed a little bit, and with this part of the map, you have that elevation on one of the compounds, but no, Joker is going in for long flank. Nando might be meeting him up, but Lost right now is dealing with 2 players, and that gives an opening for one flank. Ignis has been pulled out, but a little bit delayed though. Hits MT Sexy a little bit, but not so much of damage. Games King goes for the finisher.
First blood.
Just like that, first blood, MT Sexy goes down, but Rigby and Haone both getting 1 apiece. Della with the better gun in hand, of course, but numbers in terms of manpower is going to start making a difference, and with Rigby finishing off Hacks, it's going to sway the favor to Lost's side. And Haone with that pop onto Della basically almost sealed the deal, unless Games King can pull off a miracle. Gonna take out Rigby first. Haone and Nando 9 remains, and Haone gets the job done. 2-1 favor of loss.
And 2-1 favor of loss definitely is a loss for Movistar R7. They did put up so much of investment, and that AC80 will be handed over or will be grabbed by Nando 9, and there's also that AWM buy that he can use. And with this position, if he goes up in one of the edge of that warehouse, you have a clear view of where Lost is going, unless they go in the left-hand side. So anyone who goes for a long flank, like what Hax is attempting to do, but managed to stay away from, is could have been beneficial for them. But no, sticking together is also a smart move, a good way to pick them up if in case they are knocked down.
R7 now is going to try to spin around the corner. The Valiant Dash destroys all the glue wall. And you can see the timing of the time turner just to make sure that when those glue walls go down, it still doesn't put Lost's members at a disadvantage. Fireball Jutsu unfortunately doesn't really damage the blue wall, so this corner pretty much open. Haone finds the right timing to swing, and here comes the Fireball Jutsu. Unfortunately hits the craze. That could have done a lot more collateral damage to the side of R7, so they scrape by with the skin of the teeth.
Yeah, MT Sexy didn't do so much as well. He don't want to give an opening to Joker on that Deagle, but Nando has a good chance if he spots Joker. But the pinch is just being waited on. Hax right now gets a little too close, and Honi Sechi goes in for that knock, and it gives Rigby as well for a rush against Joker. Now, that blue wall saves him. Nando steps in, and that's what I'm talking about. Coordinated push from Lost, leaving only Games King behind.
2v1, very doable. P90 in hand. Nando is going to take his time to heal back up. AWM and Mini Uzi for the side of Lost. Circle will be the driving factor for R7 Games Kings to aggress. And now the pincer attack commences. Sight in hand. Lost keeps their distance, and Games Kings, let's see, try the option again. It feels like he's going to go for a second round, but Nando 9 ready to receive it. And Lost up 3-1.
That's one thing though. I mean, if you have Nando 9 and AWM, most of the time on a sniper, you just need to worry about them from a distance, but not Nando 9. He can hit you up close with that quick scope, and that makes him even deadlier. So I don't know what counter can be done from this player. He can be taken out a little bit early if Joker can do so, and then it opens up the floodgates for the rest of R7 just to deal with Raoni Seche as well as Rigby and MT Sexy, because he has been the determining factor as well for win or loss.
Right off the bat, Della getting knocked out by ability. Rigby with the secure again. Della just got brought back up, but didn't really have much chance to perform. MT Sexy being removed gives a bit of chance until Nando 9 has something to say about that. Right into the building he goes. Haone with the help of Rigby finds number 3, and Joker left to wonder what just happened in that round at Rimnam Village.
Let's see though if they will still have a chance to recover at this point. It's a 1v3 situation. And yep, M1887 would work well against Joker, but it is Nando 9 once again for the finisher. The sniper of LOS, or for Lost right now, not giving that much of an inch for the other team to fight back.
4-1 now in favor of Lost. This is sort of what I expect. Of course, we wanted R7 to put up a better fight, and they have made attempts. But we saw the execution, especially in round number 4, and how Lost navigated the more drawn-out round when they pulled that execution with the Tatsuya and Oscar, and how they came in with a 3-pronged attack. That really made the difference. They really showcased the crispiness of how Lost kind of played out Clash Squad. And of course, off of the back of Nando 9 being surviving longer than he should have, R7 now struggling to find their footing as Lost starts to ramp up.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to call if they can put any counter against Lost, specifically Nando 9, because the clue does help him find opponents in there with a tracing step, and it's there's not so much of counter that can be done. Ignis is being used by Movistar R7, but not in the disadvantage. It's either they are using it from afar and it's only damaging 1 or 2 players, and damage is not that significant. So again, there's a lot of questions on how Movistar R7 is going to recover from this fight.
See if that the pause has resolved the problem that we have. I believe it's a call made by Movistar R7. Gives them some time to gather their thoughts a little bit. Again, they have some good ideas, but we did preface coming into the series that the difference maker might not be the approach to the game, but more towards the mechanical display of the players. And Lost definitely on the up and up.
Let's see though. Della already receiving damage, and that's Nando 9 significance overall. And then Lost, like the rest of the Lost, doesn't have to worry about anything. Haoni Seiji already going in against a Joker, and there goes the finisher. Only Games King remain, and what can he do against 4 players? Not that much. Even with that, Deagle can only put so much of damage onto 1 player, and there you have it, another win for Lost.
That one was quick and decisive. Seems like the train isn't stopping anytime soon for Lost. We might see another 6-1 victory, just like what Lost did to RRQ on Nextera, and just less than 2 hours ago.
It seems like Nando 9 is really stealing the show, but if we look at the KDs of the players from Lost, we also have Rigby putting in 6 elimination as well as a Haoni Seiji. So it's just a team effort overall. They know their position, they know what they need to take, and well, Lost right now is quite different because the first time that we're seeing Haoni Seiji and 1 player go in for a long flank into the middle of the map. But no, he goes down from the hands of a Joker who also made the same decision. And let's see if the fight would change at this point, especially if Rigby can be taken down quite easily. Joker, AWM in hand, a little too close. Hax is already down, and only a few damage is needed. And Movistar R7 prompting for a comeback.
Second round on the board, 3 more for an equalizer. Movistar R7 now brings us to peak. It is Red Moon time. So we have the Divine Tree airdrop, courtesy of Lost, who have activated all 3 of that instances. Have to come in from at least the top side, right? The airdrop slightly closer to R7. But economy-wise, if R7 can win 1 more round, it puts Lost at a slight disadvantage, and that's where the comeback really becomes possible. But they still have a mountain to climb in round number 8. Instant contact made. Games came with the fireball juice. Rigby will be forced right back. Good blue wall to prevent any further damage. It's a 3-1 split for Lost. Joker and Nando 9 would be the key members of either team. As that wall goes down, Hack makes contact, firewall comes through, and it's Lost that comes out on top. With a 2-for-1 trade, they make it number 3. Della doesn't even make it fair. Joker suddenly left alone again. Fair to say that Lost has gotten map number 1 in the back. Joker with 1 last attempt did not pay off. Lost 6-2 on Bermuda.
I mean, Lost is just going under for a quick 3-1 split compared to what we've seen in R7, but despite of being close, it's the usage of that time turner that was a game changer at that point. In perfect timing, the moment they go in for the rush, they just have to wait a few seconds, and then without getting hit, they have full HP before they rush in, and that's where R7 just fell 1 at a time. So that is a good play, a good carryover for losses a game, especially after the battle against RRQ Kazu, but I didn't expect it to be that quick. But I know Movistar R7, they have to deal with, I don't know if it's fatigue or just going in the back-to-back with unconventional active skills being used. That it's so unconventional that even they couldn't use it in the best way.
Yeah, I think the Orion has to go. I think you go back to, like, I say that I prefer them to not experiment. Well, they've done it in game 1. I think game 2, just pull out your best picks. I think the Orion is just not it. The only round that they sort of like pulled off the Orion was like round 2 or round 3, and that's in very specific situations. But for the rest of the round, you don't really get to use that Orion, and it wouldn't have made much difference anyways. So for R7, I think it's go back to basics, play what's good, play what's best, and just try and win the rounds. I think that's the only way they could approach it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they really can aim to win the round, it would be great for them, because it's really tough. I don't know what would be the game plan really. Yes, they did manage to win it against EVOS Divine earlier, but not against Loss, because Loss shows up differently. Not only do they have a more refined draft picks, but they also have their position quite well, that it adapted to what Movistar R7 is doing. So what they are doing is just deal with Games King, leave no option for Hacks to go for the flank, and also just make sure that Joker is isolated. So if in case Della will be taken down and 3 players will be taken down, it's easier for Loss to end the game.
6-2 scoreline that Loss really showing that mantle. Of course, for R7 this time, Hacks was one of the Hacks and Games Kings were the one that we were really paying a lot of attention to. We highlighted when they faced off against EVOS, but this game Hacks was basically rendered ineffective by Loss, not really able to get the ball rolling. Going to Kalahari next is going to be a bigger challenge for R7, considering that for Loss they have already. Hold on, Kalahari? Isn't Bermuda the second map?
So we started with Bermuda, and then that was Bermuda though. We just finished.
Yeah, that was Bermuda, right?
Yeah. So I think the next map would be
Nextera. Okay, yeah. All right. How about Bermuda next? Yeah, next to Bermuda. So Nextera next. Yeah, that's gonna be the middle ground for both teams. MVP for this match though, 6 eliminations, gonna be Nando9. Tons of chip damage from afar, and converted by the rest of his team.
Yeah, I mean, no question that he is the MVP. He like the game that he has, even if he doesn't have that much of damage though, but what he did into the game to just turn the tables is something else. Up close and personal AWM, he made it look easy. From a range, from a distance, he might not be in view, but he know that he will hit those shots. He will make those shots. So Nando9 really brings it to a 10 right now, but only 8 elimination or 6 elimination at this point, compared to Rahoni Seche, who really brings in a lot of elimination in that fight, because he can not only bring it up close and personal, but also in the long range.
Yeah, I think that is going to be something I think Movistar R7 needs to start considering going into map number 2 when we head on to Nextera. Both teams have had a great record on Nextera, right? Yeah. 6-1 for Loss when they fought RRQ, 6-1 for Movistar R7 when they fought EVOS. If anything, if Game 1 told us anything, is that Loss are definitely the favorites right now for Movistar R7. When we head into Nextera, once more, it's about who can hold the front. I think that has been the theme for this tournament for since the very first series we played. Is about holding the front, and whoever is able to get the first knock, whoever is able to aggress first, usually comes out on top, and that in this case is Loss.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is Loss right now, especially from the showing from both matches within this game. Right now, we are setting up, we are prepping for game number 2 between these two teams from Brazil and Malaysia. Hello! So these are our KOLs, our content creators, also doing a simultaneous stream on just to make sure that we are broadcasted not just from the usual channels, not just from the usual platforms, but also in their respective pages and channels as well. These are KOLs that has not just thousands, but millions of followers, millions of subscribers that could spread things around when it comes to how Free Fire is evolving overall and how the collaboration is working for everyone, not just for the players, but also for the fans who are in the venue.
Maybe one day we'll get all the KOLs and all the talents in the same stadium for global finals. Who knows?
Oh yeah?
First, we need to find a stadium big enough for that. I'm thinking about Rio again. We should go back to where it all began. Trophy still stuck in Brazil. Has
Well,
been
it's
the
not
case
stuck,
for the
though.
past 2 years.
They just held onto it like quite hard. They didn't want to let it go.
We need it back. We need it back. Hopefully we get to take it. Because it definitely, I mean, we were close for 2 years in a row. We were very close last year.
Yeah. It's tough
So we
though. I
did-
mean, that's
it
what's
is.
tough about losing. If you're that close and still doesn't manage to take that win, it makes it even like tougher. It hurts even more, I would say. But speaking of hurting even more, so we have the bans already. Cassie on the other side to make sure that there's not so much of recovery being done. Oscar on Lost side, and Sane and Chrono that can bring the hurt towards Movistar R7. Despite of the Iris and Tatsuya being used, there's not so much of counter that we've seen against both, I would say, shield bearer of the team.
We still got the Ignis up and available.
Ooh.
Lost taking the A124. That is already a big boon for them. They could put the sniper on the Chrono, but no, Ignis completely ignored. They take the clue for themselves.
Yeah, I mean...
And the Steffi, okay.
Clue is, well, it did work for Nando 9 earlier. Just getting that the general location of your opponents. Just make sure that you relay it to your teammates as well. But Steffi, it's a viable pick. I think it's a counter to the A124. Let's see though if this is something that they can make work, because it's really difficult to time when you use that Steffi, because the A124 trigger, the thrill of battle, is quite fast and you won't be able to avoid it that much. So despite of having a Steffi, you will still be denied of putting it into play if that A124 pop will be done first.
It does give Lost and a lot of that defensive capabilities, but to stop Movistar R7 from aggressing. And this Steffi is going to be so important, right? If you get hit by the A124 and Steffi goes down, suddenly Lost just runs at you.
Yeah. It does help. I believe it does help as well with a Fireball Jutsu, because it's still a throwable, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot that has been put in to this game, especially with the collaboration, the update, that would be effective if you have a Steffi. Not quite sure if that's something that the other teams hasn't caught wind of, but probably was not really that viable. Thus, we don't see it often, even from the previous day's matches.
Let's see, I mean, again, there's mini tournaments happening on ground, so you do join in if you're interested. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of goodies to give to everyone else. Okay, this could be the final dab for Lost before they pack R7 up and ship them out of the tournament onto Nextera. Again, this is neutral ground, but there are teams that have definitely over time, over the course of this tournament, show that they are slightly better mastery of some of these areas. Graph Lab being the one that really, shakes things up a little bit, and Decker Square, yeah, you did point out earlier on. But aside from that, most of the other spots on Nextera really comes down to how well you manage urban warfare.
Exactly. I mean, Nextera is a map, not only in Clash Squad, but also in Battle Royale, that has so many compounds to work with. And that's probably one reason why it has so many spots for Clash Squad. So we are set right now. We are hearing the music, and this is the go signal. We're going to jump into the game. Let's see who's going to pop off right here. It is Kalahari, or I might be wrong. This is Nextera, I believe.
It should be Nextera, yeah.
Yeah, let's go over to the plan of Hax. Again, Hax has done this so many times and he has done a number on Rasia. He might be able to do so on Nando 9, but on the other side, Haone Seichi is already putting up so much of damage on Della. And this is one plan as well, especially if you're in Pistol round or in a Shuriken round, stick together because it gives you more chances to put multiple damage on one or two opponents.
Nando 9 actually gets a knockdown to Hacks. Just now Joker came to the rescue. Nando 9 takes matters into his own hands to equalize the playing field. Games King dangerously low, able to escape. Nando 9 still continuing on that war path despite having minimal health to work with, and at the end of the day it's going to be Lost having the numbers advantage. Games King and Della forced to retreat and regroup. Lost now up a man.
Yeah, up a man, and Games King no way to recover. Della is now using the final mid kit, and it's 1.5 lives, I would say, for Movistar R7 against 3 or 2 and I don't know, a little bit closer to full HP. But all you have to do is wait for them to show up, because MT Sexy might be able to take down Games King right now, and the same goes with Nando and Rigby. With that boost, helps Rigby to get that opening, but doesn't have or still have another floor to work with. But there goes the hack and slash together with that heavy shuriken for Lost to end the first round.
The biggest contributor, definitely Nando 9. Basically deciding that he is going to be the one who decides the course of that round. Multiple knockdowns despite pickups from the side of R7. This could have gone poorly for Lost because they were not able to get any finishers, and Joker came in on time to get Della back on his feet, and then Della converts. But sadly, Nando 9 was doing the same off screen and allowed Lost to eventually wrestle the man advantage onto their side. Second round already a Blue Marbles rocketry. See on the side there, Games King running forward with the mini Uzi, basically stopped by MT Sexy and Haone. Tries to rush in with the dash, but MT Sexy puts up the blue wall.
And Della managed to take down MT Sexy, and there's no response coming from R7. And there's one thing though, you might be seeing your opponents, but the glass makes it even tougher for you to fire at them. Only Haone Seichi right now, but he managed to go in for an elimination on the Della, or the knockdown onto Della. But there's still a full squad keeping all of those resources for round number 3.
Unfortunate for the side of Lost, because they were able to stop at least the initial dash, initial rush from the members of R7. But R7 had a lot more firepower than Lost would have liked to deal with.
And even more firepower in this round 3. We are seeing VSK already from Joker, and once he gets in position, he will be able to target both Nando 9 and Haone Seichi. And Nando 9 doesn't have the sniper that he needs. He does have a Parafal, but Hacks right now, great movement to block 2 of the players from Lost, but the Haone Seichi is trying to go for the push, but expected by Della, and multiple elimination with that God Nade coming from Hacks. Nando 9 left alone. In spite of a knockdown, he will need to do a little bit more for this clutch.
R7 pulling it back in a strong manner. The utilization of the flash grenade, we haven't seen that for a long time. Nando 9 getting the knock on the Games King, but losing that blue wall will ensure that he goes down. R7 adapting to the circumstances, finding chinks in the armor of Lost. Now really affecting the bank a little bit. Lost will have to invest a bit more in round number 4, but this grenade from the side of R7 made all the difference.
I mean, the time turner has been pulled out, but Grenade managed to squeeze through, and that is just a loss. That is just a loss for Lost. Now, we are going into different map. Now, this gives a few opening for snipers, but Joker as well as the rest of the teams are not going for that. They know that Nando might be taking one, or Haone is going for a flank, and they anticipated that Della is also going for the backup just to make sure that Rigby and MT Sexy doesn't put up so much of damage. But no knockdowns just yet and no confirmation. But Rigby is in trouble, especially in sights of Joker and Nando 9 will be taken down by Hacks, and not even from the same side. He went across the board.
Hacks caught sleeping at the wheel, but Joker was there to back him up. R7 still managed to recover. The members of Lost just does not have the help but to work with Haone.
First blood.
Sliver of health. The rest of his teammates are on the ground. R7 recovering incredibly well. All 4 members standing strong. Haone left with just a Deagle. So this is guaranteed 3 rounds in a row for R7.
Oh, we've seen some miracles happen against 3 with that Deagle, but not quite sure though if it would work against 4, especially if they have a few more of those weapons and Joker on that AWM. And 3-1 the scoreline already. From earlier, we did see Lost just grabbed a lot more points, a lot more dominance in the game against Movistar R7, but they're just coming back. Movistar R7 away from those conventional draft picks, now going to, I would say, the usual Clash Squad picks, and they're looking like they're a lot stronger.
Going back to a more conventional approach too. Slightly less shenanigans. Oh, Rigby about to receive a big hit in the Rude Awakening. Rigby front and center, front, back and center, getting knocked down. Fireball Jutsu does come out as a bit of a support. Nando 9 saving his own teammate, but sadly, it's not good enough. R7 gets away with daylight murder. Suddenly, the rest of Lost are just stuck in a tough place. Fireball Jutsu gets run again. Della now finds a 1v1 between him and MT Sexy across the window. Nando 9 needs to step up and catches Games King.
Now, MT Sexy was just a distraction at that point, and that gives an opening to Games King to go down. Hacks right now almost hit. If it wasn't for that ceiling, now there's still a chance for recover for Movistar R7, and this puts a loss in a disadvantage. And let's see if they can move a little bit closer, because the moment they get a drop on Raoni, and there you have it. 2 players done instantaneously, and only 1 remains. Not even recovering, not even made to recover for the pickup, and all 4 players keep their resources.
R7 in a strong spot right now, 4-1. Fortunately for Lost, just could not really find their footing in this case. Another moment where Lost gets the knockdown but doesn't find any finishes. And sadly, time might be running out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one thing I would say is, in the current pick of Lost, they don't have that rusher that they often use. Yes, they can have information. They have the A124 just to stop the approach or any active skill being used. But the moment it is used a little too early, then that is when you don't have that much of firepower to go against. Yes, you are beat up with Zane and Chrono, but it's only for defense. And if you're going against this triple elimination,
triple kill
with a skill, leaving Nando 9 behind, that was something else. Earlier it was a grenade, now it's a skill. Movistar R7 are something else.
They really are. We wanted a strong recovery, and we are seeing it right now for Movistar R7. Games Kings with the finisher. 5-1 for R7. A complete reversal of what they experienced on Bermuda earlier on. This might be the first game 3 that we get today.
Oh, definitely. I mean, game 3 expected right now, but R7, when we thought that they were tired after the battle that they had earlier, and it was very close to this engagement, it was just like a warm-up for them, just to identify what is being done by Lost to be that aggressive, go in for the counter with banning Cassie, and now for each move that Lost has, a counter is being done by R7, and there you have it, the quickness of Hacks right now, just to make sure Rigby goes down, but Games King, M590 in play, finish up MT Sexy. Again, only 1 remains, Nando's are also out, and Homie Sechi right now, not where to go.
It should be a 6-1 scoreline. Game 1 was a 6-1 in favor of Lost. Game 2 6-1 in favor of R7. We are guaranteed a Game 3. Kalahari is where we will settle the scores between these two teams. Even in terms of power ranking on the global stage, people pit Lost a lot higher than Movistar R7. But now that one hangs in the balance with how Movistar R7 really came back swinging in match number 2, stopping every single aggressive maneuver that Lost wanted before it even began.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kalahari would be the game decider between these two teams. And I am loving how the adjustment of Movistar R7 really caught Lost off guard. I mean, we know Nando 9 is a deadly and a sniper, but he's just being isolated from the rest of the group. And what Nando 9 is often doing is just waiting for the opening that's being done by the rest of the teams of Lost, and that is where he makes those shots. But he was not giving that chance. It's more of the coordinated approach, the coordinated push that's being done by Movistar R7 that just threw off the gameplay of Lost.
Yeah, and it's pretty unfortunate for Lost because nothing they did was working, and we saw the ramp up right off R7. They got so aggressive that a lot of the rounds were decided in the first 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Just instant pickoffs, instant knockdowns, and the ability to frag grenades as well, something that wasn't really shown much until just now. So for Lost, he goes to Kalahari. Again, comes out to the snipers. Can Nando 9 kind of pull off a display against Joker? And funny enough, Joker still wasn't really the main character in match number 2, but you'll have to be that in Kalahari.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Joker does have a good eye to go against the opponent. But one thing that I would say in Kalahari is how Hax, or even in Nextera, how Hax managed to pull a flank that he squeezed himself in, and the moment he rushes, he just gets that knock. So I think compared to Games King who's using that Tatsuya, I think that should have been given to Hax. A momentum that for him to get in, knock down, and get out would be more beneficial for the team. But again, it might change later on. We'll have to see as we look at the scoreboard right now. 6-1 scoreline, not expected after the win that Lost had earlier from Game 1. But Movistar R7 will bring us to the third match of the series.
Oh, yeah. And this game, again, we look at, Lost, really no cigar in a lot of these engages. Most of the weight held by Hax, 7 eliminations. Joker with 4. Well, Games King and Della didn't really need to do much heavy lifting this game, thankfully, because it has been Games King for majority of the games that they win. So we head over to Kalahari for one last bout. Please do ignore this. Game 1 was Bermuda, Game 2 is Nextera, and Game 3 is Kalahari.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is the order, and we're going to see that in the map as well. I was questioning it earlier because from the looks at it from above, it does look like part of Kalahari. But for our MVP, it's Movistar R7 Joker, who's not joking around, puts in so much of damage, in spite of not having elimination. But this is what matters in this game. If you can bring so much of damage to help your teammates like Hax, like Games King, to go for that push, go for that distraction, then you are doing something else. Does Joker with the numbers, getting all those damage and helping Hax grab that 7.
Yeah, and again, it's a collective effort from Movistar R7. They give us a game 3 that we definitely needed between these two teams. Favor is still, I think, in the court of Lost, but the balance definitely tipped a little bit with how strong R7 came in round 2. I believe that's a Madara cosplay in his prime.
Yeah, I saw the video earlier on how was it? It was Get High and Moshi was trying that Madara weapon. Moshi did it well. He managed to get a few knocks, but when he missed, you can see some of the attitude or personality of some of the players. Like, if you don't make it, try different ways. And Moshi did try different ways to make those knocks on those displays.
Yeah, definitely feeling a lot more relaxed. I mean, if you are BRU players, right? Still waiting for their match later on against Fluxo of all teams. It's a rivalry that we all were looking forward to, and we are going to get it. It's going to be quite a treat, considering how they both made it to that 1-1 bracket. Right, both getting kind of reverse swept in a certain in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to do that, especially competition right here when you don't really know what to expect. Because despite of, yeah, we do have the draft, we have the update, what we also have the jutsus that is involved. So you need to consider that as well in all the movement that you have. So let's see if this is something that they are also thinking about, especially between Lost and R7, because it's 1-1 between these two teams. And there, it seems like we still don't know. Oh, these are my friends right now. These are my friends with the same robe. But is that a Free Fire tag on that hoodie?
Wait, there's Free Fire Akatsuki robe?
I don't know. It looks like it.
Oh, we definitely need
I
that.
get one of those.
I would. I definitely would get one of those.
I'm not quite sure who should we call to ask for it. I mean, I would pay for it.
Me too. I would. So I guess it's fair to say that the Akatsuki is in the Free Fire universe. It's going to be the faction that takes over. It's not the Hidden Leaf Village. Just coincidentally, you look at the matches that were played. Most of the teams that were on the Akatsuki side have won their matches.
Interesting though. Well, I'm not quite sure if it's going in because of firepower that the Akatsuki has, or probably just the movement that they're doing at this point. Like, teams have been making a lot of changes in their gameplay and just showing up match after match. Similar to what we've seen right now, we have Lost winning the first round when we thought they're going to end it in a 2-0. Movistar R7 just recovered that quickly, and they're not going for that unconventional pick. They're just going for that usual draft pick, and the movements or the rotation are the ones which is unconventional. So they still have that element of surprise that's still catching Lost off guard.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think even for Lost, we know that they're gonna come in aggressive, and we wanted R7 to do the same. And R7, they show resistance, but wasn't able to overcome Lost in game 1. But game 2, they decided that we are gonna keep that aggression, but we will move even faster, and it paid off. It paid off big time. But going into Kalahari is going to be a very different ball game, right? Again, these two maps, I think if I have to pick a team that is more proficient on it, I believe statistically it is Lost.
Definitely. I mean, Nando 9, like sniper from the team, there's a huge chance that he can take it over from a long range. And we did point this out. I did point it out that this is what most sniper, especially from Indonesia, needs. If you can move with an AWM and up close and personal, then just do so. But if not, at least do the counter wherein you have also close range a weapon to use, so at least you can simulate what Nando 9 is doing. But it's still tough to call. We also have Haoni Sechi that is a viable factor that could change the game in that game number 3 in Kalahari. So two heroes, I would say, for Lost to make that comeback.
Oh yes, and I think hope is definitely not lost just yet, right? They just need to think about how to handle Kalahari against this long range. They've identified the problem in the previous round, which was I think Hacks, Della 2.
Yeah.
So if anything, just create that space for Nando 9. I think the front was holding on decent, but they were just overwhelmed by the utilities of R7. And I think that was kind of the main reason for their failure in that round.
Yeah, and I guess with Tatsuya being used by Games King, he disrupts any movement in the front lines being done by Lost, because there's not so much of speed that we're seeing from Lost at that point. And without Cassie, despite of having a Zane, they can only do so much with the combination of Zane and Chrono. Haoni Sechi though, he's always in distance. Yes, he can trigger that thrill of battle, but I was questioning that earlier, but I guess the Steffi from Dela is working for them. Just make sure that they don't hit, they are not hit that much, and then they can fire back as easily to get that win.
Yeah. See if there's going to be the change in how they want to approach that draft, right? Like that A124. We did see the applications of that, but another challenge that we might, potentially come across is the Steffi that you did point out did become quite an issue in the previous game.
Yeah, let's see though if those issues would be resolved right now. So we're just prepping on to the final round between these two teams, Lost and Movistar R7, wherein, well, both of them are just doing quite well in this fight, in this engagement, and well, have to see if they'll be able to show us a stretch of all 11 rounds. This is what we expect since both teams has already gotten it, but oh, they have that pick already. They have their pick already, and if you look at it, we have Oscar and Zane banned, and Lost would want to go with a more aggressive push, combination of Cassie and the Tatsuya, and then a stronger stronghold from MT Sexy with that Chrono.
Whoa, we have a Rock Lee crossplay. That was what I was asking for yesterday. I wonder if anyone would do Rock Lee. The power of youth, the symbol of dedication and hard work. As someone that is born without the ability to use any ninjutsu, is definitely can be hard. No, but he's physically fit, one of the physically strongest ninjas in the anime, at least for his age. So Steffi goes back to the side of Movistar R7. Again, they bring in the rider this time. I guess is one way to flush out Nando 9, or more importantly, to flush out people like Rigby. Make sure that they cannot hold those corners.
Yeah, let's see though. It is something that they can hold at this point, and well, this is it. The cue to open up the gates into round number 3, match number 3 of the series between teams from Lost and Movistar R7, and they start off in Refinery. So I guess it's good as well because there's not so much of opening and long range, and they will just need to get close and personal in this Shuriken round. But 3 on the push already, 1 in the flank for Movistar R7. But again, this is just Shuriken around. There's not so much that you can do, and trade-offs after trade-offs, but Lost is still at a loss.
Yeah, they are getting eviscerated.
Double kill.
Rigby has no say in what transpires in that round. Quick win for R7.
Well, let's see though. What would be the response? Again, it's questionable if you're going in for the flank, even if you're a sniper on that Shuriken round, because it's only giving an opening for the opponent to make sure that you don't have that much firepower up close and personal. So we'll have to see if this adjustment will be done, or if there's need for adjustment, because they do have a pistol. We do have a economy to be able to get the Kingfisher, and Haoni Seichi already have one. Then Nando 9 has that Deagle, but doesn't matter because Dela will be going down, and so much firepower coming from Lost right now, despite of losing the first game.
Yeah, willing to take that risk, roll the dice, paying off. Nando 9 under fire. Games King needs to start backing off right now. Rigby turns the corner with a mini Uzi, doesn't find any connection, but they do split up the members of R7. Hags now out into the open. Rigby leaves it to his teammate to deal with that. Joker with the ice grenade actually takes out Haone. As now things start to break down, Hags finds MT Sexy in the back. With the help of Games King, they turn the tides of the battle in their favor. Games King still survives Rigby. It's him and Nando 9 to hold the fort. Joker holding a very powerful position, and Nando 9 might be forced to get up close and personal.
Yeah, let's see though. 2v3 situation. Nando 9, yes, he can get close, but it's accuracy as well as movement. Not so much can be done, especially with Mini Uzi, and it's only hacking this game, or hacking the final two players at this point. Grabs that Kingfisher, and Movistar R7 still on the roll with the points. Still a lot of investment being done, especially with the VSS fire rate. Fire rate and accuracy is quite high with that weapon, and good choice though for both Joker as well as Games King.
Yeah, Gates and Joker really working hand in hand in tandem to bring that round back with how they maneuvered that 3v2. And that was under the threat of having Nando 9 playing from long range too, that he was uncontested the whole time. Rigby now forward with the help of Empty Sexy. Instantly guns down Della, puts out the time turner, so Empty Sexy now is safe. Fortunately, Games King is actually able to with the help of Joker take that Empty Sexy. Rigby converts. Lost now finds control.
Mag 7 up close and personal, that really hurts a lot. Joker will try his best to use this VSS, put so much of damage, probably break down any defenses that Lost has, but it's only for a moment. Going solo at this point, especially with the blue, will be closing in a bit as well. Firepower plus that sight. There's not so much that you can do. Aoni Sechi just finishing it off with a deagle, and there goes a comeback, or potential comeback, coming from Loss. And well, that's just one game though, and they will be able to pick up all those weaponry and probably build up a few more of economy for their side from themselves.
Oh yeah. At least for Lost, they stench the bleeding a little bit. The weaponries will start to build up, of course, in their favor for now. They feel a lot more comfortable with what they have. They run forward, I think, for Lost. Stick to the playbook. Nando 9 has a clear view of Della and Games King. If he gets the timing right, and Della barely hangs on. That's good enough for R7.
See though, if R7 can take advantage of that. Della already recovering, hacks on the flank. Aoni Sechi, I don't think they have any information on that, but is that a Raiden? Well, we had the spider trap being pulled out, but doesn't hit anyone just yet. And Della goes down. Games King goes down as well. Lost right now. Steam rolling against Movistar R7, leaving only Joker behind.
They spring into action. That is what you want as R7. Actually, as Lost, excuse me. Instantly shut down the show of R7. Unfortunately, Joker is the only one left remaining. Nothing much that he can do about that. Doesn't really have to say. And what the move of Lost is going to be. The equalizer is now found. 2-2.
2-2, indeed. And this is the momentum that Lost has been waiting for. Of course, sure, if can be turned around, because judging from the weapons as well as the current position of the map, Mammoth is favoring Lost at this point. Double snipes, or I would say, yeah, double snipe right now from Nando. If I'm not mistaken, that's a VSK, otherwise it might be a VSS, who that can deal significant damage as well. But Aoni Sechi with a Groza and keeping a distance from the rest of the team, still connected though to Rigby on that basic therapy. But a lot of pressure onto Rigby right now, as MT Sexy is just making work on that second floor. Nando 9 is finding one opening through the ribs. Still putting pressure on Movistar R7.
And Sexy was down the hacks. Finisher, and he's able to duck away from danger. The blue wall goes down, but Della under a lot of suppressive fire. So Empty Sexy gets a heal back up. Haone comes in, doubles up onto Della, and in a blink of an eye, R7 have already lost 3 of their members. So this is a 3-round running back from Lost. Regain their momentum. Joker only finds the knock, but no confirm right there. Nando 9 with the secure.
Now it looks like Lost will be bringing this home. Like, how they turn things around when they won that fight, especially how they saved up economy just in case they like to prepare and they have a lot more to offer. All level 3s on the armor. MT Sexy might have lost a few of those armor, but recovered in firepower overall. So, but judging from Haoni, Sechi, as well as MT Sexy, they have a P9 on their P90 on themselves, so they would want to go up close and personal, and probably deal with Games King and Della in the fastest way.
Yeah. That itself is going to put R7 in a very uncomfortable spot. Nando 9 literally down to a sliver of health, and still Lost able to capitalize on the openings that they were given. They have earned Della and Games King no longer part of the fight.
Haoni Sechi has sights on Joker, and this is crucial though, because that's not so much of leeway for you to move, and once that blue closes in, you will be done for. Hex also goes in for the flank, but there's not so much of opening, but they do have elevation from both sides, so Hex might be able to spot an MT Sexy, and that time turner saves him. Jumping off on the edge right there also gives an opening for the team of Lost to isolate Hex down.
And that itself is already a big problem for the side of R7. They came close to finding an opening, and now that opening has closed. It's still very doable in this 2v3 situation, but don't get much space to take the hole, and Hax pops his head out. Haoni connected with electrotherapy. Hax forced onto the ground floor, and the circle closing in makes life even harder for R7 to navigate.
Yeah, I mean, Joker right now still has an AWM. I thought he could have picked one, but he gives an opener. He was given an opening, but unfortunately Rigby managed to take down Hax with that Max 7. And Joker will receive a lot of damage from Haoni's Groza. And there goes the finishing hit with that M590. 4-2 is the scoreline. Lost is bringing it home, or close to bringing it home, with only 2 more points.
Yeah. 2 more points, and Lost will knock R7 out of the tournament and put themselves in playoffs. Just like what expected, they had to take the long road this time. I could have sworn that it felt a whole lot closer at the beginning. Hey, better late than never, they say.
Yeah, I mean, there's some advantage of taking a long route. You get experience a lot more in terms of Clash Squad with different teams, and with that learning that you can prepare yourself for probably semifinals or grand finals. But let's see though, Haoni Sechi a little too close and might be spotted by a Joker, but there you have it. MT Sexy ready triggering the Divine Tree. Della's already down. Hax managed to go for knockdown as well, but 2 going against 3. It's tough though, unless a Haoni Sechi would be able to do a miracle, but no miracle right now.
Not just yet. R7 extends the match by 1 round at least. Puts themselves within touching distance of catching up to Lost. And I think that itself is good enough for R7 to recompose themselves, and they get the equalizer. Suddenly, the odds of Lost winning goes down.
Yeah,
R7 does take quite a while to ramp up a little bit. It puts the economy in a more comfortable spot.
Yeah, I mean, late in the game, they are stacking up economy as well. There's a significant increase of cash that you can get now that you are in equal playing field, I would say, in terms of economy and weaponry. Probably had the lead. R7 might be able to take this away for equalizer on a 4-4 scoreline. But Rigby and Rahoni trying to go in distraction mode as Nando 9 gets in position. I'm not quite sure how much position or how much time he has, because I think it would be ending. But there goes the Rebel Rush, making it work. And that knockdown, it goes for a reset, but Rigby doesn't survive that much.
Hope is slowly fading for R7. Joker, third to get knocked down. MT Sexy makes sure that this time every single knock is confirmed. Games King left on the docket. 1v4. An impossible task.
Double kill.
Job is done. Lost 5-3. One more round to head into playoffs.
Match point for loss. And this part of the map, though, is I would say it's crucial that Nando 9 gets good position before the rest of the teams meet up in the middle, in the front lines, because this is where the snipers can really go for the first blood before the opponents get in close to the middle. But that would depend on what speed will be done for the flank coming from Nando 9. And as you can see right now, Movistar R7 is not risking it. They stick together. Joker will be left behind just to make sure he have a little bit of distance while it's an open against Nando 9. But the Divine Tree will be captured once again. There's one factor that I guess Movistar R7 is not taking. Thus, there's a lot more utilities being used by Lost at this point.
That's why Lost is able to, again, get the snowball rolling, right? They take point in crucial areas, and then afterwards they use their resources to convert that into victories, into small leads that accumulate over time. Della will be forced to use one of his medkits to heal up. Joker has been exposed as well. That is going to prompt the rest of R7 to start making the move. You see that, right? The spiders. Rigby be forced out of his hidey hole, but not for long. Easily relocate to rejoin with Haone. A lot of utils thrown up by R7 to really very little degree of helping them aggress onto Lost.
Cito, Della slowly trying to survive. Joker goes down against Empty Sexy. There's not so much that you can do with an AWM in a close range battle. That's your Nando 9. And there goes the finisher. Movistar R7 will be booted out and Lost will be moving up.
The run continues for the Brazilian superstars of Lost heading into playoffs. They still have half the journey to complete. This is just 50% of the marathon that they have finished. But it's quite the marathon already, knocking out RRQ. Then subsequently Movistar R7, who in their own regard has also upset Indonesia by dominating EVOS Divine in the earlier series. But unfortunately, with the state of the bracket, only one team can advance. We would love to have Movistar R7 go on a bit further, but today, Lost has bested them.
Yeah, they have been bested. Despite of the comeback that has been done by Movistar R7, it's just a true testament to what Lost can do. Given the chance, if you can study their opponent for one round, especially if you have that leeway, you have that buffer for the first round already, they will do so. And, well, it's just unfortunate that one team has to go home early, but again, they're just one step closer. Lost is one step closer to getting into grand finals if they continue their reign.
Yeah. We are for Lost. Now they head into the playoffs bracket, either facing up against WAG or Falcons. We will find out in a little bit when we look at the bracket update. That probably would come after BRU against Fluxo, which is another series that I think a lot of people are looking forward to. It is a rivalry that transcends game mode at this point, right? At first it's just Battle Royale, but now even in Clash Squad, they are forced to fight each other for that one last spot into playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's a little bit early though, so Fluxo still has that energy, but once again, they are on Buriram United's home ground. So, and energy will be translated differently, I would say. So we'll have to find out how Fluxo can overturn that, but we know the confidence of the team. They have so much experience on the stage, but most of the time, it's on their home ground. So, but they still have that presence. They still have I would say the bravado to be that confidence in each time they show up. But it's just more of how they finish each match, because EWC is one example wherein they could have ended in a higher note, but they faltered in most instances.
Yeah, and I think the craziest thing was that sometimes I think a lot of people overlook the fact that Lost, despite not winning EWC, in the very last game, the final circle, Lost was also part of it. Although they never had a chance, right? Because they were only Rigby was around, but they were part of that frame before EVOS went on to claim the trophy. But here is the updated bracket. Lost third team to advance into playoffs, and they will be facing off against whoever wins between BRU and Fluxo later on. So they literally get to watch their rivals duke it out.
Yeah, I mean, really looking forward to that happening right now. Excitement is slowly building, especially with the teams who is moving up on the bracket. And, well, later on, we also have, from that bracket, we also have a preview that Falcons going against WAG. So this is something of a Southeast Asia region. But, again, we know for a fact that Falcons has I would say a bigger grip onto Clash Squad compared to WAG, unless they pull out another one similar to what we've seen yesterday that just threw one team, their opponents, off guard.
Yeah, I think Falcons have shown time and time again that this team, king of Clash Squads for a reason, right? But for Fluxo and BRU, both of them had a bit of a problem in closing out the rounds. They played long, drawn-out rounds, 6-4, 6-5 score, but they were not able to close it out. Fluxo's biggest problem was that they were not able to play from ahead.
Yeah.
BRU just not able to close out rounds. Now both of them carrying the same struggles from yesterday into today's matchup. I wonder who will be able to fix that first.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, who makes those adjustments? Who adapts quicker in this game, in this day? Because it might be a long day, but or a long rest for some of the teams, especially for both of these teams of Buriram United and Team Fluxo, because we haven't seen them just yet. But I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things happening in background that that don't give them a chance to either practice or to warm up or to prepare even more. Hopefully they've done that after broadcast yesterday or early today, and then that time could have been used to study their opponents, their upcoming opponents, which is each other, Buriram United and Team Fluxo. So there's a lot more that will be happening, but before we go there, let's take a look at the highlight, the battle between Lost as well as Movistar R7. And this is where it looks like it's even between the two until the moment that one team pops up midway. So there's a lot of changes. There's a lot of instances that we've also seen 6-4 because of that scenario, and it's only the midway mark when you have a lot of economy you can work with that you can really bring in the fight.
Yeah, and it's good to see, at least for the last game of the series, it got a whole lot closer. But the first and second were basically blowouts, right? 6-1 for either side. And then in the last game, both teams showing resistance towards each other. But when push comes to shove, it was Lost that really stepped up to the occasion. Nando 9 came alive. They were able to really shut down R7's attempted aggression. They basically paid it back tenfold. R7 did that in game 2, and then Lost, instead of saying, hey, let's try to stop them, they say, let's run it at them even faster than they did at us. I guess that's the Brazilian spirit. It's all about fight, about calculated chaos.
First blood.
I mean, calculated chaos. It's something that's ironic, but it really matches what's happening right here. Because they bring in a lot of disturbance, but they know that's part of the plan, and it's really showing up. So it's showing up, whatever map it is. It might be a trade-off in scores to both sides, but towards the end, it's just Lost who made it work. They calculated even more, put in numbers even more, and yeah, they managed to end that day. So we have just witnessed the battle between Lost and Movistar R7. We're going to go for a quick break, and we'll be back.
NARUTO, break down with the BSK. Blue will be closing in soon. There's no shift anymore. Getting its magic here. Popping up the road. Limit gets the knock to Wasana as well. We'll see the fight. The blue wall goes down. What the dog is going to bring it home. Only one remains. Amaterasu.
The Free Fire Ninja Clash Squad Tournament begins with a Swiss stage featuring 8 teams competing for 4 spots in the playoffs. In this stage, each team must secure 2 booyahs to qualify, but any team that loses 2 matches will be eliminated. All matches in the Swiss stage are played as a best-of-3 series. Day 1 kicks off with Round 1, where no teams from the same region will face each other. Teams that lose in Round 1 move to the elimination round on Day 2, where they will still have a chance to claim one of the last 2 spots in the playoffs if they can survive from this round. Once the Swiss stage ends, the 4 teams with 2 booyahs advance to the playoffs, which follow a single elimination format with best-of-3 series matches. The tournament concludes with a best-of...
Alright, hello everyone. Look who am I with. 2 famous streamers from Vietnam and Brazil. So can you guys introduce yourself? Okay, start with Bác Gấu. Anh có thể giới thiệu bản thân mình được không ạ?
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình là Bác Gấu, một co-stream đến từ Việt Nam các bạn.
Hi, my name is Yoshi, I'm straight from Brazil.
Okay, so we will have a challenge for both of them. Is our map, the Bermuda map. The challenge is you just need to use your parachute and then just land safely on the land, not in the water. That's all. Okay, so let's start our challenge. You just need to land safely on land, not water. Alright. Bắt đầu nào.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Wait, you got picked? Man, come on, man.
It's your turn. It's really easy. Okay, you land safely. That's all. We have finished our missions and they did it. They nailed it so perfectly. How do you feel right now when you are represent Brazil here at the biggest Clash Squad tournament of Free Fire?
We got like some people coming from Brazil, but it's amazing because Naruto is on Free Fire right now. It's a pleasure because we're gonna have a lot of people watching. I see so many kids like coming here and having fun, and this is like the basic thing of Free Fire, having fun and make a lot of friends.
Đây là sự kiện đầu tiên mà mình đi trong cái đội thực chiến mà lớn như thế này các bạn. Và mình thấy rất nhiều những người yêu mến Naruto và kể cả Free Fire đến đây. Quy mô lắm các bạn. Các bạn không thể nào tưởng tượng được qua cảnh quay đâu, các bạn nhìn ngoài rất là quy mô. Tính ra cũng còn 5-7 ngàn người tới đây các bạn.
What is your prediction about the championship of the Clash Squad tournament?
I'm cheering for Brazil, of course, but I know that's gonna be really hard. Like we have like really strong teams like Falcons, but you cannot underestimate Brazil. You know, like we are the actual champions, and you gotta respect Brazil. We have Fluxo, we have lost, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna be really strong at this.
Vâng, tất nhiên là mình luôn đồng hành và cổ vũ cho tất cả các đội tuyển Việt Nam các bạn và cả các đội tuyển của mình ở WG, và mình mong muốn WG sẽ đi xa và tiến vào chạm vào tay vào chiếc cúp vô địch. Nhưng mà đó là một điều rất là khó các bạn, bởi vì tất cả những khán giả ở đây đều ủng hộ cho Thái Lan cả các anh em, mà mình thì mình đánh giá WG cũng vẫn có khả năng vô địch.
Well, let's continue to watch the show and keep watching and support for your favorite team.
ไม่ต้องรอนานกันแล้วค่ะกลับมาเข้าสู่ช่วงของการแข่งขันในแมตช์ต่อไปค่ะแมตช์นี้เรียกได้ว่าส่งตรงจากบราซิลเจอประเทศไทยแบบปะทะกันแบบเด่นๆเลยเพราะว่าฝั่งหนึ่งเนี่ยก็เป็นขวัญใจของคนบราซิลอีกฝั่งหนึ่งเนี่ยก็เป็นขวัญใจของคนไทยนั่นเองค่ะนั่นก็คือทีมฟุกโซนะคะแล้วก็ทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตจะเจอกันในแมตช์นี้
The previous match, as we can see, Lost is so powerful right now and they're dominating the Clash Squad mode right here on the stage. But moving on to our next match is going to be Fluxo versus Buriram United Esports. So that's means Brazil versus Thailand. I think that maybe if like Fluxo can do it this time, maybe we can present another Brazil versus Brazil match in another way.
โอเคค่ะเท่ากับว่ารอบนี้น้องยุนแอบบอกว่าเชียร์ฟุกโซ่หน่อยๆแล้วนะแน่นอนพี่กิจก็ต้องเชียร์บุรีรัมย์ถูกไหมล่ะเพราะฉะนั้นไม่ต้องรอช้าค่ะขอต้อนรับทีมฟุกโซ่
And here we are on to our first team, Fluxo.
และคู่แข่งของเขาบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ต
And here we are, our Thai team, Buriram United Esports.
แล้วเพื่อนๆรับชมอยู่ตอนนี้ล่ะคะคิดว่าทีมไหนจะได้ตั๋วใบนี้ไปและเข้าสู่รอบต่อไปค่ะจะเป็นฟลุกโซหรือบุรีรัมย์หรือ BRU ของเรากันแน่บลูบัตหรือเปล่าจ๊ะต้องมาลุ้นกันค่ะแต่ที่แน่นอนให้เราสองคนมาพากไม่น่าสนุกเท่าชาวแคสเตอร์เพราะฉะนั้นส่งเวทีนี้ต่อให้กับชาวแคสเตอร์กันเลย
Alright, our grand finals is almost at the end now, and here we are having two teams here, Fluxo and Buriram United Esports. So, if you love them that much or you just simply love esports, continue to support for them, cheering in the comment sections, and head back to the Shellcaster for the first game.
And here we go off to a battle, as you mentioned, transcends modes, because this is a rivalry that has been happening even in Battle Royale. So it's Brazil against Thailand, it's Buriram against Fluxo. Let's see on who's going to bring it on, because from the first match they had, it's quite tough to call, because it's Buriram United going against Team Falcons. We know for a fact that Team Falcons has won most of their matches in Clash Quad, if not all of their matches in Clash Quad. But for Fluxo, who lost against WAG in that final match from yesterday, I think it's because it's attributed to how long it is as well, how long the day was. So hopefully this is where they would have a little bit of recharge and change the story of the game.
Yeah, I think the same can be said for Fluxo too, right? When we saw how they play up against WAG, it was just they were in the lead for all three games and they just could not maintain the lead, sadly. So against BRU, hopefully they get to kind of fix that little bit of that issue. If they get the lead, I want to see them keep it, because when they faced off against was it EVOS yesterday? When they played EVOS yesterday, they were very decisive with a lot of their calls, right? But also it was under the condition that they were given the Ignis. So coming to this against BRU, I want to see if that draft is going to have an Ignis. Funnily enough, Ignis wasn't even banned too much today, and yet teams are straying away from it.
It's because there's not so much of like, apart from Fluxo, there's not so much of use that has been done with other teams as well. So it's, I don't know, probably the timing that it's needed, the timing that's needed to use that Ignis Flame Mirage. So if Fluxo can pull this off against Buriram United, or if Buriram United can start off and use this, because you know how Buriram United is, they usually get or use your strength as a counter for your game style. So I think that's one thing that Buriram United has in play, and just to take away anything that Fluxo has in mind that they can use in the game for Clash Quad.
So hopefully for these two teams, I'm expecting 3 games again, like what we saw just now between Movistar R7 and Lost. Winner of this, I think, goes up to face off against Lost. So they've already know who they are going to face off against later on, and now it's a matter of who gets the rights to do so, right? Both teams want to face off against Lost, but I think for Fluxo, they have even more reasons to want to take down Lost, just based off of local rivalry results.
Yeah, exactly. Now we'll have to see though. We'll have to see, because a lot of excitement has been built up after several hours of setting up this day, because a lot of fans, definitely from Thailand, is looking forward to Buriram United play and see how they can play against Fluxo that has been their rivals for so many years already. But it's just a show match, but there's also prize pool involved, and again, the pride. If Fluxo can turn things around to their favor, that would be a huge slap to the face of Buriram United, especially in their home ground.
Yeah, and if that Buriram gets eliminated here, then the only team left that the crowd could lean on is Team Falcons, and I think rightfully so. Team Falcons still regarded as the king of Clash Squad, so I wouldn't put it past them. I think so far they have had the more dominant rounds, and even in close rounds, they were the ones that are capable of pulling off miraculous feats just to win rounds. And the series yesterday against BRU is a very good evidence of that.
Yeah, we'll have to see though if we are seeing the Keroro factor or even more, because he has been the X factor of that game. So we're going to find that out in a bit. But again, looking forward to how it's going to turn up, how it's going to change the name of the game right now, especially in this final moments of Super Sunday in the Free Fire All-Star Ninja Clash 2025.
Yeah, and for those who, are at Central World, do drop by the venue. We got this is an insanely decorated, very detailed set, plenty of activities, booth activities. You can mold your own clay doll. We have a display of all the Madara weapons. It is a Naruto collab after all. Life-size cutouts, cosplayers, your favorite co-streamers, your favorite host players. They are all there, and I'm pretty sure that if you are keen on taking the photos with your favorite idols, this is the best chance to do so.
Yeah, definitely a best chance to do so. There's a lot of excitement right there. We're going to go in for an intro video for both of the teams right now, because we've barely seen them for today, and I'm pretty sure this gets us to the mindset of them starting this game. So let's bring it over to the video.
วันนี้ก็จะมาสอนวิธีการสปีดรัดยังไงให้เข้าถึงศัตรูได้อย่างรวดเร็วและแม่นยำครับก็ไปดูกันในเกมเลยครับก็วันนี้ก็จะมาสอนอันนี้ครับวิ่งยังไงให้แบบใน4-4ไม่โดนยิงง่ายๆแล้วแบบว่าดักยิงศัตรูได้ก่อนดาว1ครับ4-4ผมก็แนะนำว่าให้เล่นแดดนะคือถ้าใครเป็นสายที่แบบยิงแบบคมๆหน่อยมันก็จะแบบได้ไหลเรื่อยๆตัวเดียวแล้วผมแนะนำว่าวิ่งเหลี่ยมขวาก็ผ่านตลอดนะครับหูยศัตรูวิ่งเหลี่ยมขวาเหมือนกันขวา4อุ้ยเปิดได้1โอ้นั่งอยู่หลังกล่อง4ตัวอันนึงดาว2อ้าวโดนลัดโอ้ยผ่านเจี๊ยบอะด่านเนี้ยแนะนำว่าขึ้นขวานะเพราะถ้าขึ้นซ้ายถ้าเราอยู่แรงสูงๆมันจะโดนสไนฝั่งตรงข้ามตัดได้นะครับฝั่งตรงข้ามเขาชอบมาอยู่ตรงนี้ตรงที่ผมมานะคนดูมาก่อนนะเขาชอบตัดตรงคอนเนี้ยถ้าขึ้นไปผมแนะนำว่าต้องปักไอบอลด้วยถ้าเราจะขึ้นไปยืนไอดับอ่ะต้องปักไอบอลตรงเนี้ยตรงบันไดที่ผมเล็งอยู่ปักติดไปเลยอ้าวผมซื้อปืนเฮ้ยทันอยู่มาดิเซอร์วิเกิลวิ่งมาขวานะวิ่งมาขวานี่ได้เปรียบมากตัวก็มีเหมือนกันผมไม่ติดนี่แดงดิแต่ปาดต่อเนื่องนี่แดงเอ้าไม่ได้คิวไม่แดงนะเราดูคนดูนี่แดงเรียบร้อยครับก็ลองไปใช้กันตามได้นะก็เหลี่ยมต่างๆอ่ะผมชอบเล่นเหลี่ยมประมาณนี้แหละเพราะว่ามันสามารถตัดศัตรูได้จริงๆเพราะพี่ใช้มาแล้วน้องนี่แหละครับทริคสปีดรัดเข้าถึงศัตรูได้อย่างรวดเร็วและมีประสิทธิภาพของผมเพื่อนๆสามารถนำไปปรับใช้ในการเล่นกันได้นะครับก็เจอกันใหม่ครั้งหน้าครับบ๊ายบาย
There's some tips and tricks from Wasana on how to approach a Clash Squad. Obviously, there are some very minor quirks. If you're still new to Clash Squad, you probably would have learned a thing or two in how to approach some of these maps. Obviously, just now he was playing on Bermuda. A lot more to be discovered on our own. But coach are ready. One last handshake, and we are now gonna get ready to head into game number 1 in just a little bit. I believe the draft has been completed because of that handshake. Map 1 coming up. Let's see if let's see who draws first blood. I think this is gonna be a heavily momentum-based series.
And there's one thing I would ask them to do is just make a quick run from the beginning. Well, Shuriken round, I would say that it would be slower because it's not so much of damage, but once they get into the proper weaponry, just rush onto it. And this is what Buriram United is known for. They can rush their gameplay, and Fluxo will need to either counter that with, I don't know, a passive approach, positioning wise, but they will need to do something, or just equally rushing this because they do have that firepower. Our map order would be Bermuda, Nextera, Kalahari. So I don't see so much of advantage in terms of map. Bermuda would be an even playing field for both the teams. So I would love to see them really show up and stretch it to those 11 rounds.
Yeah, because Bermuda is, we literally just saw, you know, Wasana talk about Bermuda and Clash Squad, some of the tips. This is their comfort map. Right, when we look at these two teams on Bermuda, it is by a mile in favor of BRU when it comes to just performance-wise. And not to mention that Fluxo on Bermuda, the statistics, I think for Clash Squad, there isn't enough of a sample size to really judge how they're going to perform just yet, just even though they did win their series leading up to this. When we look at the draft, it's Ignis going over to the side of BRU. This time they are not running a chrono. So Ignis, Zane, Koda, Santino. We got that Iris, Clue, Tatsuya, and Oscar for Fluxo.
Yeah, so I guess I was right from what I mentioned earlier. They don't want to give Ignis to Fluxo because they just saw how they use it, and they will use this as a counter. But that's a double-edged sword because since Buriram United will be using it against them, and Fluxo knows it very well compared to the other teams that we've seen it play, I guess they can also play towards a slow pace from the beginning, wait for that closure, the first phase of the circle, probably shift would help them grab that win. Because the Clue, Iris, position-wise they have, or information-wise they have that capability, as well as the rush build from that Oscar and Tatsuya. But for Buriram United, regardless if it's a slow active skill or a slow character skill that they're using, the team themselves moves in a fast pace.
Oh yeah. Shuriken round. Let's go. Game 1 in Bermuda. Bad to see when the Barons drop BRU, heading all the way up. This is what they are what they are familiar with, like clock tower area, Fluxo. You did emphasize a couple of times. Usually in Shuriken rounds, you stick together, and even in Wasana's tips say it's more advisable to go aggressive if you are sharp with your shots. And in this case, all 4 players are pretty sharp with their shots. MT7 though taking distance.
Now Wasana grabbing that site, that will be deadly. And he will have a little bit of armor on him because of a little bit of a strength on him because of that Zane. So, yep. I mean, we are expecting this from Fluxo. Just keeping the distance, waiting for next phase of the circle or the shift of the circle before they make that move. So no one would be making any move just yet until that final moment. And hopefully no one will be caught surprised. I want an even engagement, both of them. But there goes the Ignis Flame Mirage. Just give them an opening. Visual impairment for Fluxo to take that ground floor.
BRU, I'm gonna quickly clear that area out. GU relays the info up to the 2nd floor, ready to take this hit. Wasana with the dash with the Oscar, with the Zane. Instantly into the building. Wasana takes out Butcherson. First blood going over to the favor of BRU. This round falls apart for Fluxo. Not ready to receive this hit at all, and it's just Wasana starting on everyone. Moshi get high, they all get one apiece. And GU, the only one left, trying to play ring around the Rosie and ring around the couch. This case, BRU taking first round.
Ring around the couchy. That made it ouchy for Fluxo. at this point. I mean, that really hurts. We anticipated that will happen because passiveness is one of the strengths for Fluxo. Just that perfect timing, switching from passive to aggressive. And Buriram United knows that for a fact, even in Battle Royale, and they're just trying to match their tempo. And with that, tempo, weaponry, especially with the sight, like Wasana just trampled against the tactic that is being set up by Fluxo. But this time around, they are going in for a split. They have more weaponry at this point. Butcherson, though, a little bit too deep, and he might be caught off guard. Wasana is already going for the pinch, and backstab is not working for him, especially with Zane. That strengthens his a little bit more.
And Moshi was also uncontested too, so Fluxo finds himself pretty much boxed in. Wasana again with the rush right in front, get high with the assistance. Takes out Bob's MT7 with the Deagle, comes in as a response. MT7 there by his side. Not done to just yet. GU though needs to get out of it, but unfortunately stuck with the blue wall. Jonah getting taken down by Twitches in with the mini Uzi in hand. Fluxo still holding it together, but MT7 needs time to heal back up. 3v2 in favor of BRU.
3v2. MT7 does have distance as well as a good weapon on the second round, but Wasana is already going in for the flank. So he can put in some chip damage onto MT7. He did. MT7 grab a Kingfisher against Jonah, but Moshi is a little bit too close. But there goes MT7. But Ignis gets high, only a few bullets to hit, and there goes another round. Again, aggressiveness being shown by Buriram United. It just takes time for Fluxo to go into it, but Butcherson is one of the player in that specific moment that made a mistake, went a little bit too deep, allows himself to be backstabbed by Wasana, thus threw off the gameplay of Fluxo.
Yeah, on top of that, it was also Moshi who was able to wrap around the entire way to the back entrance, really pincered Fluxo. So spent the early phase of the round just trying to recover from a bad start, but this round got out to a slightly better one. If only the weaponry was a bit stronger. Still, chipping off some of the health bars of Jonah. Wasana about to make contact with 3 members of Fluxo. The blue wall get popped up, so that window now becomes useless to Fluxo for now. GU having to fight Wasana on top of the roof. Wasana on the aggressive again, and this is what he has been talking about. If you're sharp, just go on the aggressive, but unfortunately for Wasana, he will be forced to back off thanks to the suppressive fire of Fluxo.
Yeah, I mean, Mac 10 going against Mini Uzi, you don't want to go for that battle. So it's a smart move for Wasana to really move it away. But get high right now using a Flame Mirage, not for any disruption, but just to put in a little bit of damage. And Butcherson will be taken down by Moshi, and that is a prime spot for a sniper. Wasana right now putting a lot of damage, but the backup from GU makes him pull away.
And that gives enough space for Moshi to keep on delivering. GU, Pops, all go down. Moshi uncontested the entire round. And even though he finally gets knocked down, MT7 who take matters into his own hands. Maybe it is possible. If only he had the health bar. MT7, clear disappointment on his face. Knew that he should have had that round, but circumstances just did not permit it.
Yeah, they do have the same weapon. It's only the HP. That's the difference. Accuracy, I would say both of them has great accuracy. And it's just tough, though. It's just tough to go against that, especially when all your teammates is already gunned down. But, well, it is what it is right now as we head into round number 4. It's tough to call if Fluxo will be able to change the pace of the game. What they need to do is make Buriram United slow down. But even so, they tried that in the first round. It didn't work to their favor. So hopefully they can counter what Buriram United is doing right now. Sticking together, spreading out, making sure that they have an opening for a pinch.
Members of BRU being spotted already. Pushes in, takes aggression. That Oscar takes out the blue wall, but BRU able to sneak away in time, not get high though, knocked out by an ability, and this could be the sign for Fluxo to spring into action. GU converts it onto Wasana, and Moshi retaliates, 2 different guns as he switches the weaponry around and makes 2 of it. They're bleeding out thanks to the Raphael. GU will fall victim to that. Butcherson will be retrieved. Moshi sets out the Santino, as the rest of Fluxo will finish off the remnant of BRQ. Moshi shows himself, now relocates. Information gotten. MT7 somehow still gets shot. Moshi, not good enough. Fluxo finds the round.
Oh my goodness, good position for MT7. He gets both angles open, and the moment that it gets triggered, information has been relayed. Just do a 180, and he hits it. Especially with how low Moshi was. It's similar scenario that happened to MT7. So he was just asking or waiting for the opportunity for him to go for a payback. But MT7 right now, double AWM. Makes him a little bit more deadlier, and this can be the momentum change that Fluxo is waiting for. Bobs, though, peeling away from the rest of the team. I'm pretty sure Wasana is spotting them, and they will be focusing on the 3. If they can isolate Bobs and making sure that their backs is covered as well, then they can just leave him be for a moment. But Wasana and Jonah goes down. GU will be the ones traded, though, but GU will be picked up as quickly as that.
Yeah, MT7 really putting in the hard work this round, and Moshi will be left to his own devices. Fluxo looking to get the second round in a row, and pretty much guaranteed. Moshi doesn't really have much to work with than MT7. He's definitely the MVP this game, getting that ace.
Definitely, I mean, MT7, huge flank, double AWM, no time for reload. Just switch it up and you're done. You're good for another shot. Now, that makes him deadly, leaving Moshi with only a VSK. So, if this is a counter, that you have against MT7, you need to be fast. You need to be quick to be able to isolate MT7 and focus on him first, instead of just going through the 3 members who's also suiting up on a close range battle.
Right off the bat, all the utilities can take it down. Jonah attempted to go for flank, but Fluxo knows better. Wonder if they would expect Get High to be there. Get High picks at the right timing, might catch Fluxo off guard. Wasana aggressors already. The amount of space that BRU has taken for themselves is more than enough to give them a powerful position, as Wasana now takes initiative and takes out GU. That's going to allow him to move on forward. Sadly, Butcherson will stop him in his tracks. They need some sort of an equalizer, and Butcherson is the doorstop. Get High, though, will convert with the help of Moshi, and once more, the aggressive maneuvers from the side of BRU pays off.
And this is paying off right now, especially with that Rebel Rush with a Naruto effect. I'm loving that. I'm loving that. But we'll have to see if they'll be able to continue this pace right now. MT7, despite of his ace capability, he can go for a knock, but once everyone is smothering him with the gunshots as well as the blue closing in, that's not so much that he can do. And there you have it. Another point will be grabbed by Buriram United when we thought Fluxo is going for a comeback or an equalizer in this first round.
Yeah. One more round for BRU and they put themselves on match point. The story so far has been Wasana creating space and Moshi being uncontested in the back line.
Yeah.
Moshi has been popping so many hits. Despite Fluxo's best effort to read the moves of BRU, they somehow still could not stop Wasana from creating that space for Moshi to perform.
Let's see though. I mean, we still have a few more rounds to deal with. But Moshi, now this time, this would be very risky for Moshi. But Butcherson for a knockdown. Now dealing with MT7, but have a stronger weapon. Now, not so much that Butcherson can do right now. A pickup is possible, but this gives an opportunity for the rest of Buriram United to get close. So GU and MT7 will be isolated on one side, and Bops is nowhere to be seen. Will be taken down by Wasana on the Mag 7. So slowly, each round, Wasana is pulling out a stronger weapon in a close range on a close range battle.
Oh yeah. It's all pretty much done and dusted, sadly, for Fluxo. GU and MT7 not able to do too much in this situation. Get High with the closeout. It puts BRU in a position to win it. 3 rounds of cushion.
Yeah, 3 rounds of cushion. Unfortunate for Fluxo. Buriram United's already in match point. So, and this Rimnam Village, this area of the map, it gives so much opening for Moshi. But lucky enough for Fluxo, MT7 also has a sniper on him. So let's see if he can take down Moshi and probably force Buriram United, Wasana, Jonah to back away from the center, and that can give them more openings. So Bob's right now rushing in, UMP in hand. GU a little bit too close though, but there goes MT7 taking out Wasana.
First blood.
GU right now still alive and kicking. That airdrop threw them off a little bit, but Bobs might be in trouble. Flamirage can put in some damage on him. It's a good thing he managed to not lose that life, but get high. Will get too close as well. They went under. They don't want to lose out on this fight. What's risky though is they're not healing up.
The space maker for BRU being taken out does give Fluxo now some breathing room. Now they finally have the chance to patch themselves up, to skew the favor of this round towards them. BRU still have a very good chance to bring this back. Bob takes initiative and with the help of Butcherson, able to break right through. That's the kind of recovery we need from side of Fluxo. 3-5. 2 more rounds for the equalizer.
Where was this in the other rounds? I mean, that timing is pristine. And it was expected as well. That was the same timing that we saw from the first round. They just slowed things down, and then the perfect moment when everything is set, that is where they spring that trap. Or it's not even a trap. It's just them springing the carnage against Buriram United, but it didn't work earlier. Now it's working, and there are only two more points to be able to equalize this, but it's still tough for Fluxo because Buriram United only needs 1 point, 1 win to end this match.
It's a tall mountain to climb for Fluxo for sure. You see the utility is being thrown now. Butcherson and GU receiving so much damage. They got the Ignis while Butcherson forced to go through. I'm not really sure if that was the best idea. Now he puts it on the hands of MT7 to try and rally, but sadly, BRU has already secured this match for themselves. Nothing much that MT7 can do. BRU can just take their time. Think about the next map. This is a guaranteed 6-5 unless a miracle happens for MT7.
That's tough though. Everyone is getting a little too close. Get high will receive some damage. It's not enough for a knock. And there goes the first round going in favor of Buriram United Esports. The first booyah between these two teams, these two rivals at this point. And well, let's see though. Thailand getting all those cheers. They are on home soil as well. And Fluxo right now, we didn't see any reaction from them, but I'm pretty sure they're still locked in. They want to, I would say, to get away from that first round, just move forward to round number 2, and just check what they need to do to counter what Buriram United is doing, especially from that first round.
Yeah, and at least from what we can see from that first round, it's just Wasana is making a lot of space, right? Way too much space. Because every time Wasana goes on the offense, it was less about having the Ignis War and more about having Wasana into the back line and creating the perfect angle for Moshi to take advantage of and taking off Fluxo in that chaos. So that's something that I think for Fluxo, they need to figure out how do we stop Wasana from doing that. A124 would be the prime option, but I am pretty sure that she's going to get banned out.
Yeah, either way. Because if, say, Fluxo wants to use that A124, it would be taken away from them. So they will need to make sure that A124 is not available. But what option do they have? An Ignis would work for them, but we can see that Buriram United knows how to work this. They can go and split up or just wait for it to die down before they rush in, or anticipate that they will be rushing behind that Flamirage, and it would just be a trap set by Buriram United. One thing though is they can take away Zane from Wasana, and that can slow down the gap, the space that Wasana is doing from that first round.
Even when you look at the elimination, right, majority of it is on Moshi and Get High. Especially for Moshi's, in Moshi's case, most of it came from the earlier few rounds of the stage. But Wasana was creating that space for them, just with the dash itself. And for Fluxo, MT7, of course, he's the one that got an ace for himself, and really was trying to provide the support that his team needs, but again, he just were not able to hold Wasana back long enough.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the same scenario that we've seen, that we keep talking about, when only your sniper is performing. Because we have seen some like RRQ Kazu, we have EVOS Divine. Only snipers are the one popping off, and they're the ones left behind. So at some point, yes, you still have a chance to put in so much of damage, but if you can't go for a knock, then you cannot push your teammates to go for the confirmation or for the rush just yet. So if you reverse that factor, you would lose out at least 2 or 3 players, and then the snipers would be left out, unable to do anything to fight back.
And the score of the first round, search game, 6-3 Bermuda in favor of BRU. Gonna head into Nextera next. And this is the map that I am slightly more worried for Fluxo than I am for BRU. This is based off of what we saw yesterday. Even though I think when BRU faced up against Falcons, it was a slightly different result. But I think just from BRU's showing alone, I think Fluxo might be challenged a bit more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're challenged already from the first round, though there were some signs of life, but we are seeing that it's not that easy, especially when you're going against Buriram United. But for our match MVP, we have Buriram United Moshi, who is actually a sniper of the team. 9 elimination, 5,379 on the damage. I think this is the highest that we have, or I might be wrong, 5,600. So it's second to the highest, if that is the case. And well, it's not just Moshi who's doing the work out there, and that's one thing though. Everyone from team of Buriram United is moving the board, I would say. And there you have it. Despite of MT7 being a part of that top 5, we have 3 of which coming from Buriram United, 9 from Moshi, 8 for Get High, and 6 for Wasana. And it just undermines the 3 that Butchsin has put in.
Yeah, very, very rough round for Butchsin to really have much impact with BRU just running rampant around them, you know, running circles around these people. That's why Nextera does present an even bigger challenge to Fluxo with the amount of like urban warfare you can have, and on top of that, it's just the amount of bag of tricks that BRU can bring out onto the table just by maneuvering, right? Again, you give that Oscar away, you need to think of an alternative. A124, you have to assume the A124 isn't available. That Ignis might be what Fluxo needs.
Yeah, if they can get that Ignis, it can give an opening to both the GU as well as Butchsin, and then Pops can just help out MT7 go with the long range engagement. So we'll have to see though. They might have been given with an Ignis, but what can be a good counter if it can be traded? The A124 that can be taken by Buriram United in that perfect moment when they know that Fluxo can trigger the Ignis, pops up the Thrill Battle, and instantly cancelled. So, and then just go in with a rush similar to what we've seen Wasana has been doing earlier. And again, it seems like for Buriram United, yes, you can read their tactics based on their active skills, but it's more of the mechanical skills as well as the communication that's tough to beat.
I think that is something that has been built for so many years, right? Like for BRU, they've been together for so long. It really is hard to overstate how connected that they are. Sometimes on a good day, they are just a team that performs even individually. They feel like an entire team. That's a challenge that a lot of teams do struggle to get over, to overcome. That's what makes Buriram such a deadly team. Even in this current climate where they're not world number one anymore, they certainly are one of the few at the top of the mountain for a very long time.
And most of the losses that's been happening in Battle Royale for Buriram United is a third party. But in Clash Squad, there's not so much of third party happening. So I'm still surprised of what happened in the loss that they had. But it's because of Team Falcons really showing that they're one of the stronger team in Clash Squad. The gap of the points though, that's what surprises me. Because I was thinking that it will be very, very close, but there's so many instances wherein just Team Falcons just bringing it home 6-2 on this game. And the Buriram United did do that at one point in Nextera. So that begs the question, that goes to the question of what's happening when things are snowballing to one side, specifically a team that is going against Buriram United.
See, this Game 2 draft is going to change anything. I think the onus definitely is on Fluxo right now to figure out what the next course of action is going to be. I think the biggest struggle that they might face is also how, aside from just stopping Wasana, is also how to navigate Moshi right now, because they have no way to fish him, out from those areas where he's constantly putting pressure on them. And I think that's something that Fluxo needs to figure out, because if not, then every single round that they lose, it's gonna be because of Moshi.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's tough though, because one thing that makes Wasana bold enough to rush in is because first, his capability of getting away as quickly as that. Second would be the support coming from the rest of the team. First, one is Moshi, who, despite of the distance, he's always far away, and we know that's a usual placement when we talk about snipers. But he's always far away, but he has info or an angle to take against anyone that Wasana is going against. So he can put in the early damage, and then Wasana will just be the finisher, or vice versa. And then we have Jonah, we have Get High. So it seems like Wasana is already stronger with that Zane, plus with the support from behind, it's tough to beat.
Yeah, it certainly is. We even saw him use the Sharingan, the copy juices, to copy the Valiant Dash too.
Oh yeah.
That's why it doesn't make it any easier for the side of Fluxo to deal with, right? They got so many factors of VRU that they were struggling with, but I think just getting past the first part of it itself is already pretty tough.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this format as well is changing the pace of the game. You did mention about the skill copy, so regardless of what active skill is being picked, there's a potential that you can use it as well. So if you give out, say, an Oscar, that if you don't ban an Oscar, then you can use that later on, and it just makes another person, another player, or another team more deadlier, because that they have an option of a skill that is available on the other side. And I guess that's one reason as well why Buriram United keeps Tatsuya as well as Oscar open and not banning them. The only thing that will trigger them, I would say, though, it would stop them, is that A124. So let's see if same story will go with this second round. A lot of excitement is being built up right now, and I guess a lot of preparation is needed as well. But I think our draft is already over. We're just waiting for the match to begin and do some final checks before they do so.
Just gotta make sure that everything again is in the best condition for players to perform, especially for Fluxo. This gives them slightly more time that they can talk about the upcoming round. Just see that the coaches giving a lot of deep talks to the players. I think even on BRU's side, Big Long always telling the players, no matter what, even in a winning position, the round isn't really over. The game isn't really over until it's over.
Yeah, and there we have it. We have the drafts already. A124 banned. Again, they don't want to give that out because it takes away so much from Buriram United. But Cassie will be grabbed by Get High. It's Santino that they're taking out, but they didn't anticipate there's still Iris as an option for them. And Oscar as well as Tatsuya is still available for a skill copy. So it's a tough call if Fluxo will be able to counter Buriram United.
Yeah. Let's see how this one plays out. We said the same thing about R7 previously against Lost, and R7 made a sweeping comeback.
Yeah.
So if Fluxo can get it together and push us to a game 3, then it really comes down to the battle of the mental. Who can cross the finishing line? Something that both teams struggled yesterday, but it seems like BRU have adjusted. They get the lead, they keep it under their control. And Fluxo now has to be the one that tries to wrestle that lead away from them.
Another factor though, early rounds, Fluxo needs to get those airdrops away from Buriram United, especially with Wasana or anyone who can get close. Wasana, Get High, Jonah, just make sure that the site is not available for a taking, because that starts the gears rolling, favoring Buriram United. But we have it. 5 seconds remaining before we start the first round of the second match in the series between Fluxo and Buriram United.
Right off the bat, I'm gonna see if this Ignis, we saw that firewall come out, Flame Barrage. Chrono with the time turner there, Jonah with the first pickup already, and very fast it cascades into BRU taking the lead. Gio has something to say about it. Jonah though shuts it all down. Instant high fives on the screen.
One thing I'm seeing right now is, especially for Wasana, like he's hyper focused on one. We saw two of the players, if not one of the player, just rushes against him with that Rebel Rush or probably an Oscar, and he's not phased. He wants to target one, bring him down, and that was MT7. This is what I'm talking about. MT7. The moment MT7 drops off from that onto that ground floor, that's when he switched focus. So that's one threat that Wasana is bringing right now. You cannot disrupt him. You cannot distract him from his mission. And the mission would be to go into a first blood.
Yeah. Again, it's just that round, Jonah able to get a lot of that early knockdowns. Saw that delivery. I think three eliminations to his name. And for Fluxo, they really tried to retaliate. I think Gio was doing a lot of work in the background, but sadly, Jonah just kind of got the better of them. But it's definitely a closer Shuriken round. Now, round 2, the approach of Fluxo has been to keep the buy at a minimum. They don't over-invest. I think the only team that has over-invest were R7 and Lost. But I feel like against BRU, it might make sense to try and go for a hero rifle, right? Put it on Butcherson or MT7, either one of them, and try to kind of catch BRU off guard.
Yeah, making sure that Moshi has a counter, because that is one thing that you will need to do. If Moshi is distracted, it leaves little leeway for Buriram United to find what path they will need to choose. So let's see if that is the case right now. This is Grab Labs overall. So accuracy would not be on point because when you jump high. But let's see if Wasana will be able to put in so much work, especially with sight already on him. And the split, isolating one of the players, and if he gets caught, that will be it. And there you have it. Bops right now going down from Mini Uzi. That was the first blood from Get High.
It's like that. The round now kind of sways a little bit. Butcherson taking down Jonah to even out the score. 3 versus 3. Butcherson needs some time to patch himself back up. Still has the match kit in play. Wasana with a bit of a hop, gets a jump spot. the best situation for him to take a fight. GU and Butcherson relocate, especially for Butcherson on the ground floor. And get behind Wasana, doubling up together with the electrotherapy to put GU completely caught off guard, blindsided by the sudden attack. And BRU now takes advantage of the round. Fortunately for Fluxo in Graph Lab, they start losing members. It's very hard to recover. And BRU finds a second.
Yeah, BRU finds that second, that Rebel Rush or Valiant Dash didn't work so much. Especially the moment that they saw it being triggered, they use that time turner so that the distraction will not give an opening for those on the on the farther end. And this is what, like, how quick the response is for Buriram United is just astounding. That's leaving Fluxo behind. But we're only talking about 2 rounds of battle. Now we're going in for a much stronger fight from Fluxo, because they do have a little bit of economy to work with. And skills, though, is being used a little bit too early by Jonah. That's 2 Flam Mirage already. But it leaves GU to move a little bit forward, and that airdrop will put us into the side, unable to fight back quicker.
Taking out Butcherson, Wasana. Let's take some chip damage, but the health bar does not favor Fluxo sadly, with GU going down. The ground has gone from bad to worse. Pops also falls on the ground. MT7 once more left out to dry. BRU will just run him down. The aggression continues to pay off for Buriram United Esports. Fluxo starting to scratch their heads on how to stop this freight train.
Yeah, I mean, whatever gameplay Fluxo is putting out, it seems like Buriram United has a response. Buriram United has a counter. So it's tough to call, really. And given that, you did mention that they need to prevent, or Wasana is just providing them that space, and they still couldn't stop him from doing so. Even if he goes down, that space is already created. And the rest of the teams just goes for the follow through. And that's the important factor that Buriram United is doing up in Clash Squad. The succession of those decisions, of those actions that makes them look a little stronger, makes them look a little faster in their gameplay.
Yeah. 3 more rounds and then BRU will be in playoffs. They'll be facing up against Lost later on. And we will, unfortunately, have to forego the storyline of the 2 Brazilian Titans. Another pause. This time feels like it's caught by Lost's side. Let's check in on that on stage. Crowd still energetic as ever.
Yeah. I mean, it's early. Well, not really early, but within the evening for or if within the afternoon, early evening in Thailand, so that's still plenty of energy coming from the crowd. But again, this is something that could give Fluxo that time to recuperate, to reset. But judging from their facial expression, the communication, there's not so much that is going on. They know that there's something that they need to do. I think they have it in mind already. It's more of the execution that needs to happen for the side of Fluxo.
Yeah. So we're back into the game. Round number 4. The issue is pretty much resolved. At least on the technical side, but the in-game side, Fluxo will have a lot to think about. The utility dump. Not gonna make it any easier, but Butcherson stops Jonah. And that first blood very much needed. MT7 though does get down by Get High. So the trade still comes true for BRU. Fluxo looking to take a lead. Gio with the drop down, way too risky. Wasana tracks him all the way and sends him packing.
There you have it. I mean, taking MT7 down is a crucial elimination. And Wasana right now, understanding that Jonah is already out, he has to slow down, uses that Kingfisher for a long-range engagement. And I guess it's also depending on this area of the map, but everyone will be moving in from, well, rotating from one side. Wasana and Get High have the mini Uzi, as well as a P90. But you know Buddhism, he will not be going down that easily. Also has a P90, goes for the Valiant Dash, and the slack and slash right now. But the Chronos time turner almost saves him, if not for Get High's aggressiveness on the P90.
Nothing much that can be done for Fluxo right there. BRU, see, GU. A lot of conversations going on behind the scenes. As Fluxo struggles to find any ground. Clearly, that drop down for GU was a bit of a mistake. At least from the broader view of things. I'm not sure if they had info where Wasana was at. Maybe to them it's a risk that they needed to take, but clearly it backfired poorly. Now for BRU, 2 rounds away from advancing to playoffs in almost a blowout fashion against Fluxo. Bobs takes contact. That Ignis wall will make it impossible to cross through, and that allows Get High and Jonah to take position. Which is in already lose half his health bar.
Yeah, half the health bar, but that Flame Barrage was short, giving Bobs an opening. And Wasana will be countered by 2, but as quickly as that, with a skill copy, managed to get away with that dash, but Get High goes down once again. Here comes Wasana, but not to the rescue, but just getting away from the clutches of Bobs and the rest of Fluxo and on that high ground. Moshi right now backs away. He's trying to create an opening as well, but with this distance and everyone lined up, they might be able to take a shot, but no, he goes far, far away. A little bit of distraction shots coming from the other side as well, and they are in for a reset. But what can they do on a 2v4? It's quite tough right now to call because MT7 is still alive and can bring one down.
This is probably the round that, for Fluxo, if there's any chance to bring it back, it starts here. You don't want BRU to be on match point. That would be one of the tougher, that would be almost an impossible mountain to climb, but this one very doable unless Wasana and Moshi pulls out something magical.
Oh, speaking of magical, let's see if they can give us magic right now. Well, Bob's a little bit too strong on an M590 despite of the nerf. He did manage to go and make that hit. Which is in right now, M1887, 2 shots, and Moshi managed to take one down! Only 1 remains in that corridor, but there's not so much can be done because the Blue's also closing in and he's low on HP, but finally Fluxo showing some signs of life.
Yeah. And thankfully for the side of Fluxo, BRU only had 2 members left. Because that was looking quite doable. The members of Fluxo weren't too healthy towards the very end. It's a bit of a neck scratch for Moshi, understanding that round was not really within his control, but still, what is in control is the fact that they have 3 more rounds to spare. And 2 rounds away from the playoff contention to face up this loss. Wasana right into the building with the electrotherapy helping him out. Wasana again making headway and taking over the compound. Bob takes contact, forced to do so, ends up losing. Butcherson does get Wasana down. As both teams now try to retrieve their teammate, but only one is successful. Butcherson ends up getting knocked down. Wasana and Jonah on the ground too. Get High and Moshi left to try and salvage this round as Jonah escapes. Get High also down in the low, and from behind takes out GU. So MT7 becomes the lone survivor, takes out Jonah too. What? It is possible right now, and Get High stops it. Moshi with the assistance, and BRU up 5-1.
5-1, match point. And now, about to end this game, about to end this reign. It's tough though, the pressure would be on for Fluxo. And I don't know, I mean, they tried to show up, but not so much. They couldn't counter anything that Buriram United is doing. They even tried to pull them in situation wherein Wasana's movement will not be that easy to conquer. And, well,
definitely not.
We are down to this.
This is a crunch time for Fluxo. Time does fly when the series is this intense. But the home crowd, BRU, having hell of a good time right now. Momentum on their side, but for Fluxo, they're 1 round away. But having a very early end to a run. After all the hard work they put in yesterday to get to this point, it could just be cut short by BRU.
Let's see though. Let's see There's only one round on the line that Fluxo needs to, how say, take away, and then they can take the momentum their side. But again, we're already late into the game. It's not as if Buriram United will not have anything in terms of economy, but it would give more firepower to Fluxo at this point if they win this round. So they just have to wait, just have to see who will be taking this win. And well, if it's Buriram United, that will be the end of the road for Fluxo in this game.
To be Fluxo again, a bit of an unfortunate pause, but for them it means more time to think about what's coming up next, because clearly you see that communication break down a little bit. Fluxo have some good ideas, but they don't have the clutch factor against BRU. I think that was the difference maker. We saw Wasana and Get High with aggressive movements again in the round that sent BRU to match point, take over the building, forcing Bobs to fight, and GU and Butchers in almost able to wrestle it back. They bring it down to a 1v1. MT7 was the one that was entrusted with that duty, and unfortunately Moshi caught him off guard.
That's the thing. I mean, it's like any sports. You are given a role on a 1v1, and that is what they're doing right now. Like Moshi countering MT7, then Wasana countering whoever, GU or Butsin, and it's just that gameplay that both team has to offer, but Buriram United just shows up a little bit stronger. But right here, at this point, and Buriram United is in a prime location to give an opening to Moshi on the sniper. It's not looking good. It seems like they will be able to take this on, but they haven't slowed down though. Get High damage so much. Wasana will try to fight back, especially as they protected themselves with the time turner.
Right off the bat, Jonah taking out Butchers in, and it's already looking really bad. Oh, with Bob's going down, he just got twice as worse. GU also falls. The collapse imminent and instant. MT7 left in an impossible situation. The crowd knows it. This is BRU's time to shine. Get High, actually get eliminated by an ability. And MT7 still has to work Miracle, and Miracle does not arrive. Not in this case. BRU makes it to playoffs, facing up against Lost later on for a shot at 40 grand.
Well, Buriram United, we thought it would be a great back and forth between these two teams, but Buriram United doesn't want to extend it even longer. They want to finish this off, probably in terms of Clash Squad, finish their rivalry, or probably heat it up even more for the next time they meet each other. But we know both teams, they are, well, not only are they rivals, but they have been going against each other, meeting each other as well. That it's all smiles after those losses. Everyone's still talking to each other, those handshakes, but it's just unfortunate that Fluxo's run will be ended a little bit short, and it's halfway through though. This is the first game that they have for today, and the last game as well.
Yeah. Well, one thing is for sure, that this is not goodbye. It's just a prelude to another reunion, and I'm pretty sure that deep down in their hearts, they know that they will meet at the global finals again.
Oh yeah.
So this is definitely just a temporary goodbye. It's not a goodbye, so see you later. For sure. BRU continues their journey into playoffs. Top 4. The pie gets bigger with each win. Next up is against Lost, and if they beat Lost, they are guaranteed at least $20,000 at the end of the day.
Yeah.
They win the whole thing, they get 40,000. But BRU, one step at a time, in front of a home crowd, couldn't have get any better than this.
And that's what Lost will need to be worried about, because yes, they were able to win a few of those games, but not so much that they can counter Buriram United that easily, especially with the showing that they had against Fluxo. But again, things might change. Given that time to study their opponents, a loss can turn things around. So a loss might be able to turn things around against Buriram United, especially as we are pointing out what Buriram United is doing right now. I'm pretty sure Lost is taking notes.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think even for BRU, right? This series actually looked incredibly clean, way cleaner than yesterday. But we're talking about them going up against Lost, who did play against Falcons, which did take down BRU. After Lost watching how Fluxo got taken down, they definitely will have taken some notes. And we'll see if that is going to be enough to take down BRU, delivering us a 2-0. The first map was pretty close, but the second one wasn't even remotely a competition.
I mean, it's really tough right now. I guess it also puts a toll after losing out or making a lot of mistakes, a lot of mistakes in the first round. So there's a factor that even Fluxo will be thrown off guard. But the updated bracket that we have right now, as you did mention, Buriram United going against Lost. The best of 3 though between Falcons and WAG is also going to happen, and this will dictate who will be going in on the championship round.
Yeah. Now we have the top 4 set again. The top 4 teams. They're playing best of 3 in the semi-finals. Guarantee a bigger slice of the pie already. We are still in a single elimination format, so whoever loses is going to be finishing in 3rd and 4th, but winner goes into a grand finals, and that will be a different ball game, because then we get best of 5s. That's where we really see who gets to run the full gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, best of 3 at some point, there's still some... There's a comeback factor, but there's a risk as well. If you make one mistake, that's done. But for best of 5, it gives you more chances, as well as you can run out of combination of active skill or run out of counters in those active skills draft that will be shown before each game. So that gives me a little bit more excitement, but what excites me more is to find out who will be moving up to that grand finals.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited because again we are trying to see if there are any teams that can make that deep run from the 1-0 bracket, the 0-1 bracket. The only team that has done it so far is Lost.
Yeah.
Every other team every other team have not been able to get past the 0-1 bracket. Right, so it's gonna be pretty interesting to see if Lost can really make that deep run, and in Thailand of all places, that would be magical.
Definitely magical. But as we look at the highlights right now, this is just a I would say preparation for the break, because the break will lead us onto our next battle. Again, we are slowly getting into the grand finals for today, and there's a lot of storyline that's unfolding right now. Some teams are really showing up, some teams not so much compared to what we expect them to do. But hopefully all this battle can give them those insights that they can use in their later games.
Oh yeah, hopefully, you know, for Lost, they can take this opportunity to kind of get ready for this match against BRU, because it's going to be one of the most challenging ones that they have, right? And afterwards, they might still have to face off between Falcons or WAG, and that one is also a very interesting series to behold.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that's going to unfold right now. And this was one of the mistakes that Fluxo will need, would have been able to get away with by grabbing another win. But no, I mean, Buriram United just do what Buriram United has to do, and they grab that win. Right now, we're going to go in for a quick break. When we return, Clash Squad Ninja Clash will continue. So we'll be right back.
Double kill.
Straight down with the BSK. Will be closing in soon. There's no shift anymore. It's magic here.
Popping up the road. Limit gets the knock up to Asana as well. Won't see the final blue won't go down. What the stop is going to bring it home. Only one remains. Amaterasu.
The Free Fire Ninja Clash Squad Tournament begins with a Swiss stage featuring 8 teams competing for 4 spots in the playoffs. In this stage, each team must secure 2 booyahs to qualify, but any team that loses 2 matches will be eliminated. All matches in the Swiss stage are played as a best-of-3 series. Day 1 kicks off with Round 1, where no teams from the same region will face each other. Teams that lose in Round 1 move to the elimination round on Day 2, where they will still have a chance to claim one of the last 2 spots in the playoffs if they can survive from this round. Once the Swiss stage ends, the 4 teams with 2 booyahs advance to the playoffs, which follow a single elimination format with best-of-3 series matches. The tournament concludes with a best-of-5 series at the grand final to determine the champion.
Fala rapaziada, eu sou o Rick, sou da Luz e hoje eu vou estar ensinando vocês algumas dicas de root para você estar amassando nos campeonatos. Valeu! Então rapaziada, esse aqui é meu HUD, ó, 4 dedos. Vou mostrar para vocês aqui, ó, 4 dedos, gelo aqui na esquerda, botão de recarregar aqui na direita em cima, habilidade na direita em cima. E, mano, aqui é basicamente, mano, vou ensinar vocês aqui como jogar game 590, mano. Ó, como? Botão de pular na esquerda, tu sempre atirar pulando pra tu ficar tirando dele toda hora, que dá 12, pra atirar mais rápido. E é isso, mano. Não tem segredo, é só ficar tirando pulando. É isso, rapaziada. Esse foi o vídeo de hoje. Espero que vocês tenham gostado e espero vocês na WB. Tamo junto.
And this is Meg. Right next to us is our very festive day one of the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. Okay, so right in front of us, as you can see, so many standees, and I wonder like who's your favorite characters here? Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's a very fun part for everyone who likes to take pictures or something like that. You can sit here. Oh.
Yeah, you can take a picture in this food and get the photo.
Okay, so we can try it. Oh.
Wow.
Oh, so cute.
So cute.
Next food is clay birds.
Yes.
So you can see that there are many clays here. So if you are a fan of art, definitely we can provide you some clay here to make the toys that you want to. Alright, next booth, Madara weapon. So right behind us is a Madara. Hold this Madara and try to hunt down 3 targets. Woo! Okay, painting kunai on scroll. As you can see on Meg's hands, there will be a kunai, and you can freely express yourself, drawing colors, making your own design. We will scan for you, and your kunai will show on the screen like this. And welcome to Free Fire Landing. You guys play the games already, right? Free Fire. So we will jump somewhere.
Oh.
Wait, is that safe?
Yeah, it is.
Alright,
safe.
okay, so both of us, we're in safe zone, so we're okay now. Alright then, it's time for who loves kunai. Your mission is to throw the kunai right into the circle, and you have 3 chances.
First. Whoa!
I cannot.
Really? Second. Okay.
Okay, your chance. Oh! Okay, it's really hard, but I think you guys can nail it. So come and do for us, please. To the next booth, Fireball Jutsu. In Naruto, we have so many hand signs to becoming so many things, right? So do you know any hand signs? Okay, this is for you. Behind me, Akatsuki emote. You know that in Free Fire we have so many emotes, right? Please come to us, join right here in Central World, 8th floor, right?
Yeah.
On the 8th floor here in Bangkok. We are so happy to have you guys here. Come.
เรียกได้ว่ายิ่งดึกคนยิ่งแน่นยิ่งเยอะค่ะเพราะทุกคนน่ะต้องการที่จะมารอลุ้นแชมเปี้ยนของเราในวันนี้ค่ะแล้วแมตช์นี้ก็แข่งกันแบบต่อเนื่องแม่แอบคิดนิดนึงนะคะว่าทางลอสเนี่ยแอบได้เปรียบหรือเปล่านิดนึงเพราะว่าเขามีการพักระหว่างดูบุรีรัมย์แข่งแต่บุรีรัมย์เนี่ย2แมตช์ติดแล้วนะไม่ธรรมดาเพราะฉะนั้นนะคะในคอมเมนต์ทั้งหลายค่ะให้กำลังใจทีมไทยกันเยอะๆนะพิมพ์เข้ามาพวกเขาต้องการกำลังใจนั่นเองค่ะและอย่างที่บอกกันไปแมตช์ต่อไปนี้จะเป็นการแข่งขันระหว่างลอสแล้วก็บุรีรัมย์ค่ะ
We can see that for yesterday and today, Buriram United Esports is doing a very great job until now. They are dominating the scoreboard, having so many winning sections, and now until now, they just won a game with Fluxo, right? And they are here, continue their game one more with loss. So our next match is going to be very hard because I think Loss is a great opponent and they play Clash Squad kind of nice. It's kind of similar to the C region playstyle, but who will you support for?
นั่นสิพี่ยุนตอนนี้พี่ยุนเล่นถามกันแบบนี้แล้วต้องคอมเมนต์ตอบพี่ยุนกันหน่อยแล้วไหมว่าเฮ้ยสรุปคุณเชียร์ทีมไหนกันแน่คะคอมเมนต์กันได้เลยค่ะแต่ว่าตอนนี้ได้เวลาส่งเกมนี้ต่อไปให้กับชาวแคสเตอร์กันแล้ว
Okay, so comment who do you love, who do you like, who you support for, but comment something about us as well, okay? Like Pretty Yuki, Pretty Yunso, right? Okay, head back to the caster and start the game.
Thank you very much, Pretty Yuki and Pretty Yunsol. That's coming from us right here. We were the first to do that, but I'm really excited on what's going to happen. Another rivalry will, well, it's bound to happen overall. It hasn't happened yet because so far we were more focused on Buriram United against Team Fluxo, but with that battle, I'm pretty sure Lost would want to give it back or give another point, get another point away from Buriram United, just to pay back what they did earlier.
Yeah, again, Lost has a good chance of making that deep run right now. Yesterday, I mean, the only team that remains from the 0-1 bracket is Lost, right? They made it all the way into playoffs. And now if they are able to overcome BRU and they make it into finals, and that is already $1,000 in terms of prize pool, right? And who's to say they cannot make that deep run? Obviously, the bracket doesn't get any easier. On one end, you got BRU, and after that, if they do overcome BRU, it's either Falcons or WAG, who both were outstanding yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Outstanding is the word to use it. Team Falcons, it's expected because they are champions of Southeast Asia in terms of Clash Squad. WAG, again, we were expecting that they could have ended it on a high note on a Sea Spring Clash Squad, but there's potential, and this is where they're showing that potential. This is where they're popping off. But right now, we're going to see more of that later on because we are setting up for a battle between Lost and Buriram United. And Buriram United just ended their fight against Fluxo, but it's not such a long series. It was 2-0, and Lost right now, I guess they are all set up. They are well and rested and studied what Buriram United did against their countrymen, I would say.
Yeah. And you know, we say that Lost we're trying to figure out if they've learned something from yesterday, and indeed they have. If they can translate that into this match against BRU then and take them down, we dare say that Lost has a good chance of winning the whole thing. We will start with Bermuda, or go back to Classic, and then we go Kalahari, and then we end it on Nextera. The great equalizer if we ever make it to Game 3, and Lost so far hasn't really had the need to go that far. Aside from the series against R7, which felt like it should have been a 2-0, but Lost kind of lost control in that Game 2, and hopefully that doesn't repeat itself against BRU.
Let's see though. Let's see on who will be losing out on who at this point. We have the drafts already set, and Buriram United, well, they still have that Cassie that helped them so much already. Chrono for Wasana. It's because Sane, I believe this is because Sane has been picked out first by Lost. So whatever it is, Buriram United has a counter of whatever pick Lost will be doing. But in terms of, I would say information, Koda and Iris for Haone Seche, as well as Nando 9 would be very crucial for them because both of them can work the long range.
Yeah. At the same time, we even saw the ban, right? This is the first time a Tatsuya was banned out, and it's banned by BRU. And we all know the reason behind that. Very targeted towards Rigby, who has found major successes with that Tatsuya Rebel Rush, especially in rounds where Lost gains the momentum and they start snowballing. There really is no stopping this Tatsuya from wreaking havoc in the back line, and they don't want that. They know with the potential of that. They have had Wasana do it on an Oscar instead of a Tatsuya, so imagine if that amount of power gets granted over to Lost, who already like to play fast.
Yeah, I mean, let's not take away that skill copy that is being used by Wasana in most instances that one. So let's see, Ignis has been taken out as well. So this doesn't give them that the visual impairment that it will offer. But we are down to Rimnam Village. Everyone needs to stick together. Nando 9 peeling away, and he might be the next target right now, or at this point. But no, There is a 2-on-4 situation. Moshi will try to go for the backstab, but Rigby goes for the first blood.
Just like that, with Wasana going down, lost already off to a good start. Rigby making sure that that is confirmed. Just get it now and start. Slide Rigby half. BRU looking to turn it around. It's Haone against Get High. Closer than what Lost would have wanted. Get High with the tether. The pickup onto Rigby. Haone might have just saved the round, and the pickup works out for Lost.
Yeah, I mean, that quick pickup, well, not too quick, but the time that is given for the pickup gave them the distraction. And even if he goes down, Raoni will be able to go for the finisher. That's one round, though, on the Shuriken round. Well, let's see if, or once they get all those utilities on them. So we're seeing Moshi on the Kingfisher already. And then, as expected, mini Uzis will be coming into play. Rigby's the only one who is getting a weapon at this point. So, Lost, I'm not quite sure what the ideation is right now, but they do have, I think, a mini Uzi as well as a Deagle to play with. So, they want to go for somewhat a passive-aggressive approach as well. It did work in that first round.
Whoop. Right, make contact with Wasana. Plenty of fire. Steve, and somehow Wasana has walked out of it. Maybe thanks to the time turner. Takes himself out with the ice grenade. Bit of a mistake that just turned fatal, and now Jonah also collapses. Lost springs into action, and they take no prisoners. Haone with the Deagle to the dome of Jonah. Get High, gets executed. And Moshi, not really much that he can do in this game, in this round. And all Lost needs is just a flawless round to keep all the guns, and that's exactly what they get.
Yeah, I mean, a full squad still alive and kicking at that point. Resources will be gathered. And I'm seeing a pattern here in what Lost is doing in their approach. They just target for Wasana. Whoever is in front, I'm pretty sure they're assuming is Wasana. So they target that, hyper focus on him, and then the rest just follows through. So let's see if this will fly through, though, because that time turner did work, but doesn't have so much of a support from the rest of the teams of Buriram United. So as we go in 3-1 split once again for Buriram United, connected with that Cassie. Hopefully Wasana don't go too deep, because that's where he is losing the fight.
Yeah. And that's what we've seen from Lost again, still keeping that aggression up. Fireball Jutsu, take down to the blue wall, bit of a damage down over to the side of BRU, and now it starts piling up. Get High from the side, takes out Empty Sexy, gives himself some breathing room to navigate. Rigby will be forced back, but Nando 9 perched up top. Get High gets dropped. Nando 9 converts that into elimination. Moshi takes out Haone.
Yeah, Rigby right now putting pressure, but that moment could have been taken by Jonah to go for a knockdown. Rigby right now getting too close. Moshi on the back end, and there goes Jonah with a lot of help being done, leaving Nando 9 alone. And even without a long-range weapon, only Moshi will be able to do so. But Wasana can give that distraction, just waiting for that time turner to charge up so that he can step out, trigger the active skill, and then give Jonah, who has a Deagle in hand, or Moshi, who has a VSK, to go for the shots.
Oh, yeah. And this round pretty much done and dusted. Heroic efforts from Nando 9 earlier on, but Jonah just a bit sharper on the Deagle shot. Unless Nando 9 can pull off a miracle, this round is pretty much in the bag.
Double kill.
Moshi from behind will confirm that kill.
I can't help but laugh because the timing was pristine. It's either the 3 players who is behind that glue wall or Moshi. But the moment the glue wall has been triggered, he just had to jump and go for a headshot, and it's up close and personal. I mean, even that shot will not miss.
Still, Lost has the lead. So 1 round window to work with. The economy not broken, but definitely battered a little bit. See the Deagle in the hands of Nando 9. Doesn't have a helmet, so same as Empty Sexy. Working with the mini Uzi, no helmet, only a vest. They can easily get popped if they're not careful, and that's why Wasana is taking point. Rigby already forced in a rough spot. Fireball Jutsu takes out the blue wall. Wasana springs into the action, easily takes down Rigby, who just does not have the weaponry to fight.
And doesn't have the weapon. That's one thing. You don't want to jump in as quickly as that. And Wasana grabs that Groza and fires back. Bring down MT Sexy as well. Now Rigby can be picked up depending on how much defense is on him. But Wasana right now goes for the chase against Nando. And the finisher on to the other side. Moshi ends it. Now it's equalized on a 2-4-2. But Buriram United is now in momentum. And we go to peak the drop spot of BRU.
Oh yeah. And that is music to the ears of BRU players for sure. Especially now they have found the equalizer. I mean, the previous round, the economy pretty terrible for Lost anyways. Even with the initial engagement, didn't look too good. Let's get a bit of a pause from the side of BRU. I believe it was called by Moshi, so we will have that checked out. Make sure everything is going according to order. But for Lost, they came out strong. That's what we expected, right? They with the just the pure aggression onto BRU, but we haven't really seen what happens if it gets stopped. Can they restart that engine?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one thing. At some point, if you lose that momentum, some teams really are thrown off guard. So if Buriram United can maintain this, and we know that like Buriram United might have triggered that pause, Lost would be given a chance to recover, but the same goes for BRU. They're not a team that loses momentum that quickly. And on the other hand, they're the ones that can, I would say, calm them down just to make sure they don't go too aggressive in this game. So it would be a little bit more tactical, but we can see that speed run being done still by Wasana. So let's see if that comes into fruition as we wait for the next battle, the next round to start. So it's not yet over for the first match between these two teams, but equalizer overall, I think Lost might be at a loss right now and needs to do a different tactics.
This time you were asking if the headscarf does have the word Free Fire on it. I saw Free Fire.
Oh yeah.
That's exclusive. That is officially a merch that I want.
If anyone would be there, we
kind
can
enough.
ask.
Kind enough to get it for us.
Well, we'll see. As we can see right now, Wasana already crossing the border. And no! The time turner doesn't save Wasana or get high or Wasana, and they both go down. Jonah backs away, have an opening at Hone, but doesn't have that finisher. So it's now left to two players, Moshi and Jonah, on one side of Peak. And we're expecting Peak to be a strong spot for Buriram United. Perhaps find out Moshi to be taken down with that Max 7. And Jonah has not so much can do against three players of Barbican.
Very explosive start to that round and loss, of course. High fives all across the table. And stopping BRU in their tracks. So the question was answered. They were able to restart that aggression and making sure that they punished Wasana. We saw Wasana kind of go around the corner, and Lost was able to shut that down before more damage was done.
Yeah, let's see though if Lost can continue this trail, because I'm pretty sure with the weaponry that Nando has right now, he has his eyes locked on Moshi. But Moshi also have AWM on him, so I guess whoever moves first will be the target. MT Sexy pulls a glue wall, but Hone Sechi is the one being targeted. So it's a long flank for Wasana and get high, but Nando 9 is just waiting for them to show up.
Around the corner, Hone, wow! What a pre-fire onto Jonah! Did not really stand a chance in that one. You can't even get mad if you are Jonah. But if with the rest of BRU, you got to start worrying of where Lost is going to start attacking from.
Yeah, there's little leeway, really, that Lost is given Buriram United at this point. They even kept their distance, take a part of this compound, and either way, wherever you move, you will be seen out in the open. Nando 9 keeping his eyes on Moshi, and then we have Haone on the other side as well, who's keeping tabs on those two in front of them. Wasana cannot do anything, so that blue closure can trigger a retaliation. Get High can take Haone down, but no, he's not looking on this side. He's looking at the MT Sexy and Rigby. But finally, Mag 7 in hand, no jump happening, and Wasana is just alone.
And Haone able to slip through, sneak into the back lines, takes out one from afar, and that's going to trigger the chain reaction of Lost to just collapse onto BRU and find that around. 4-2 for Lost.
Yeah, 4-2 for Loss. And not quite sure if this is Buriram United getting a toll after the battle that they had earlier, but Loss seems like they're more composed at this point. Composed to counter any rotation that's being done by Buriram United, not even showing up. Like if a skill copy will be triggered, they will not have that much opening, or they're not giving that much opening for either Wasana or the rest of Buriram United to use. So I'm not sure what they can be done right now. Nando 9 will try to go in on overside, being hit by Moshi, but the battle's already happening, and Get High will be targeted by MT Sexy.
Right now, MT Sexy taking out Wasana, and in the blink of an eye, this round's pretty much done and dusted. Moshi not even able to get into position to provide any sort of assistance before Lost steps on the gas and make sure that they run over BRU. So that's now 5-2.
Match point. Match point for Loss at this point. You can see smiles from Nando 9 because he's doing quite well. Though it's not the elimination that he is doing so well in. It's the assist. The initial damage that triggers Buriram United to either back away from their trajectory and gives an opening for the rest of the team. And that's what you need to worry about. Similar to how it is with Moshi, if you can get away from the crosshairs of Moshi, then you can be safe. But you know how strong it is for Buriram United. They can fight on a 1v2, but that's what's surprising me for the performance of Lost, because they are countering that overall. And Wasana is a little bit too aggressive though. I'm quite sure if it would work on a bait and switch, because it seems like Wasana is not the one being chased. And Get High gets isolated with that blue wall. Wasana with a time turner couldn't make all those shots. Needs to run away, but needs to deal with two.
At the drop of the dime, Lost pulls the trigger. Wasana now needs to be the hero. And Hook by Crow his own volition. The time is not now. And Lost with an opening statement 6-2.
And there you have it. And if I'm not mistaken, that was it Camilota? That is part of the crowd right there. I
was trying to figure out if it's Camilota too. Isn't she?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised.
Should she be at the Brazilian broadcast? I know Carol is there. A few more of the talents. I'm not sure about Camilota though.
There? I'm not quite sure though. What she posted was from a couple of years ago. But anyways, quite surprised. I'm just happy to see Camilota, because the most time that we've seen her is the broadcast, like, well, apart from the global finals, but the broadcast in Brazil. And seeing her in there cheering for the crowd, you know how it is. You know the energy that they have as a host, a stage host, and it's showing right there, especially with a win from Lost. But I'm not quite sure what's happening right now. Lost had studied what counter can be done for Wasana, and that's just for Wasana, and everyone else just follows through.
Not just that, the again we touched to the table and how they keep stepping on the gas even though that they were behind, and we were questioning whether they can bounce back, and they keep doing that, right? They lost, they won the first 2 rounds, then BRU comes back 2 rounds in a row. We get a slight pause in between, and Lost bounced back, and then they just took control of the game, and they never looked back.
Exactly. I mean, that's one thing. The aggression, the bait and switch, the Buriram United or the Wasana is trying to do is being countered, and you saw that final moment, right? Wasana is showing up, no covers at all, prompting them to chase him onto one side to give an opening to Jonah and Get High. But it has been read already. It has been read. Let me just check. Do they have a coda? So that's the reason why. Once that coda has been popped up, that Aurora Vision has been popped, they know the plan already. So Wasana will just run in there blind, and then they block off Get High as well as Jonah, and well, everyone just follows through.
Oh yeah, and that's why I think for BRU, now that the main kind of playbook has been exposed, or at least has an answer to it by Lost, I wonder what BRU is gonna do to adjust to it, right? Because a lot of these rounds ended before Moshi could get into the position, before they were able to set up for Wasana to spring into action. Lost make sure that never really happened. As much as BRU wants to play fast with a setup, they still need time to get the pieces into position. And as for Lost, it's very easy, right? They press the buttons, they run into you. Doesn't really matter if you have Cassie on your side or not. Lost make sure that every single takedown gets converted into an elimination.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at Lost as well, in comparison to their specific role, Rigby has done so much in staying in the front lines, but not too careless, not too aggressive compared to Wasana. And then the backup coming from MT Sexy, just the two of them. They are let loose in the middle, and then Haone Sechi would be going into one side for a different angle than Nando 9 from what Nando 9 is taking. So they have all coverage and vision. They have two on front lines already. They also have vision skills that they can use with a Coda and an Iris. That alone, position plus active skill, they have all things covered. That doesn't give a leeway for Buriram United. So if I'm going to go for Buriram United in the next round, either take Coda back first. We're not quite sure who will be taking it because we don't see that much Coda being used by this team. But if Jonah can use it right now in replacement to the Clue, then that could give them a 1-up. But as we go into the match MVP, we have Haone Sechi right now, the bomber of the team, who is going for a great provider in the sniper as well in terms of damage, 3652 damage and 7 elimination.
Yeah, Haone with big performances this round. Again, 3.6k damage to 7 limbs. A lot of times facilitating Rigby for the entry. And we saw, looking at the draft just now, BRU, they made a conscious decision to ban out the Tatsuya just to see what Rigby has left on his sleeves. Want to make sure that they take out one of the primary gears of Lost. What really allows them to play that style, but it didn't affect Lost. So for BRU, they now realize that Tatsuya ban didn't really mean much. I wonder how they will approach the draft later on.
Yeah, I mean, it's we did mention that Rigby is using that Tatsuya even in Battle Royale, even in EWC, and even in the start of this game, he has been using it. But one thing that I keep seeing in the Clash Squad from yesterday up until today is if you're in the same role and if you are looking into a strong opponent, most of the time they get the same active skill as that opponent is using. In this case, Wasana has that Sane being used, who has been insane in their rush, so why not use it on Rigby? And that's what they have. Took away that Zane, gave them the opportunity for the time turner for Chrono, but you've seen how much failure the time turner has been giving Buriram United in those play. So that's just a backup plan in terms of active skill, not really a main tactic, because there's so much of opening for BRU.
I agree. So this second draft, let's see if they make any adjustments. I feel like the Tatsuya ban probably is not as valuable anymore like BRU wanted it to be.
Yeah. And one thing though is, if Buriram United puts in another ban, if they leave Ignis open this time around, it will still be used by Lost. So I don't know, tables are turned. In terms of mind games, Lost seems to be the smarter team this time around.
some adjustments to make. I think on Loss's side, stick with what kind of worked in game 1. I feel like if the Tatsuya does get let through, they take the Tatsuya either way. The Cassie could be a trade that they are willing to give up, right? You keep Buriram the Cassie, and they can still have a solution to deal with that. A124 Oscar. If A124 gets banned out, I have a feeling maybe the Ignis can also be taken into consideration to be put on that ban list. See if BRU wants to throw another curveball.
Yeah. And well, again, there's a possible response for Loss. If in case it's not banned, and it's being taken by Buriram United, they can just put in an A124. So I don't know. It seems like a checkmate. When we think about it, with the current from the previous draft, it seems like a checkmate for Buriram United at this point. Every action has a respondent for Loss at this point in active skill, because mechanical skill wise, positioning wise, strategy, it's just showing up on that round number 1. Unless Buriram United was just testing the waters, finding out what rotation is being done, and there you have, we are right. That is Kamilota.
Yeah, it is Kamilota. Good to see you here in Thailand.
Oh, I mean, I would love to see her as well, because I love the energy when she hosted the World Series. But let's see. We have another Ignis ban, but this time Lost will be taking that Cassie. Still have that Coda. Sane not on Wasana, but on Get High. So, a little bit of switch up though, but it's still viable, because what Wasana is doing earlier, he doesn't have that speed, but he needs a getaway plan. And that Tatsuya Rebel Rush is a good getaway plan.
Yeah. And I guess this is a trade that that Lost is willing to engage in, right? Cassie, Chrono. A lot of emphasis onto Nando 9 again, with this Iris given over. So willing trade too, right? They give Clue, Santino, Tatsuya, and Zane over to BRU. That's a lot of offensive capacity that BRU is bringing into this map number 2.
Yeah, and the only difference that we have is Sane. That is, it's not even in right hands, I would say. If Wasana Wasana can use that in the best advantage. I'm not taking away from Get High, because Get High is also a strong contender. He's always with Wasana, so the mindset is somewhat in sync between them and Tatsuya. But since they don't have Cassie, so it makes Get High a little bit tougher to beat. He can cover all those gunfight and let Wasana get away from the engagement and then just join him. So, but the information gameplay from Nando as well as Rigby right now, that would be deadly, because the moment that they know where it is, give that information to Haone Sechi, and they can just go for a roll together with MT Sexy.
Yeah. Then I think this setup for the side of BRU, instead of having the Cassie tied to Tatsuya, whenever Wasana goes for the move, you can be sure that Get High will be right beside him. I think that is the approach that BRU wants to go for. And that's why for Loss's side, you have a Chrono and Cassie to hold the fort. And when Coda gives the information, we'll be expecting Nando 9 to be the one that springs to life and try to stop BRU in their tracks.
Let's see. I mean, it's a good plan. Good plan indeed, and hopefully this gives Loss that advantage to end it in this game. So it's just unfortunate though that Buriram United is losing out on this fight on home soil, but it's good as well that we're seeing Brazil giving out a good fight after Fluxo has been taken out by the same team. So again, payback is due, and let's see if the full collection will be done by Loss, or a possible turnaround can be done, especially when Sane is on the side of Buriram United. And this is one of the points wherein once Wasana most of the time gets at Sane, there's a huge chance that they can start off aggressing into this fight.
Yeah. And if this series has taught us anything, or at least today has taught us anything, really comes down to who makes that first move, right? The aggression, especially aggressive teams, they are getting more and more comfortable in just running at their opponents. Wasana did give us the tip in the earlier content piece we saw. Just be aggressive if you're confident in your shooting abilities, and Lost clearly takes that to heart.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, there you go. There you go. The music that I've been waiting for after that draft. The start of this game. Now, let's see. There's a lot of things that we have talked about. This is where the teams are going to put it into play. Are we right or are we wrong? That's what we love to see. I want to be proven wrong, especially on all the doubts that they have on those picks. Like Zane on Get High. I want him to make that work.
Yeah. I'll start with the pistol, or the shuriken round in this case. Haone and Rigby will be stuck together. Was very early utility from the side of Lost to try and flush out BRU. Wasana will take contact, instant dash. Haone will have to take the heat. They can afford to split away for now, but taking out Wasana will be objective number 1. And Haone, with the help of Rigby, able to do just that. And MT60 slices Get High into half. And that's the opening that you want if you are Lost. First blood attained. Haone should be able to get picked back up. Moshi looks for Nando 9. Clean shots as MT60 confirms the second elimination. So 3v2 in favor of Lost.
Yeah, 3v2. Not so much can be done at this point. Especially as Jonah very close to MT Sexy, and you know MT Sexy has that sight. So you don't want to get too close, but you don't have a weapon to respond to it. Moshi right now is not bleeding out, but he's not recovering as well. There's no meds on him, so he'll just be hiding out. And this just looks like a 1v3.
Yeah. Moshi basically out of commission. It's not like he has the AWM in round number 1, so he don't have that firepower to support. And Jonah also scratching his head right now with the blue closing in. The only way is forward, and Rigby makes quick work on Moshi. They have eyes everywhere. The awareness from Lost basically on point this game, and Jonah's gonna get run down. You say round 1 for Lost.
Yeah. Round 1 for Lost. And I love the ideation as well that Lost is doing. So they have potential of chasing down Jonah. And that's the reason why Moshi was hiding out. But no, they didn't do it. They didn't give an opening to Moshi to pick up any meds from any of the teammates that hasn't fallen. So that's like that little factor could have changed things around for Buriram United. Probably balance it on the 2v2. Or probably just win that game. But Lost is not giving out any hints, is not giving out any leeway to Buriram United. Now, let's see with a little bit of weapon of what they can do. Get High right now, just in front, in that window seal. And Wasana almost being taken down with a shot from Rigby.
Yeah, Wasana getting away is definitely very crucial, because if he went down there, this round would have ended with the weaponry that Lost has. We see Moshi with the hero rifle there. Some investment. Rigby finding Jonah. Again, BRU splitting up, trying to find opportune moments to catch Lost sleeping at the wheel, but Lost is very, very aware of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, you should be aware as well. Even before that Aurora Vision has been triggered, they have information already. And then the moment that they trigger it, they have general position of where the rest of Buriram is. MT Sexy though, a little too close, but this is where he needs to be. I think he's saved up on weapon as well, because he does have the sight on him, and that's what he needs just to get close. But the glue wall, the blockage on the door is not working for him. But the Blues also closing in. So anytime soon, anyone from Buriram United will be jumping out or moving out of the compound, and then that's an opening for MT Sexy.
Pretty different, approach compared to the first map. Well, Lost plays very fast, but right now, every time they get that lead, they can afford to slow down. And that causes problems for BRU. BRU already know that they're on the back foot and outnumbered. Outgunned too. Moshi could not find proper angle to provide any kind of support. It might just come down to the building. Wasana takes a chance, and with the help of Nando 9, Wasana ends up going down. It is a necessary risk. BRU no lane is pretty high.
Double kill.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Wasana is also a little bit too aggressive, but the range is not working with that mini Uzi. And this gang up against Buriram United is doing wonders for Lost. And no casualty for the side of Lost. Economy is still prime. 2 points already, and the weapons is being taken away from Buriram United. But you know how it is. As each round goes on, more cash is going into Buriram United that they can invest a little bit more, but not so much that they can defend themselves. So more focus on 3 players with armors and helmets. Not so much for Moshi because he needs to invest in the long-range VSK.
Yeah. Usually round 3 is a good indicator of if a team can really get a snowball rolling. In this case, we're looking at Fluxo to do just that. Wasana right in front of them, separated by the blue wall. Wasana now pops himself. Jonah pops empty sexy with the Deagle, and Rigsby does get high. And Wasana, if he survives, that will be good enough for BRU, and that would be the case. Empty sexy needs to be retrieved. Jonah again, another shot onto Rigsby. And this time the captain of BRU is the one that takes matters into his own hands, and with Moshi around, this round basically is done. BRU bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, Nando 9 is left alone. Similar scenario to what I've seen earlier. One shot and a lot of damage on Nando 9. There's not so much that he can do. He does have 2 meds, but it can be spent as quickly as that, especially with the accuracy that he's receiving from Moshi. So it's just a matter of time, and Buriram United will grab a 1 point, and hopefully this switch the momentum to their favor.
Yeah. Nando 9 is still hoping that there is a chance, and Moshi knows where he is already. Once the blue closes in, Nando 9 will be forced to engage. So yeah, BRU again, just now came up pretty close, get high, taken out early, but the fact that Wasana survived basically gave Jonah more than enough time to be the hero of that game. 3 Deagle knockdowns to set BRU up for success.
Yeah, definitely. And this is that point. Wasana was just roaming around, used that Rebel Rush to get away, finish off Hahone, and I mean, it just gives an opening as well to Jonah and Moshi. And it's the isolation that we've seen earlier. If you can isolate 3 players in one game, or probably 1 or 2 players in one area, one corner, then it would disrupt the rotation of the team. But it's tough though to be done in this specific part of the map in Mammoth, because at this point Lost has a higher advantage or higher visual advantage compared to Buriram United. But if this is where Moshi can bring in that A shot, that A game, then that is just prompting Wasana to rush it.
Team's not really the best here. I say that Wasana is already gone. Empty sexy with the engaged proactive movements. Get high. What was that revolver shot? Need to get Wasana back up, and Get High might have just saved the round.
Yeah, I mean, the same goes for Hone, who is trying to go for the pickup on MT7, but it's a little bit too late. And there goes the time turner being popped. 2 down already. Not so much a challenge, but Rigsby with a P90 goes in for the spray. Wasana goes down as well. Ow. It is Nando who might be able to finish them off, but there goes the pickup. And lost cause with all those efforts. A valiant dash will be turned as a valiant effort, and Nando 9 once again being left alone goes for the equalizer in this game as well as the momentum.
Unfortunate for Lost. They had that round from the beginning, but Get High clutches it. Multiple key knockdowns, and the utilization of the utility started from here. Empty Sexy getting knocked down by Get High, then revolver shot stalls the entire fight. And then here as well, Get High with the kunai, swaps into his primary, takes out 2 in a row before buying enough time, gets knocked down, and then Jonah comes in to clean it up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Get High is showing up, and one reason why is because he is insane. He is insane at this point. So I'm loving how it's turning up right now. I had some questions, I have some doubts, but this is the answer that they have. Now, Wasana a little bit too aggressive, and Rigby face back with a P90. Same goes for Get High. I guess I complimented it a little bit too quick though. They didn't anticipate that Rigby will be in that area that quickly. It's now a 2v3 situation. It's Moshi to go for the equalizer, but misses those shots. And even Jonah doesn't have an angle to take right now. Does have a good weapon on the long range, but that Coda will just expose their position.
Moshi actually gets the first shot onto Empty Sexy, so Lost giving BRU the respect that they deserve. Moshi relocates with the Santino. Like you said, they are outnumbered. Santa Catarina, not the easiest place to fight. Not to mention that they need to find intel on where the Lost players are, and even if they do, they still are outnumbered. So Moshi and Jonah playing on the ground floor. We see the decoy again laid out, but they realistically are waiting for the circle to close in and maybe force some errors from the side of Lost, who are not biting on the bait.
Yeah, I mean, they've learned their lessons already, especially going against Wasana so many times. He's just baiting everyone, and at this point they don't want to give that opening to Moshi as well. Jonah puts out that glue wall so that they can have an angle to take. Both of them will try to go for fire, and Jonah right now P90 without work with Max 7 by Rigby, and there you have it. Only a few HP. There's not so much that he can do right now. And Laws grabs another point despite of Buriram United taking momentum early on.
Emiliota, you can just it is the last supporter, the last Brazilian team here. Very understandable that in that big crowd and majority of them supporting the Thai team, Camiliota is going to be the voice of Brazil. It's a very long dragged out round. Very big contrast to map number 1. This one, both teams a lot more calculated, playing for the late game, waiting for the circle to force the issue.
Right, let's see though. If there's anything else that can be forced, Buriram United will need to do it right now. Get High could have gotten for the shot, but it's a glue wall that he has put up, and probably just putting Lost into one angle. Wasana has got word as to where Lost is, and Jonah does have an angle. So they're blocking this approach. I'm not quite sure if they're baiting him to break through or just go onto the other side so that Moshi will have an angle to take. But Rigby goes down with M590 coming from Jonah, but Get High goes down as well. Ahone Sechi tying that jump, but doesn't have so much of shot, and Jonah once again will go for that elimination.
And just like that, CBRU take control of the round again. Empty Sexy needs a bit of time to heal himself back up, and Wasana fishing for him. Moshi takes on Nando 9. The odds improve. Empty Sexy catches Jonah off guard. From around the corner, Empty Sexy could make a difference. Between him and Wasana at the silo, Moshi spotted out too. Empty Sexy will have to make smart decisions, find the right angle and get these 1v1s. The glue wall will make Wasana, will narrow down the options for Wasana, and still Empty Sexy spots him first, but it has to end as quickly as possible before Moshi finds an angle to provide backup. And Moshi is on the case. Empty Sexy just cannot get the job done in time.
I love that play. I mean, Wasana is just going back and forth. It's either to bait him in because he doesn't have the weapon to go for that long range. P90 is, in terms of range, P90 is one thing that can be used by Empty Sexy. Thus, he's trying to pull him in. On the other hand, another play is being done by Moshi. So that's 2 play being done by Buriram United in that final moment. And compared to the other teams who is in this situation, most of them are just running, like rushing in blind because they have the numbers advantage, not Buriram United.
That's not at all. And these both teams are touching it out. Get High, the Shadow Stitching keeps him in place, and with the help of Wasana, Get High he's able to assist with a knockdown. Both of them now trade 1-for-1, and Haone wants to go for the rescue, able to Get High and have Empty Sexy cross to safety, and the rest of Lost now converged. Rigby needs a bit of help. Nando9 will provide that assistance. Wasana realized that his teammates are essentially gone, and Moshi comes in with the 2-piece. And Moshi finds number 3. What? The blink of an eye, Moshi saves the game. Then they forgot about him. Moshi continues to make magic. It's Empty Sexy again. Moshi on the case. And Empty Sexy doesn't really have much help out the broken. Moshi will just take the challenge. Moshi to relocate. Doesn't get the shot in. Empty Sexy breathes for another moment.
Now let's see. Moshi right now has distance. Also have a pickup. So distraction by Jonah would be prime, or probably Moshi's the one stepping out, and then Jonah will go for the finisher. Moshi keeping that distance just to make sure they have an angle to take on that AWM. Empty Sexy is bound to go down right now. Just because of the number advantage, he might be able to pull off a knock with one shot in that M1887, but it's difficult to go in unless he pulls that time turner in the perfect timing to avoid being taken down.
I don't know how he's gonna do it. MT60 is a miracle. The time turner is definitely gonna help him out a little bit. Oh, Jonah caught in the back, and now it is possible for MT60 to make a difference. MT60 brings it back.
That's what I'm talking about.
4-3 now for Lost. MT Sexy delivers.
That's what I'm talking about. Perfect timing and a time turner. You don't call it a time turner if you don't time it quickly. And a preview. I want a full preview on what happened right there. Because a time turner saves him from being gunned down on both sides. So he can focus, step in and out, and that's what he will need to focus. Jonah goes down, and Moshi right now, he just identified who has the close range weapon and hits him first and then follows through on Moshi. Great clutch coming from MT Sexy.
Yeah, it's marvelous stuff. We saw the scoping from Moshi. Unfortunately, he's not able to hit the shots. Both snipers that round play fantastic. Moshi put Lost in a almost unwinnable situation, and Lost the sniper said no. The round's not over yet until I say so. And that might have just been the straw that broke the camel's back. This is going to put BRU in a headspace where they might get desperate.
See, desperation at this point is not phasing Buriram United. But Nando9 goes down. No backup. That is close. And Moshi has a good chance to spot out anyone. And you know this part, you can prone and you will not get shot. But with the angle that Moshi is getting, it's easy. Thus, we are seeing a lot of blue walls right here. And Honi Seichi will try to go in for a flank. Not quite sure what they're waiting for. Probably blue closing in, or probably this shift of the circle. But Moshi has a great angle if Buriram United, the rest of Buriram United, can go for a rush first to disrupt the rotation of Laws. And here comes Rigby, a little bit too aggressive. Uses the glue wall of Buriram United and pushes Wasana down. Rigby right now almost being taken out, but Jonah one remaining. Rigby protecting themselves with that time turner. Moshi with only a sliver of health. And there goes Jonah down for the count. Moshi has nowhere to go. And there you have it. Moshi left alone. A payback to what they've done in several chances. And they are now on match point.
How did it not go so wrong so fast? Lost played that round without Nando9. They were outnumbered 4-3. Everyone ran in the same direction. Bit of an error for Wasana. He got caught in the prone animation. Not really sure what was the plan, but the time turner, like you said, Neptune, made the difference again, allowing Rigby to freely maneuver in and out of the dome. And those M1887 shots, lethal. Because Moshi felt like he was not able to provide the shots that BRU needed in those crucial exchange. And now they really are on the ropes. Lost wins this round. They are off to grand finals, and BRU will be disappointed in front of a home crowd and having to pass the torch over to Falcons, who will face off against WAG later on as Lost captures the Divine Tree airdrop. Jonah makes first contact, pops the clue too. Nando 9 getting tagged. Lost now. About to address Nando 9, absorbing the pressure and draws attention away. Wasana does get pinged. There's a flank from behind. Rigby and Haone. They could be the one that breaks this game open. Wasana somehow long range catches Haone. And Rigby goes down as well. BRU not willing to go down just yet.
Kill.
I think that was a mistake from MT Sexy. I mean, the ideation is for them to go in at the same time, but he needs to protect Nando 9 as well. And, well, Nando 9 has his focus on Moshi. Thus, they lost count as to how many players will be rushing Snip on them. And Jonah right now will go for the finisher. And 1 point lead. And another point to equalize this battle, or Lost can bring this home.
Lost has one more chance. Oh, we go into sudden death, essentially. It's back at Mammoth. Once more, this is a location that both teams struggle. The second time we go to Mammoth this game. The first time we were here, Lost got off to a good start and then get high potted back for BRU. If Lost makes any adjustment, we see the initial boost. It's Rigby that takes the punishment.
I mean, you have a double sniper right there, Jonah as well as Moshi. So they really need it at this point. And I'm pretty sure they have an idea that Nando 9 is taking the angle from that higher ground. So Jonah is in charge of pulling that off. And there goes a Claybird targeted onto MT Sexy as well as the airdrop. Just make sure that they don't have extra on those loots, but Rigby will falling down the bottom. It's tougher to make a move, especially if you're far away from the rest of the team, and this is what I'm talking about. Jonah caught Nando off guard, and that is a trigger that they would need, and Jonah can roam freely, taking this corner or this side of the map, and everyone will just be in a firing range.
Yeah, just a perfect read from the side of BRU. In fact, the way they position Moshi, right? Jonah has a long-range weapon, and then Moshi gets to do what he wants from down low. Taking down MT Sexy. Haone now caught in a very, very, very awkward position. Wasana can just slowly move on forward with the help of his teammate. Haone still has no chance.
Double kill.
BRU brings it to round 11.
Oh my goodness. This is nail baiting. Like, a chance for one to fight back another time, and a chance for the other to deny, like, a team to move forward. Now, let's take a look at the replay right now. I still love what Jonah is doing, anticipating that Nando 9 will be taking that flank. And at that point, if the tactics has been used several times, they could have gone 2-2 split, or they could have just taken that high ground altogether. Everyone just take that high ground altogether. That's a different tactics that no one would suspect.
Nando 9 actually split off from the rest of his team again. They got a tag on the Wasana, but look at Jonah. He is so far ahead. Drawing attention and resource from the side of Lost as BRU regroups onto the left side. Moshi did relocate. He traveled far and wide just to get some intel. We see the Amaterasu flame as well. That glue wall is not going to stand for long. And most of the space controlled by BRU. I wonder if Lost knows where Jonah went, because if they lose track of Jonah now, this could end the game and send us to map 3.
Yeah, definitely. Baited switch right now is working.
They have no idea.
Just to make sure that they have an opportunity to take down Nando 9. Koda has been popped right now. Get High is down the ground, and Wasana will be firing against Haone as well as MT Sexy. Nando 9 will go into the fray, but not so strong at this point against the player of Buriram United. And we are going to another round.
They had no idea where Jonah went. Lost focus in the last few rounds. Started with a very awkward call, you know, the lack of teamwork. They were not cohesive enough. And then translate into a move that was basically read by Jonah. And then the final round, they just lost track of where BRU members are. That shouldn't be happening. It's such a high-stake match. They should have known better. They saw BRU rotate to one side, and yet they gave up so much space, and letting BRU have a fighting chance after all the groundwork that they put in. So we go another game.
I guess what works with that Santino is you can go for a switcheroo. It's not the Santino shape splitter, but you can act as if you're one player, and then Jonah just switched out as Moshi gets back in position. So they get coverage on both sides, and that's where they lost Jonah. It's just so smart when we were looking at it, when I'm trying to recall what happened. But that's one thing that you need to do. If you have a good sniper like Nando9 going against you, how can you make it work? Make sure that you're out of sight, because he's the one providing that information.
Yeah, and in the last few rounds, Nando9 was not able to do too much, right? Even when we saw the initial knockdown onto Get High by Lost, they were not able to confirm the elimination. In fact, they allowed Moshi and Wasana to get back into the fight, and that was under the condition that Jonah already backstacked them. They were able to avoid Jonah in the beginning, and still not able to kind of capitalize on the initial knockdown. Very, very unfortunate for the side of Lost, because that would have sent them straight into the finals.
Well, at least we're going to see an extension right now, and it's anyone's ball game at this point. There's a lot of at stake in this game. Pride, prize pool, whatever. But as you can see right now, Captain Jonah making work on to this 11 elimination. But Moshi, 8K on the damage. Definitely an MVP at this game. It's seldom that we see. Well, the highest that we have, if I'm not mistaken, is 5,800. But now 87-28. Oh my goodness. Moshi is on a roll. Another key why Buriram United really won this game.
Oh yeah. Moshi, and even a lot of these rounds, right? Moshi was the one that really putting in the hard work, getting all these snipes from afar and supporting his team. So no wonder that Lost were struggling. In rounds that they were not able to properly track the members of BRU, we saw how fast things go sour for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite questionable though how they lost sight, because again, we talk about information gameplay, especially with Coda as well as Iris. It just so happened that Jonah was not playing with any of the glue walls, yeah, so Iris already scratched out, and probably it's because of Rigby is mostly in the front line. So I'm answering my own question. I'm answering my own question. Rigby's always in the front line. So if you're going to pop that Aurora Vision, your focus would be who's up close. And Jonah has kept that distance already, but there you have it. MVP, deserving of a title. Let's forget about elimination. He broke the record already, but that damage, that is like, I don't know if anyone else can break that record.
Oh, I think this is the most damage that we're gonna see from a single player today. I don't think it is breakable, honestly. Looks too impossible to be broken. It's again a lot of the work laid out by Moshi this game paved the way for BRU's extension in this best of 3.
Let's see though. I mean, elimination leader. So, well, Moshi and Jonah, definitely they are getting that, because especially in how stretched the game is. Rigby though, I mean, I love how Rigby is like going to like mixing with Lost right now. He's the newest acquisition for the team, and that is why it's quite surprising how he's leading the fray. He's always in the front line, similar to, I guess they have a similar story but shorter timeline in the Buriram United side.
Yeah,
Wasana is equivalent to Rigby.
Yeah, it's essentially so, right? Like Wasana also, it's kind of crazy to think that it's been like what, 2 years that he's been with BRU. Time does fly. Like this guy, Wasana, one of the biggest acquisitions I think in the history of Free Fire for an organization. And again, when push comes to shove, he still got it. Like he was a one-man army for a very, very long time. And right now, when you look at BRU, back then it was just Moshi, but now you add Wasana to the equation, suddenly they just become twice as deadly.
Yeah, I mean, and that chemistry as well motivates the other players to step up. Because again, I cannot let go of this quote of this one thing that Wasana or one of the players from Buriram mentioned when we're talking about MVPs or who's getting the MVP of the day or MVP of the week or the MVP of the tournament. It's because they're not putting one player in the pedestal. Each of them are fighting for that MVP title, and that's why they keep performing overall, because despite of them in battle for that elimination, they're also motivating everyone else to be the best version of themselves.
And I think that is like one of the best ways to keep everyone in check, right? Like treat everyone as equals, making sure that your achievement is equivalent to everyone else's achievement. I think that's the most important kind of characteristic to have as a team. Is that you want to play as a unit, and overall it's just BRU understanding that, right? That's what made them two-time world champions in the first place, right? The first ever two-time world champions before teams like Fluxo took over and became the second team to do so. But before all of that, BRU, they just had something that other teams didn't have and had to learn by continuously getting rolled by BRU on the big stage.
Yeah, and also let's give props to D-Long. I mean, he's just like another, in terms of tech balance, he's the ones in charge of making sure that they are in check as well. But again, Lost have their highlights. Nando 9, MT Sexy, I mean the aggressiveness of MT Sexy as well as Rigby combination. It mirrors what we have in here for Buriram United. So Nando 9 is Moshi. Raon Eisechi is somewhat Jonah. And then we have a Rigby for Wasana and then MT Sexy for Get High. Mirror from different side of the world. And this is why the rivalry of Fluxo as well as Buriram United is highlighted so much, but this is where that rivalry can start. A rivalry between Lost and Buriram United, because we're seeing performance similar to each other.
Even in terms of track record, Buriram has definitely better hit-to-hit stats against Fluxo, and Lost is also one of the teams that have struggled against BRU. He did brought up 1 point during the pre-show where a lot of the times, even when BRU loses, it's due to third partying rather than just a flat out loss. I mean, sure, they have lost 4v4s before, but in comparison to them being taken out by a third party in Battle Royale, that seems to be contributing primarily to the stats of them not getting a booyah in the game. And Lost is one of the few teams that have taken advantage of those situations, but in a honest 4v4, it's still BRU that has the better stats.
I mean, it looks like it. It looks like it. Now, let's see though that first game was, I would say it was taken by Lost because of taking away a great active skill pick. But the moment that Buriram United have that same and Wasana in his comfort pick of Tatsuya, that's where they will pop off. The only question is, it gives Lost two chances, two options for a ban. So it's either the ban Santino and gives them Iris, or use Santino and Iris at the same time.
I wonder what the decision is going to be. I think for both games, we've already seen that the bans, they do matter, but it didn't really skew the game, heavily in one of the team's favor. So Ignis and Cassie gets banned out. Lost gets access to the Iris-coded Tatsuya and Oscar. So really getting to play into their strength, right? Just full-on aggression, a lot of dashes. Versus BRU, they now take the defensive side with the Chrono, Zane, the Santino, and the Clue.
All right, we've seen this before. If I'm not mistaken. Well, in other than Cassie though, but we've seen this. Or rather, other than, no, it is the Oscar Tatsuya pick for the rush, and then the information gameplay just to make sure that they know where they will be rushing. I just can't put my finger as to when they use this, but again, this is one of the pick that Lost had to make that win against, I think, Movistar R7.
If I remember correctly, yeah, that's. I think from memory, that does feel like it, right? It's like a very Lost thing. It does fit the bill. And that is a good indicator, an indicator that Lost wants to continue playing that fast-paced game. And if that kind of goes according to plan, we might be looking at that Game 1 performance again, where Lost decides to just take the fight straight to BRU, like how they did against Movistar R7 to close out that series. It has worked out, but some conditions need to be met. Need to be a lot more cautious of where some of the BRU players are. They can be pretty slippery. That was what costed them map number 2 when they had 3 chances to close out the game.
All right, so I thought that I've seen this before, and it's close. It was from the first game. From the first game, they had Zane, Oscar, Koda, and Iris. So they don't have Zane, but they have access to Tatsuya because it's not banned anymore. So if this is how Lost wants to play it, just bring it back to game number 1. And it's a good tactic, though. It's a good tactic because in this combination, Buriram United is using the same or almost the same skills as well without the Cassie. So they're using Clue was taken by Jonah, Moshi was taken Santino, and Wasana is using that Chrono, and then Get High was using that Cassie. So it did work. The same gameplay did work for Get High from previous round, but that's the only factor. If Lost can use whatever they learn from that first round, winning that, then they can turn things around.
Yeah, we just now saw Team Falcons on the cam as well. Our boy, Cosq, a long time since we've seen him. The last time was after he won EWC, and afterwards he did have other plans in life, but still big part of the Falcon family. We are ready to head into game number 3, the last one of this best of 3, and sadly only one of the teams get to move on to the grand finals. We have to say goodbye to the other. Between Lost and BRU, it's never going to be easy to wave goodbye.
Yeah, it's not easy to wave goodbye, but, well, it's bound to happen. It's inevitable at this point. Lost right now, sticking together as usual, especially in the Shuriken round. Wasana would be that distraction, giving an opening for Moshi, and Moshi for another backstab against Hahoni Sechi. Nando 9 would be targeted once again, almost an ace, and there you have it. Oh, well, Wasana and Get High grab 1 point each as well, but there you have it. The first point goes to Buriram United, and I'm not quite sure what or when this skill usage will be activated for Lost, but I don't think this early would work for them that quickly.
Yeah, it's basically a flawless round, right? Just look at the tracking of Moshi. He's hitting every single shot. Oh, that's the nature of the Shuriken round. It doesn't dictate much, but it does give you the ability to decide how hard you want to go in round 2, and Moshi decides, I want to go as hard as possible with that rifle. Too many Uzis and 2 Deagles on the side of Lost. Get High and Jonah playing on the low ground. Nando 9 this time keeping himself safe. They have bouncers at the doorway. Jonah is about to get rushed, but they were able to hold him back. Hahoni now with the shot onto Moshi. And that is a strong opener for Lost.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even phased right now. MT Sexy would be traded at this point, but Moshi, there's no pickup that can be done. But Get High will also be knocked down. But as you can see, it's only Nando 9 who is left, and we still have 2 remaining on the other side. Hahoni has been picked up as well, but Wasana is already in the front door. Not so much of a long-range weapon that they can use at this point against that Deagle. So it's just about the timing once again. If they'll be able to time it well, that those sprays can make those shots against Lost, then Buriram United can win this game.
Looking very probable too. Nando 9 on the roof. Footsteps very, very audible. Wasana calls out Nando 9, sees the ping, and Jonah able to hold back an attempted rush from the side of Haone. I think that itself is going to throw a wrench into the plans of Loss.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, they have elevation. They also have distraction. So if like Pahone will be able to make those shots, and Mini Uzi as well, but you don't want to get close. You don't want to get too close to this because we are seeing that side in play. And Hone goes down. There goes Nando 9 as well. It's all in the timing. It's all in the timing, and that's what Buriram United is playing with.
Yeah. Respectable attempt again from the side of Loss, but when push comes to shove, they just were not able to kind of pull it off at the very end. And kudos to Jonah and Wasana working together to get intel on where the members of Lost are coming through. Because those fraction of a second would have made all the difference. If Haone made entry onto Wasana, they could have ganged up for a 2v1. Considering that they did not have the high ground advantage in that late game situation.
Well, let's see though if those advantage would be available for them this time around. Get high, a little bit too aggressive though together with Jonah, but no damage will be that strong against these players. Nando 9 rushed in, isolated from the rest of the crew. And I guess that is the key for Buriram United to get another point. Moshi right now just waiting for Rigby. And Hahone on the other side will be taken out as well by Wasana. Great use of the Shade Splitter by Moshi to get back with the rest of Buriram United. And this split up though, MT Sexy still has that AWM holding it for Nando 9. But I'm pretty sure he does have that accuracy, but there's not enough time for him to make this work.
Yeah, and this round is basically done and dusted too. So Lost, they can start thinking about how to play the next round. Because this 2v4 is impossible to win. BRU knows it, runs in and cleans it up. BRU now up 3-0. The previous round ended, BRU, we saw Wasana pop off, shouting at Lost after making comeback. I think BRU have a lot more pent-up energy to throw at Loss if they win this. And it's looking dominant.
Let's see though. Let's see what else can be done by Loss at this point. I'm seeing SKS action coming from Nando 9 right now. It's a good weapon as well. I keep using this, but I don't have the accuracy coming compared to Nando 9. But the fire rate is good. The damage though compared to AWM is not so much. So if he can hit 2 or 3 shots already, that's a confirm knockdown. But Get High is not waiting for any cue. Rigby will be going down as well, and there goes 3 in a matter of 5 to 7 seconds.
Into the meat grinder, basically. Oh my goodness, Get High. That initial pop was devastating. If you are Lost, instantly losing a member before the fight even started, and now Nando 9 left in a 1v4. BRU could be easily clean this up. Nothing left for Nando 9. Another flawless round. And now Lost really on the ropes, needing to figure out what the hell went wrong. Because we went from a team that went super aggressive, that stood a good chance against BRU, are getting outgunned every single round.
I would say it's the sane factor. That sane factor is what changed. They don't have that strong enough frontliner for Loss, and it's pretty much the same as we've seen earlier in the first round. But that sane has been turned over to Buriram United, and Get High is just is showing that he's too comfortable to provide that cover for Wasana and Jonah as well. There goes. A little bit of jutsu in play. Just make sure that no blue walls will be up, and Get High can get into rushing. Wasana for the backup. So a little bit switch of roles, I would say. Get High is 1 in the front line, and Wasana will go for the follow through. But I love the pinch that's being done. They're isolating the 3 players away from Nando 9.
Yeah. And Wasana finds Haone, and that's already a poor start to Lost. Rigby going down again, losing track of where Moshi is. He has been extremely elusive. Get High is going to be the trade. Wasana going down, Nando Naina finds himself back into the conversation. Gotta take out Jonah and Moshi though. No confirmed elimination just yet. And now we were basically cut off for him. Nando Naina losing half his health bar. Could be a 5-0. And it will be a 5-0. BRU. High fives all around. And one more round, they make it into the grand finals in the most flawless fashion ever. Morale at an all-time high.
Oh, definitely a match point in Zipway. A good chance for a sniper to go for the first blood on either side of this map. So it would be crucial on who's going to get the first hit, and it's up to the timing as well. If I would say Get High and Wasana can get straight in front or probably go in for the flank just to wait for that first hit to get through. And as you can see, an early knockdown already onto Empty Sexy. This is what we're talking about. When they're on Zipway, there's a potential that one can go down that quickly.
And thank goodness that the Empty Sexy was not eliminated. If you got taken out this game, might as well have ended. Very risky move from Empty Sexy. Still willing to take that risk. Jonah taking a bit of chip damage, and obviously for Lost, they are the ones who are suffering a lot more of that punishment from the side of BRU. They will have Moshi cornered for now. Back up coming in. Nando Nai, couple of shots to the back, able to survive the zip line. Being the main difference maker, and Rigby finding Moshi is going to give Lost a bit of breathing space. But unfortunately, Get High pops up from behind, finds Rigby, turns the corner. Jonah with the follow-up. Empty Sexy goes down, and BRU finds himself in a winning position. Very powerful and unbreakable. Moshi takes out Haone. And I think Grand Finals is on the way. Hands raised by Get High. And a standing ovation for BRU as they clean up semi-finals against Lost. 6-0 on the last map. And they are Grand Finals bound. $20,000 guaranteed.
6-0 in a matchup that replicates, I would say replicate in terms of active skill, what Lost has done for the first game. So not quite sure if this is intended, but from what I'm seeing, Lost did a number on Buriram United in that first game. But you know how it is with these pro teams. You can lose a fight, but if you come back without learning anything, that's where you definitely lose in life. So that's what these teams are showing right now. Both Lost and Buriram United at peak, but it's just unfortunate that we had to say goodbye to another Brazilian team, and we're going to say hi to Buriram United stepping in to the next level.
Goes for Lost, one final bow on the stage. Definitely not the ending that they envisioned for themselves. Even if they got on the loss, they would have wished that it was a full 11 round final map rather than a wipeout in a 6-0, but it's just the nature, right? They just couldn't get the act together. Maybe that round 2 loss or more of a comeback by BRU put up the mental blockade, and the experience from BRU continues to show. It continued to be a nightmare for Lost and Fluxo, putting let me put the target back from Brazil back on their on their jerseys for the upcoming global finals. And now the Thai crowd are going to be waiting. Who is going to come out on top later on between WAG and Falcons? Maybe we get that coveted grand finals rematch. We had the pilot episode yesterday. Now we are one possible series away from the actual grand finale.
Yeah, I'll have to see though. I know Team Falcons has a lot of fans, and it's a good chance that they are going to go in, like, finish off the battle on a Thailand versus Thailand. But what I'm hoping right now is WAG to step up and take that scene to go against Buriram United. Like, hoping that they would win both games, but it would be tough to go back-to-back. But I'm hoping that they can give a good fight against Team Falcons, outsmart them regardless of how strong they are. Because I've seen the evolution of WAG. I have nothing against Team Falcons. They're great. They're a great team. But I want to see more from WAG at this point.
I agree. I think, you know, for me, WAG I mean, they also have sort of history with BRU. Obviously, BRU comes out on top as the team that dominates over them. But if there's one team that can make a deep run, I think WAG might just be that team. Because if Falcons make it, it's just a household name against another one, right? Just another classic rivalry that people look forward to. But if WAG makes it to the finals, I think that itself would be a big moment for the Vietnamese region.
Yeah, it's also a great moment for Yuki and Yunsul on the stage.
They can fight on the stage, you know. I know loser gets punished. They'll figure that out. But at least you know, Yuki doesn't get to take all the spotlight if you get two Thai teams in the final. So this will definitely you know, getting very nervous for WAG's upcoming matchup.
Right. We'll have to see though, because I know I'm asking for it. WAG wins it against Team Falcons. It's still a long shot because Team Falcons, the Kiroro factor. If that happens again on WAG, they have a lot of like pages in their playbook that they can hide. It's just they just bring in Kiroro, give him that deagle, and then just play that game. Just play that tactics overall, all across. It is possible. But if WAG can come in a little bit stronger, then at least they can squeeze more from the tactics of Team Falcons, and it would be a great deal to see how it's going to affect the game style of or the play style and the offense of Buriram United later on once they face them.
Yeah, I mean this final lap is going to be the toughest to cross, right? Like you said, you have to play a best of 3 and then take a short break and then play a best of 5. It's not going to be easy for any team that wins, but that's kind of the disadvantage when you that's kind of the advantage that, you know, you get if you are BRU, kind of disadvantage that you get if you are on the side of WAG and Falcons. Either way, the competition always puts you to test and see if you can outlast everyone else. And there's no better way to do it than to see if WAG or Falcons can play back-to-back series in a row. If they come out on top over BRU, then it would be a very sweet victory.
Yeah, let's see though how sweet victory is, because I'm pretty sure it would be difficult for both of these teams to really play it out that easy. But I do agree. And we can see both of these players and these teams just show up right now. It would be quite sweet. All the emotions will be in there. All the play style and a lot of energy will also come in. But we're going to go in for a quick break. When we return, the grand finals will be decided in a bit. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, this is Jotinha over straight from Thailand. Like me and AVG right now, just having a few words to you. How is the experience to Extreme and do everything from here? And it just sounds amazing because everything we be doing right now, you know, is being moved by Garena and Free Fire. And it's my first time in Asia, to be really honest with you. And this is pretty much how we do. There's like a bunch of things here. There's the cabin, You know, we just brought my camera. Everything is work phenomenally. I'm just gonna ask him right now, how is he feeling? How is it first time in Asia? And he's like very excited, so let's see what he has to say.
Primeira vez na Ásia, está sendo muito legal. Tô adorando conhecer as coisas típicas daqui. E torcida né, sempre pelo Brasil, torcendo pelo Fluxo, torcendo pela Los Grandes. Estamos sendo muito bem representados e esperamos sair daqui campeões hoje.
Now, I'm just gonna ask him one like a really interesting question. What is the food that he liked the most in Thailand? Because this one is gonna be a great one.
Eu gostei bastante do frango aqui, bem temperado, muito gostoso. E também gostei bastante dos temperos aqui da Tailândia.
Apimentados?
Muito apimentados. A gente um pouquinho de no spice, a gente pediu bastante ali. Mas no final a gente se adaptou bem. Eu tô gostando muito da culinária daqui.
Pronto.
E breve a gente vai experimentar aí o meu escorpião.
Pronto. So, let's make his dreams come true, okay? So this is like me and Jotin and AVG straight from Thailand, from Brazil. So if you guys let know more about us. So if you guys one day wants to be a stream just like me, you know, and maybe stream the next, I don't know, event of Free Fire, just make sure to keep everything. Please just make sure to follow Free Fire and the Garena, and let's go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
จัดแมตช์สนุกๆมาให้คุณผู้ชมได้เชียร์กันต่ออีกแล้วค่ะและครั้งนี้กลับมาเป็นการต่อสู้กันอีกครั้งหนึ่งระหว่างทีมเวียดนามกับทีมไทยอย่าง WAG นะคะแล้วก็ทีม Falcon นั่นเองค่ะ
It is time. It's finally time. The match that I think four Vietnamese are waiting their best is WAG versus Team Falcons, and this one is gonna be really, really hard.
Very hard for them and very hard for us to cheer คือเรียกได้ว่ายากแม้กระทั่งกับนักแข่งแล้วก็ยากแม้กระทั่งกับคนเชียร์ด้วยนะคะเพราะว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยเรียกได้ว่ามันเข้าสู่ใกล้ๆรอบสุดท้ายแล้วอะแต่ละทีมเก่งมากๆเลยจริงๆเพราะฉะนั้นไม่ต้องรอช้าค่ะขอเสียงต้อนรับ WAG
Alright, this is for you, Vietnam. Welcome, WAG!
และแน่นอนค่ะมี WAG ก็ต้องพบกับทีมนี้เลยค่ะทีม Falcon
Moving on to the best opponents, Team Falcons.
ไม่มีอะไรให้ต้องพูดอีกแล้วค่ะทุกคนคะเพราะบอกเลยว่าการกระทำสำคัญกว่าคำพูดและตอนนี้ไปดูเกมกันเลยดีกว่า Let's go to the showcaser
Yep, this match is going to be really hard because Team Falcon is the king of Clash Squad in Thai. But I do believe that WAG has enough potential to beat them back.
You wanna fight?
No, but I will
Yeah,
for my
so
country. So let's head back to the shotcaster and start our first game.
Let's go!
I will throw money on that fight for sure, so let's get it on. Or you can send your representatives, WAG against Team Falcons in the second semifinals of this tournament. Winner faces off against BRU in the grand finals for a shot at 40 grand. It's Husky and the gentleman Neptune Garcia to bring you guys the rest of the action. We got two more series to go. One best of 3 in the semis and one best of 5 for the grand finals before we crown our eventual champions.
Yeah, this is the decider match as to who's going into the grand finals between these two teams, Team Falcon and WAG. And I apologies for forgetting this because I was thinking that this is a good chance, or the grand final is a good chance that Thailand goes against the Vietnam. But I forgot that Falcons is also part of Thailand, so they it would start that fight between the hosts, and I know it's not a literal fight, but I'm pretty sure they're cheering on their own region. But I would want to see a great battle being brought in by WAG right here against Falcons. So I know it's a stretch that it would be easy for WAG, but I'm pretty sure that they can put up a little bit of a great offense, especially in tactics. And there's a good chance as well for WAG to show up once again, especially with Vietnam missing that opportunity to step into a world stage in the EWC.
Yeah, I think it's the first time in a long time that they missed a world stage like that, right? Last year we at least had PE Sports, even though it wasn't the best performance from them at EWC. But this year, not having Vietnam on the world stage does feel like there's a void. It was filled by DRG making a historical run into top 6, but I think Vietnam, they have a lot to prove, right? They have one more fall season to try and fight for that slot into the global finals. But WAG is the only invited Vietnamese team for this Clash Squad tournament, and that's why I feel like there's that responsibility for them to perform well.
Yeah, I mean, it is a responsibility for them to perform well, to show up this time a little bit stronger in this game. And I want them to be showing up right now, but it's a tough call. Because if you recall on how like Team Falcons really did it from yesterday, it seems like Team Falcons is just like it's a stroll in the park for them. There's not so much of pressure. Even Buriram United fall to them to their like tactics overall for 2 matches, despite of game 1 being given to Buriram United. So I don't know how this is going to end, but we saw that struggle between Lost and Buriram United being turned around by the Thailand team. I know our focus should be on Falcons and WAG, but I can't take the way that team from Thailand are a different breed overall when it comes to Free Fire.
Oh yeah, I agree. They definitely are forged in fire, and like you said, like Falcons, they felt like they had no pressure coming into yesterday, right? And the series against VRU was definitely a lot more intense than the one that they had to play against Lost, where they were just floating around with that Deagle in Karoro's hands. I think today they're probably going to be a lot more carefree. Like Falcons is a team that is very easily entertained. It's very easily lighten them up, right? All it takes is just one small push, they get a little win, and then they would feel like they are on cloud 9. That's something that is very, unique to Team Falcons. That's why EWC, even though they won a round that wouldn't have gotten them a chance to win the trophy anyways, they still celebrated. Every single win, it means something. Up against WAG, I don't expect it to be any different.
Exactly. I mean, this is a team that really cherishes all the game that they jump into, and that is, I would say, champion spirit. Because we keep talking about this in other games, even in Battle Royale, that they need to treat each game as if it is their final match, and that is one way to do it. That's one way to show that if you treat it as a final match and you get a win, you celebrate as if you won the grand final. So that's what we want to see from other regions as well. And well, it's just up to them to really put that into play. So I'm really excited. I'm really excited on how this is going to unfold.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully for the side of WAG, they're ready to take this on. It is not going to be an easy challenge, for sure. If anything, it's going to be one of the tallest mountains to climb, taking out Falcons on their home ground. The only teams that have done that are Thai teams, mostly. From other regions, it's a pretty tough feat.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see if they will be able to do this battle and stretch it over to game 3. Because so far the order of the map is like it's just pristine that it's Bermuda, like from OG to a newer map, and this gives more opportunity in that game number 3 to keep us guessing as to who's going to win if they get to that level.
Yeah. And it also basically takes us back to the basics, right? How much mastery does the team have on these long-standing maps? It's easy to say that that team is Falcons, and I would agree with it wholeheartedly. For WAG, they are the ones that are not favored, neither by the crowd or I think by general consensus. WAG recover from yesterday, and in India series, I would say that they have shown us that they can play from behind, and that's how they sort of beat Fluxo. And if they get put in a position where they are behind against Team Falcons, then let's see if that resilience is going to pay off again.
Let's see though. I mean, looking at what we have in the draft right now, Cassie, or rather Sane, has been taken out, and so I'm not quite sure which one is it. Was it Sane being taken out, or Sane or Cassie being taken out? But regardless what it is, it seems like what's on screen in terms of images are most viable for Team Falcons.
Yeah. This makes a lot more sense if you have a Cassie and Tatsuya. So that's something that I would like to lean into a lot more. But for WAG, this does feel like them, right? The Oscar, the Santino, the Clue, and then the Iris. Not the Iris, well in this case, the A124, I say. Very information based, but something that I can definitely see WAG getting very comfortable with.
All right, let's see though. Let's see. As we wait for the battle to begin, and I guess for some of the graphics to be corrected, if there's any need for correction, I guess we are also set to start this game. I'm really excited on how this is going to turn up, because again, a lot of expectation from both teams, a lot of expectation for WAG, I would say, because as much as we want to bring Team Falcons down, they won't go down that easily. So I want to see WAG step up just to make sure that Team Falcons are still left on their toes.
Yeah. And sometimes it's not about trying to beat the team per se. Of course, victory is the eventual goal, but you also want to make your opponents work for the win. And I think that's kind of the nature of competition, right? No one wants to go out on a, like getting 0-6. But if we give it your all and make Falcons work for it, even the loss wouldn't feel as bad. In this case, Falcons are, again, crowd favorites. Pretty sure the Thai fans are very, very prepared to go the whole night. Yesterday, we weren't able to have all of them stay because, we literally ended past the twilight hour. But today being a special occasion, and with this semi-finals and leading into the grand finals after this, I bet the fans will want to know who wins it all, as we already are guaranteed a Thai team in the grand finals either way.
Especially for those of you who aren't here, just joining the relive, hopefully you are enjoying the opening as well, because it's about to start. Team Falcons right now on the roll, and this is what we're talking about. At some point, you need to stick together in the shuriken round. Xbor peeking out a little bit too early, but On Fire popping that time turner just to make sure they have an opening for that airdrop. And On Fire already has that sight on him. And with 3 players in front of them, they might be able to go for the finisher. PLS1 is already down. Tikui about to go down, but On Fire will be damaged as well.
Now we see that Balin Dash actually bump Keroro away, and still it's going to be Keroro that pulls out the round. Nothing can stop him. That's 3 in a row for Keroro. Shuriken round going over to the side of Team Falcons. Pretty much expected with the opening that they had, but I would say that WAG were able to stop Falcons despite the utilities that was invested by Team Falcons to try and aggress. WAG bought time, but just were not able to win the subsequent skirmishes.
I mean, that is shuriken round. Most of the time, even the strongest team can lose that. But as we look into this next round, WAG don't have that much utility, but has a potential to pull out that Deagle. And on the other side, we have Mini Uzi being brought in on fire. A little too close. T-Kui already taking the rooftop, and then with that Deagle can bring in a lot of damage. Keroro already on the flank, potential backstab, but oversight from T-Kui. Not quite sure if he's seen the flank being done, but a regroup is bound to happen, and T-Kui goes down, being eliminated by skill.
Yeah, the movement on fire, really keeping WAG guessing. Usually you drop off the side of the roof, but on fire went the other way, and just like that, WAG lost 3 of their members in a heartbeat. X4, so no chance this time. Falcons 2-0. Things going according to a prediction so far.
Cito 2-0. It's looking like Team Falcons still on the same roll. Want to show that everyone that Clash Squad is that easy for them. and it looks like it. So far in this game, we only have 2 casualties for the side of Team Falcons, On Fire as well as Potato, but it doesn't translate to WAG really getting so much. But there's a little bit of bonus though that they can get that would help them gear themselves up in terms of weaponry. So Decoy trying to focus, Fireball Jutsu from On Fire, but the backstab is bound to happen. And On Fire with that time Turner, just make sure that he will be able to keep himself safe.
This one's already done. So it's 3 rounds in a row for the side of Team Falcons. PLS1 getting a knock on the Keroro. Trying to take the weaponry away from Team Falcons, but with Keroro getting rescued, PLS1 has too much on his hands. The explosive charm is going to be used to try and flush PLS1 out into the open. Keroro is just going to hunt for him.
Cito. There goes the finishing blow. And, well, I mean, Team Falcons still saving up. Despite of them losing 2 matches already, this is the 3rd. They are not investing that much in weaponry because they know that even WAG is not investing as well. And this is that moment that I think they can put in a lot more of firepower, especially as you can see, it's 4K to the side of WAG. So Mag 7 will be pulled out by X-Bor. And for those of you who's just joining and seeing the battle of Clash Squad for WAG, I need to point out that there's a switch in roles between X-Bor as well as PLS1. So X-Bor would be the rusher or part of the rusher crew, and PLS1 is like standing in as a sniper.
Oh, yeah. Quick getting knocked down by the W again. Pirates also not doing too fine. It's just nothing is going the way of WAG so far. We see that dash on fire. He did copy the abandoned dash, I believe. So there's already a double for On Fire. X4 next on the chopping block. Team Falcons just put WAG in front of a firing squad, and PLS1 again, last man alive, nowhere to go, and not knowing what to do.
Yeah, not knowing as anything that he can do against this. Does have the escape, but a one shot will not work that much on a spray coming from that mini Uzi. And it's not just one who's shooting at him. There's a lot. There's all players in there. So as quickly as this, it's already 4-0, and looks like WAG has no response to what Team Falcons is doing.
Not at all. Team Falcons seems like they're on track to speed run again. I mean, they did that against Lost yesterday. They sped run the very first round before doing it against BRU, and that BRU was the only team that showed any sort of resistance, and forcing Falcons to play a lot more respectfully. And it came down to a couple of clutches before Falcons closed out that series, but WAG have yet to put Falcons in that position where they had to try extra hard. Maybe X4 is going to start that chain reaction. Down Potato goes. The fire pulls out the side, wins out the fight against Chico. This guy, man fires the gun with a blade. X4 and PLS1 left. X4 gets basically barbecue with the fireball juice to On Fire. Now gets to select and to reap the souls of WAG members. It's 5-0 for Falcons.
The effort of X-Bor being denied right there. He went in for a good flank against Potato, but the follow-through is not that strong. And if in case they just managed to keep their distance against On Fire, it could have been a different story because he was just a sliver of health, and a combination of more shots coming from WAG could have taken him down, and all they had to do is just wait for Kuroro as well as Limit. But no, they're still up. Everyone's still alive, a lot of weapon on them, and WAG is a loss. PLS1 though will be handed an AWM, but he will be going in, or not going in for the flank, together with, or against Limit. So let's see the On Fire a little too aggressive. He wants to get close, he wants to use that, but the pull that he is going to use against Cyrus, probably not damaging him, but it's a different skill that did so. This is what he needs if we want to get that elimination by sight.
Potato has support from On Fire, so they're willing to take that fight straight to WAG. They use the repair kit just a little bit. Potato finding some solace, some time and space just to gear up for a second round. Cyrus and Tikoi needing to heal up right now, but Falcons will just take the perimeter. Cyrus on the left side somehow gets sniped. Kuroro finds the angle. And that is go time. Kuroro now first forced to fight head on. Tikoi challenges him, and Tikoi barely edges it out with 4 HP to try and wrestle WAG back into the game.
There you have it. PLS1 has been taken down with that dash, and it's now left Tikoi and X-Bordo. X-Bordo is still showing great significance on the sniper, despite of giving up that roll to PLS1. But Tikoi right now, rush doesn't work. Potato just did a 180 to bring him down with a max 7. X-Bor doesn't have that opening, but up close and personal might be able to take one. But what can he do against the rest with that sight being brought in to scare him out? On Fire goes down, but X-Bor is still alive and kicking a quick pick up and a quick scope from Limit to end game number 1.
Talk about a speed run. Falcons merciless from the get-go. Basically just butchered WAG. They didn't give them any chance to retaliate. No playmaking potential. It's not even WAG's fault. It's just Falcons being way too good for WAG to handle in this game 1. And sadly for WAG, they don't really have much time to think about match number 2. I don't think the draft was an issue. I just think that Falcons outclassed WAG in many facets of that game.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't really point out any mistakes being done with WAG. It just so happens that before they even make that mistake, Team Falcons already know how to move against them. And it's because of the speedrun that has been done. It's the understanding of Clash Squad. If there will be a major tournament involving just Clash Squad, I'm pretty sure Team Falcons will do this every time. And again, I'm still hoping that WAG can bring this on. One game is not enough, or is enough to find out like any weaknesses for the side of Team Falcons. But if WAG continues this role, we might end it as a 2-0 favoring Team Falcons.
Yeah, and if Falcons get to quote-unquote continue and speedrun this series, it actually benefits Falcons too, because then they get to conserve a lot of their energy and focus on the grand finals afterwards. So, but for WAG, the uphill battle just became harder, right? Even if they win against Falcons in a reverse sweep fashion, it's gonna take a lot out of them. But they have to get past the hurdle of just getting 6-0 by Team Falcons before being able to do anything. It really felt like they weren't really given the chance to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of denials being done. It's just the quickness and how quick Team Falcons is with their movements. Not only that, not only with the movements, but with the skill usage as well as the jutsu usage. We've seen that so much. You couldn't even point it out because it's done in a swift manner that even WAG don't know what was happening. As we look into the scoreboard right now, it is a 6-0. Not so much a fight has been done. Only 4 elimination has been put out by WAG compared to the number of points, number of elimination as well as damage. But I'm pretty sure On Fire will be at the top right now as MVP, not only with the accuracy, but also with that slice and dice.
Yeah. I mean, Limit, you know, even though he has 4 eliminations, Limit did not go down at all this game. That's how, how dominant, I guess, that how dominant the players of Falcons are essentially, right? Not being punished at all. It really felt like they were not tested. I feel like there's any need for them to feel any sort of worries if you're a Team Falcons.
Yeah, there's no pressure indeed for Limit. He's always keeping the distance as a sniper, and the rest of the team on fire, Kororo, Potato, just making sure that he will not be left alone. That's often a problem that we see on a sniper if they're losing a round. But Team Falcons not losing any of the rounds from that match, and we are heading into the next match in Kalahari, another playground. Not only for Limit, but also for Kororo in the accuracy department.
And this gets very scary for WAG because Falcons have demonstrated that they can not only speedrun, but when it comes to accuracy itself, rifles aren't the only weapon that they are good at. We've seen Kororo pop heads from long range with a revolver, with a Deagle of all things.
Oh yeah.
MVP this game is going to be on fire too. 9 eliminations, of course. Got to be special shout out to the supporting cast. I think everyone did their job way too well.
Yeah, I mean, way too well that they didn't even break a sweat in that game. They didn't break a sweat. They were just still smiling at that point. And, well, it doesn't damage, hopefully it doesn't damage the morale of WAG, because that's one important factor. I think it was it like, in other tournaments, when every time Vietnam takes an L, it just goes spiraling down at this point. Yeah. But as we go into the elimination leaderboard, well, On Fire is on the lead, followed by Kororo, Potato, Limit, as well as the rest is not even close though. But there's no chance for them to really stack up on elimination because there's only six matches that they played.
Yeah, it's not because they're not good enough, it's because they're too good. So they're not able to rack up on that KD numbers. But I want to echo what your sentiment, right? I agree. I think for the Vietnamese regions, there are a lot of times that we've seen this region rise and fall. But in the times that they fall, you can see the ramifications. It feels the punch feels hurts a lot more for the Vietnamese region, right? Because it felt like they've always been trying to keep up, and there were moments where they actually kind of overtook Indonesia by a little bit, but it's only for a brief moment. But we also seen them at their lowest, where at one point Malaysian teams were beating Vietnamese teams, and Expand was the first team and first and only team to do that. I think right now they are in this awkward middle spot where they're definitely not good enough to compare to the Thais. The Indonesians are better than them, but they are still struggling to fit into that conversation because they're not qualifying for the big stage. And that's what WAG wants to achieve here.
And hopefully that is a motivation, not just for WAG, but other Vietnamese team as well. Because you know how that motivation worked from last year as PE Sports has been introduced to the EVOS. It's just like boosted teams like WAG, Team Heavy, and a lot more to perform even better. It's just for this year that we are not seeing that because specifically it's again going back to the scenario that it's not the downfall of some of the strong teams from Thailand. It's just the uprising of the other teams like Indonesia, as you pointed out. They're just growing a lot stronger, and since Vietnam is in that middle part, who's still confused if they're going up or down, they're being left behind.
And not only that, it's also the I think on top of that is also the fact that the Brazilians, the Latin Americans, and to a certain degree, the Saudi Arabians are also performing pretty well, right? Like, when we look at the global scheme, when we look past Southeast Asia, it's fair to say that Brazil is doing pretty darn well into when compared to Vietnam. I think teams like Movistar R7 have a lot of promises, so that also is another region that is showing up big time on the main stage. And then the more you look at it, the more you start to wonder if Vietnam is considered number 3 in SEA, when we put them on the global stage, are they still number 3?
Yeah, great question indeed. Well, we'll have to find out though, and if there's anything they can do about that. But let's focus back into Clash Squad, and hopefully everyone would keep that in point, because that storyline of regions performing, the placement that they have in terms of teams and regions ranking is something that we need to consider as well, because it looks like with other countries and servers being reactivated, there's a huge chance the storyline can grow even further. The storyline can grow even longer, because there's a lot more of options to look into. And if you're not evolving, if you're not performing in like match after match, tournament after tournament, then you will be left behind.
In this case for WAG, they have a lot of slack to pick up for sure. It's now devastating 6-0. Usually a lot of teams don't come back from those kind of losses. It's, and teams that do are usually those that have experienced enough losses to get over it. WAG getting their hands on the Ignis. It's been quite a while since we've seen Ignis today. It was enabled at the start of the day and then afterwards banned out or just flat out ignored. But for Team Falcons, we got that double rusher, Tatsuya Oscar, give him a chrono to back him up in the hands of Potato. And then on top of that, we got Santino for limit 2.
Yeah, it seems like Team Falcons doesn't want to slow down, and that's the skill itself. There's no slowing down if you have a Tatsuya as well as an Oscar, can even break through glue walls as easy as that, as a push button, and then limit X7, well, letting go of that glue, letting go of that Iris, and is now using that Santino. So it's still a viable approach for a passive or passive-aggressive combination. But for WAG right now, it seems like they're aiming for somewhere in the middle as well, similar to Team Falcons, but in a stronger manner, but not stronger, but not faster.
I think the first round is going to give us a very good indicator. Maybe not the first round, the second round. Safe to assume that Falcons, with their dominance, is going to take the first round, but if they win the second round after that, in the same fashion like they did in game 1, then WAG are going to be in a lot of trouble.
So, they can get away from that trouble, because WAG is already in trouble of losing out in this game. Team Falcons up by 1, and well, again, I have my hopes for WAG, but hopefully they make it quite different this time around. Make it as if they can hold a little bit longer in this fight. So, well, we are prepping right now, and hopefully we'll be seeing signs of life from WAG. And which map would this be again? This is Kalahari. So a good chance for PLS1 and X4 to use that sniper once again. A double sniper would work right here, mid part to later part of the game, if they can bring in all those economy for their side.
No, absolutely. And I think overall, if you are on the side of WAG, you gotta start thinking about quickly think about what went wrong in the previous round. And afterwards, think about adjustments for this round. I think the adjustment had to be trying to stop Falcons from going too fast. Again, BRU was the only team that found some semblance of success yesterday, and even then, there's only so much that they could hold back on Falcons before they get overwhelmed.
Cito, there you go. Hearing the cue. Battle's about to begin. Let's see who's going to start it strong. Again, Shuriken round would be a starting point between these two teams, and we just want to see if WAG has what it takes to give a good fight against Team Falcons. And last time we saw them play, it is in from June, from the spring season, and Team Falcons just brought it all the way. Kalahari though, WAG put in a great fight, so they managed to bring the fight to round 11.
Yeah. Right off the bat, we see that Ignis, Flame Mirage being thrown through. Potato just tanks it. Except the time turner, so runs in and out. Not sure if he looted the box though. They couldn't make that difference. Ice grenade thrown now from Potato. Trying to funnel WAG into a vacuum. Limit and Kuroro capitalize on that, and that's already 2 down for the side of WAG. And they know where Export is. Export finding Potato, but that's all he gets. Shuriken round going over to Falcons as expected.
Yeah, I mean, not even a confirmation on Potato at that point. And one thing I would say is, with that delay in the movement on the airdrop, made them lose out on that side. Now, the side was not used that well, but if in case they grab it, I'm pretty sure WAG will just head straight on to Team Falcons, the 2 players from Team Falcons, and start those knockdowns. But, well, they missed that opportunity. There's still a good chance right now. And as you can see, we have 3 Deagles being put in by WAG and 1 mini Uzi. So it costs the same, so there's not so much of damage in terms of economy. But let's see on what rotation will be done. It's a 3-1 split right now for both teams, but one player, PLS1, might be caught off guard.
He's gonna make his move right now, but might put himself in the line of sight of Limits if he backs off any further out of that building, out of this compound. Limits should see this. Expo actually getting a knock, an elimination onto On Fire, turning the situation around. Limit gets detected, needs to turn his attention onto Expo first. Kuroro on the flank, spotted by T-Quaid. Maybe WAG can finally find the first round in the series. Limit taking up PLS1 still. Numbers favor WAG. Potato springs into the action. If they can get rid of Potato, then Limit will become an afterthought.
Yeah, I mean, X-Bor is already listening into the footsteps, but I'm pretty sure Limit is giving that information as well. A backstab is potential, especially focus is on Limit. And Potato will be going down. Limit X7 with only a few HP remaining, and there's still 3 alive. There we have it. An equalizer from WAG, signs of life overall, and I guess they want to stick with that script, get it close as possible to end it to 11 rounds.
Yeah. The first round in the entire series. It took them 8 rounds to score their first point, but better late than never. At least they stopped at the potential snowball. The target acquisition was great from the side of WAG, because we can see the plan from Team Falcons and what they wanted to do in that game, in that round. WAG didn't let it happen.
See though, what else can they make happen? Aurora Vision has been triggered already. And Tikui for spray into the time turner, but Tikui goes down. Here comes Kuroro going in for the push. Shots onto X-Bor. A lot of miss though, but it's Kuroro who goes in for the finisher. Now, it's a 2v2 situation as Potato has gone down, that they can use that as a bait. Cyrus is already recovered, and PLS1 putting so much of pressure, but if Kuroro gets an angle, this might be it. Kuroro moving in from below. Potato will be confirmed. Cyrus will be taken down, but grabs an 8WM. PLS1 got a whiff of the position, and more firepower coming from PLS1, but not so much of damage compared to what Kuroro has brought in.
And Cyrus and PLS1 also not too healthy too. PLS1 playing very, very far back. Regroup with Cyrus. Santino switcheroo brings Limit onto the low ground. This has happened out of vision of WAG, so they have no idea that this is happening. Limit could end up being a difference maker, but inside, he'll just take an honest fight. Limit up on top of the roof. Kuroro trying to come up from down below. The Flaming Rush use. Limit again relocates to the Santino. PLS1 caught off guard, but Cyrus did find Limit either way. And PLS1 somehow survives Kuroro. Now Kuroro will have to make each shot count. Finds the first one, turns around for the 180. That's the dash to Kazuya, but Cyrus finds the correct angle. And WAG up 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1, but with loss for 2 of the players. But it's a good thing that PLS1 was not confirmed. So he will maintain, he will keep that Kingfisher, or probably give it out, but they still have economy to play with. And I'm loving this version of WAG. I'm quite sure if it's the map or if it's something else. Probably they've seen something that they can use as a counter against a Team Falcons, and it's showing up right now. Kuroro onto the flank together with Potato and Nextboard already spotting them. But this would be deadly up close and personal, meaning Uzi would have a good fire rate, but against that MP5, the damage would be crucial. A copy skill to pull out that time turner as well, but pushing away PLS1 just to make sure he doesn't go for the backup.
Oh yeah. That export starts going down. So limit now numbers now favor Falcons. Tikoi also gets taken out as well. Potato looking to turn that around. They want to equalize the Falcons, and I think they have achieved it. PLS1 still trying to find his bearings as his teammates have already been eliminated. Potato just waits when it comes through. Takes the 1v1, makes it 2v1, comes around the corner, every single angle covered. Falcons up. Find the equalizer 2-2.
Right, Carrero Factor is back in play. Just Deagle all the way. And there's no waiting in buying any other weapon unless he fails miserably. I think twice or thrice, that would be the prompt for him to use a different weapon. But for now, he doesn't have that much economy because he's putting it in utilities as well as armor, probably helping his teammates to grab all of those weapons. Because as you can see, on fire with that Groza as well as an MP5 combination. So deadly at long range and deadly at a fire rate in the close range as well. So Cyrus right now using that Flam Barrage to protect or to hide their presence. The glue wall is something that they shouldn't have put up if they want really to sneak in.
Yeah, On Fire is... I was surprised they didn't push the Ignis wall any further, so On Fire actually gets to stay where he is. In fact, even Relocate uses that wall as his own cover. And now the question is, does WAG know about the relocation? That is going to be very important. If you lose track of On Fire right now, he could end up shooting you in the back. But On Fire has to reveal himself and go straight in for the rush with the Valiant Dash. But though it does pay off despite the time turner from WAG. Tikui playing some footsies, but the execution from Falcons is just a bit too clean. Even for WAG's best attempt at defense, Falcons takes control of the game.
Yeah, Team Falcons taking control, and that's one thing. For those of you who hasn't played against a Chrono, against a time turner, what you can do right now, just step in to the time turner, and you'll be able to go for a spray, and even the copy skill will help them to protect themselves from being backstabbed, and that's what On Fire did. And from what we've seen so far, Kiroro will still stay the same. Though they lost 2 matches already, he did grab so many eliminations overall, and they're still confident to go for that Deagle run.
That's how you know that they are confident. That's how you know that Falcons are sure that they are going to win. See that Mini Uzi, AWM, M1887, Export being challenged and limit. Sniped him. Potato also finds one. This jump almost done. Unless WAG can find a big clutch. Potato going down. That seems to be the case. Fireball Jutsu getting used. Karoro is watching it all go down. Tikoi is in the bubble as well. On Fire takes out Cyrus and suddenly recovering a teammate. Doesn't sound so nice. Again, Falcons finding the exact angle and hitting it where it hurts.
Yeah, definitely. It hurts a lot. And they gave that hope to WAG that they can fight back. But as you can see right now, especially with each win that Team Falcons is taking, they're putting in a different force against WAG. Even the hopes of going for the pickup has been denied right now. So WAG will need to try something different. Tikui has that M590, but yes, this is a good spot to use it, but not so much to really get close and personal. PLS1 right now attempts to go for a snipe, but receives the damage otherwise.
First blood.
Things are looking pretty gloom for WAG for sure, with Cyrus being removed already. And this rush, look at that Tikui. He's trying to take the fight. They find Potato. Now there's a chance. Export supporting him from behind. The brother in arms of WAG. finds an equalizer onto Falcons. Corona not done just yet. Now sees Export to the cross there. Needs to win this one. Export! Indeed he does. Still, in the grand scheme of things, they are outnumbered.
So, you know, if they can bring that number to the equalizer, PLS1 is nowhere close to be picked up. But Guerrero is a different story. But here we go, Potato right now, Max 7 in hand. Missed the opportunity for backstab just because of a glue wall. And he is now in trouble on a 3v1 situation. Despite of having a level 3 MP5, he will be taken down.
We're probably seeing the sunset moment of WAG. They lose this next round, we're gonna get a Thai finals. It would be a shabby run for WAG to end in 3rd and 4th place, considering that they had to overcome Fluxo to get to this point. And by the will of the bracket, facing off against the best team in this mode. And putting up a valiant fight. Mammoth will be the potential deciding location for this final round.
Yeah, I mean, good position being taken by Cyrus and Tikui to prevent Potato to head straight on them. But they do have some coverage on the other side to be able to defend against Limit, who's already going for the flank. But Cyrus doesn't have that much of an angle, and it's also distracted by Potato at this point. But X-Bor right now can take this angle if he has an opening against On Fire. Limit X7 already close for that pinch, and Cyrus not being hit just yet, and even Tikui. So it might be Team Falcons who will be going down, but Cyrus has been taken down as well. Tikui eliminated, and it's now a 2v3 situation. Despite of On Fire being knocked down, it still is a challenge for WAG.
2v3, there is a chance. PLS1 on the low ground. Completely isolated from X-Bor. So now it comes out to the individual prowess. Can they win these 1v1s? Carrero does get tagged, and PLS1 needs to look for conversion. Doesn't have the angle to find it, and Limit is free hitting X-Bor. Looks up a bit too late, and Limit whittles down the numbers to just PLS1. Few rookie snipers left on the board up against one of the best in the world. Doesn't seem like the odds are in his favor. Too much to go through, and Team Falcons, they proceed to the grand finals with a destined date against BRU. We saw the preview yesterday on how that went down when Falcons won 2-1. But now they get more screen time in a best of 5 against BRU.
And more screen time, and I guess if this is planned for Buriram United, there's more story to tell for them. Team Falcons doesn't want to go that route. They want to go straight in. They want to go straight in there, as most of the win has been grabbed by this team. So they will be, I would say, the upper seed in this competition on that grand finals. But well, as much as we want to see Vietnam goes to the grand finals on the grandest grand finals, well, we are left with Thailand versus Thailand in Thailand.
Talk about the grandness, the best case scenario, I guess, for the Thailand squad. Bit of a heartbreak. Commiserations to the Vietnamese fans. And of course, the extension extended to Yun Sul. Would have loved to see WAG in the final, so we get more a rivalry that transcends the game, but also onto the stage. But that's one final bout from WAG as they make their exit, finish 3rd and 4th in this tournament.
Well, there we have it. We now know who will be getting into the grand finals. A Team Falcons who doesn't seem phased at any moment in all the matches that they went against, even against Buriram United. But this grand finals is a different story. It's not just a battle of strength and power. It's more of endurance as well, because we might be seeing a lot more of, how can I say this, a marathon in this best of 5.
Yeah, BRU lost yesterday in a full best of 3, but if we ever go to a full series, maybe that that endurance game is going to pan out in BRU's favor, right? Again, we saw how Falcons, they were winning crucial rounds, and the only reason that Falcons even got to this point where they beat BRU was because that they had clutch factors. But BRU today, Moshi was the clutch factor when they were up against Lost. So maybe that is the key. BRU were not able to find their clutch yesterday, and today they have identified that individual in the form of Moshi. So if that translated, carry forward into the grand finals, I think we're in for a very interesting best of 5.
Very interesting and very long best of 5, because I don't think anyone from both teams will be accepting a 3-0 loss at this point. Especially they are on home ground. There's a lot of supporters coming from both sides, so even the fans out there will be confused as to who they are going to cheer on, who's going to win, and this is what we love. If you are going in onto that final battle, who would you choose? Of course, those from fresh ground.
Yeah, and I think in this case, BRU, I feel like even backstage, they are expecting this to be the case. They probably have already done the prep to, have already been prepping to face off against Falcons even before we saw the result of that series. It's currently 9 p.m. 10 minutes, 9:10 p.m. I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's 9 p.m. okay, over at 9:10 over at Thailand at the Central World. So just in time for a late night grand finals for all of the fans who are still present. Today we're making good on that promise. We want to see an ending. We get the best possible show for all of the attendees.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the best show overall. Hopefully everyone sticks with us. Not only on the stage, but also those on chat right now. I know we had to make some changes to make sure everything is captured towards the end, because best of 5s, we don't want to miss any of those games. So for those of you that I've been chatting with in the comment section, thank you very much for all the support. Me and Husky, thanks you for all the support. And we would love to give all the best action as well as the best shoutcasting in this day, especially as we are heading into the grand finals, the best of 5 series between two Thailand Titans, which is Buriram United and Team Falcons. We've seen this before, but I'm pretty sure the ending would be different.
Yeah, it's a tale as old as time. Your classic David versus Goliath, right? The two superstars of the Thailand region. I mean, I say the two superstars, but some people forget that Falcons wasn't there from the very beginning. It was actually attack all around. Falcons was more of a latest addition from 2024, if you go a bit further back to 2023, when we had CGGG, but even then they were more of a fresh face than a contender for the top spot against BRU. Coincidentally enough, that was also we were introduced to players such as Wasana, such as Saming under Magic Esports or Magic, I think it's Magic Esports, Magic Squad. We had similar that in Thailand before they split up, and then we get a reverse raid for Saming, and then BRU for Ostana. It's a whole legacy. And then when we got the Team Falcons, they quickly rose to fame by winning EWC Spring 2024 and becoming a contender that could rival BRU.
Great storyline overall. I mean, a team who is not even there for a long time, but we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we're going to go and meet two teams heading into the grand final. So stay back, sit back, and we'll be right back as well.
First blood.
console, and this is right next to us is our very festive day one of the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. Okay, so right in front of us, as you can see, so many standees, and I wonder like who's your favorite characters here? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So it's a very fun part for everyone who likes to take pictures or something like that. You can sit here. Oh,
Yeah. We can take a picture in this booth and get the photo.
okay. So we can try it. Oh,
Wow.
oh, so cute.
So cute.
Next booth is Claybirds.
Yes.
You can see that there are many clays here. So if you are a fan of art, definitely we can provide you some clay here to make the toys that you want to. Alright, next booth, Madara weapon. So right behind us is a Madara. Hold this Madara and try to hunt down 3 targets. Ooh! Okay, painting kunai on scroll. As you can see on Meg's hands, there will be a kunai, and you can freely express yourself, drawing colors, making your own design. We will scan for you, and your kunai will show on the screen like this. And welcome to Free Fire Landing. You guys play the games already, right? Free Fire. So we will jump somewhere.
Oh.
Wait, is that safe?
Yeah, it is.
Alright,
Safe.
okay, so both of us we're in safe zone, so we're okay now. Alright then, it's time for who loves kunai. Your mission is to throw the kunai right into the circle, and you have 3 chances.
First.
I
Oh.
cannot.
Really? Second. Okay.
Okay, your chance. Oh! Okay, it's really hard, but I think you guys can nail it. So come and do for us, please. To the next booth, Fireball Jutsu.